But yeah, they want to, but it's okay to talk about sex with kids. Madness, man.
I don't see Buddy Boy in
Salakia.
the audience.
Yeah, he dipped out ASAP.
Yeah, yeah, he did. I can't.
Man, one of the foulest things I seen was when they had a transsexual at a library reading to children in a short ass miniskirt, man. And I couldn't believe they was letting these kids sit in the front of that person that low to the chair, man. It was ridiculous. Um, and then as far as these transgenders competing in sports, and like you was talking about the swimming, the committee got mad and said that because that dude won, the transsexual dude won, and they got bad. So they said they weren't even going to hold uh, you know how they giving out the medals, the ceremony. They wasn't
Yeah,
going to hold a
ceremony.
ceremony. Yeah, yup. And they decided to give that the one who got second place. Actually gave her the gold, but yeah, it's getting crazy out there, man. And these it's funny too because everybody want to say let everybody do what they want to do, but they about to find themselves hypocrites real quick when a lot of these women get mad and they going after these transgenders, and it's not okay. Well, do you want people to be able to do what they want to do or not?
Shalom to the room. I just wanted to say something. I just wanted to say y'all are funny. I just need to make that clear. And yeah, so the title of the room, yeah, like it's really a problem. I'm a woman, so and a mother, so this is like a real problem because we actually have some women and some mothers who are out there supporting them and being allies with them, but they have a problem with being called cis. Now that doesn't make any sense because of course I have a problem being called cis, but I'm not over there running around being allies with them. It's a problem. That's just my opinion, and I like literally that's what I'm saying. I'm just laying my plan right there.
Now, sister. What do you mean they call you sis? What the hell is that?
So basically, the new term on here and on how they use it within their community, cis gender. So basically, you just identify your gender at birth of who you are today. For example, like they'll call me like a cis woman. Like you get what I'm saying? Like because I'm born as a female, but I identify as a woman, so I identify what I'm born as. They don't. So when they're sitting up here calling us cis and when we're women, completely, we're women. I'm a woman completely. I'm not a cis. Don't put that in front of my title as a woman. Don't try to take that from me as a woman. I gave birth. Like, literally, do not try to take that from a woman. And, like, they'll use that against us, calling us cis heads, or they'll even call a male. A cis male or a cis heterosexual male. They're just putting cis in front of everything trying to say that
Nah,
us, like in our community, like that's who we identify ourselves as, but I'm not fucking with it, period.
ain't nobody calling me sis. That shit dead. Yeah, it's like
They took our term of endearment and made it a derogative. That's Esau. That's their God complex. It was their agenda from the beginning. I wrote in a back chat. Their God complex made them envious of all Israelites, especially our sisters. They fooled them with money while stealing their
Correct.
identity. Yep, she hit that right on the head. They fooled them with money while stealing their identity. They they watch the videos of our sisters, the ones that make a show of themselves, and as twisted as Esau's mind is, you know what those scientists and wicked surgeons do, man. So our women have to be super careful when it comes to social media. The Edomites are always watching us. What was he called in the Bible? A mighty hunter. And what did they do to our people? They stole our identity and our heritage. Why? By carefully studying who we are as a people, our habits, our morals. They studied all of that. And once they got all of the information they needed from us, they attacked us.
yeah, they
So,
also
like, are you talking about that show, RuPaul's Drag Race?
Yeah, it's something like that, and also they describe Esau as the eagle. The eagle's always watching. The eagle's a bird of prey. And I like to land me back on what the brother just brought out is that they mimic our women to the T. These are people from the LGBT, that is bacon and tomato community. They mimic our women to the T. Like, doesn't matter if he's a Asian or a Arabian or a Caucasian. When they turn homosexual, they start, moving their neck, snapping their fingers, talking with their hands. They mimic our women to the T, to the point where, yeah, of course, when they want to transcend to be a woman, or for lack of a better term, right? They looking to replace our women, just like they do to Jake. Esau mimicked Jake to the best of his ability. That he tried to replace Jake, get Jake the hell up out of here. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got people like Robin Thicke and people like Macklemore and other dudes that try to mimic our music and get Jake the hell up out of here and make him mumble rap. You know what I'm saying? So it's all the agenda, sisters. If y'all don't peep it, you know what I'm saying? The enemy will give you money until you be independent, and we start showing your ass. He mimics you and then tries to replace you. So y'all don't fall into that trap, man. Y'all don't fall into that feminism trap. I got the article there on the top of the screen, right? The transgender men are not only entering your sports and into your working fields and into your environments and trying to steal your men too, but they're also,
That part.
yeah, right, because they're definitely trying to steal your men too. It's like a predator, right? You got certain animals in the jungle that do camouflage when they're being predators, right? You got snakes that could blend in with the trees and it helps them attack. You got certain insects that look like plants and it helps them to attack. Well, the transgender men, they'll look like women and they'll catch other men off guard and attack them and attack heterosexual men and, fool them or persuade them to become homosexual and take straight women's men away from them. It's very predatory. So not only are they doing all these things, but to put icing on top of the cake, they're also raping you when they feel like it. So now you got a dude with a wig and a dress that says he's a woman. When he feels like it, he's gonna rape you.
That's wild that you just said that because like one thing just popped into my mind here because it's like I like to look at it as like a generalized like as in respect. Like respect me the same way I respect you, right? Like so if I want to be called a woman, call me a woman and not a cis woman. It's just the same way as like if they don't want to be called a man. So that's the biggest problem. And I still haven't heard an argument not from one transgender woman, what makes them a woman? I still haven't heard a good case about that, and I'm going to see it on my plane.
Right, Salakia. Sister Tiffany will be right with you. I do want to touch on a point you guys were bringing out after Zawan and Shaw Paul on how Esau has a hand in everything, right? And again, this is how you know who Esau is according to the scriptures too, right? Um, and they do that, like you said, they basically study you, right? And once they find out what your weaknesses are, how they can infiltrate your community or your nation, right? Then they basically that's when they attack, right? But a lot of it is it takes time from them studying us, and even to today, they're still doing it, and you can see it in the scriptures, right? Let me see, Daniel, can you get me Obadiah 1 and 4 real quick? I'm gonna get right to the point in these two scriptures, and we're gonna go right back to the queue, okay? I'm trying not to
Alright.
be long-winded at all. Yeah, Obadiah 1 and 4.
This is Obadiah chapter 1, verse 4. Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, thence will I bring thee down, saith Yahweh.
Right. So what Shaw Paul was saying, the eagle stalks from the air.
right? And it says, and though thou set thy nest among the stars, what is that? The satellites that they have all over the planet, around the planet, right? They try to put it, they put it in the moon, put it in different parts of the planets, right? That's what that's getting into, the satellites around the earth, that's orbiting around the earth that can see everything. And they do that so they can see everything that every nation is doing, right? So that way, if they see that you're doing anything that is against America's interest, right, that's how they declare war on your nation, right? Whether it's a major war or a minute war, or they bring up different tribal wars within your own nation and cause conflict and dysfunction in your nation. That way, their agenda can be pushed, right? So Esau is a crafty hunter, right? You could see them still doing the same thing, the same spirit. All right. But let's get one more scripture. Go to Revelation 17 and 1. And I got a link from Mr. Show Me I'm gonna put up. I guess it's a news I guess it's the news on what happened with the trans. I'm gonna put that up in a minute. But go to Revelation 17 and 1.
Con. This is Revelation chapter 17 and verse 1. And there came one of the seven angels, which had the seven vials, and talked with me, saying unto me, Come hither, I will show thee unto thee the judgment of the great whore that sitteth upon many waters.
Right, the great whore that sitteth on many waters. Right? That's talking about the bases that they have all around the world. All right. America has bases in just about everywhere. And a lot of it, you can see that it links up with Obadiah 1 and 4. And that's how they have control of the earth. Right? This is how you can see Job 9 and 24 making sense. Right? The earth was given unto the wicked. Right? They're the ones running everything. They're the ones covering the faces of the judges, changing every rule, passing wicked decrees, laws all over the earth. Right? America has a hand to do with a lot of stuff that's going on this earth. Go to verse 2, then we're gonna drop it. And we're gonna go back to the queue.
Con. Verse 2. With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication.
Read that again.
With whom the kings of the earth have committed fornication.
Read on.
And the inhabitants of the earth have been made drunk with the wine of her fornication.
Right, the wine of her fornication. Right, her philosophy, doctrines, way of life. Right, that's why some nations are against anything that has to do with American ideology. Right, the Middle East, they don't want to have anything to do with them. Some parts of Africa, it is illegal. They will kill you for you to say that you were homosexual there. Right? They don't want to deal with America's way. But you have a lot of nations, even with that, right? With these nations, they still have hints of Americans' ways in them, right? But anyways, I just wanted to touch on that. So this is why we gotta ourselves study our enemy, right? We gotta understand that we're dealing with a very crafty nation of people, right? Their goal is to extend their kingdom and keep everybody in sin, primarily the Israelites. Because as long as we stay in sin, guess what? Yahushua is not coming back, right? So this is why we have to bid Israel back to the marriage. We got to wake up our people, and hopefully in that process, the elect get sealed, right? So we can get out of here. But I yield for now. Sister Tiffany, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you here to build. What you got to add to it? The floor is yours.
Good morning.
Good morning.
During the conversation, and I agree that trans women are oppressing women. I just have because I heard you all speaking, and a lot of I have a question like, how can a man feel like a woman, or how can a woman feel like a man? If you've never been a man, so that was confusing to me. You've never been a man, or you've never been a woman. How can you feel like something you've never experienced? That's something that just boggled my mind. And then a lot of trans women blame women for their deaths and the way that they're being oppressed, saying things like, because we don't accept men who date trans women, that's why they're being killed, because they have to hide the fact that they date these trans women. Are you following me?
It's kind of hard to follow, sister. You say they blame women.
So they're blaming, so as the sister stated before, cis women. Cis women is a term they give to women who are born women. So trans women are blaming cis women for men killing them or harming them because a cis woman, a biological woman, does not want anything to do with a man who dates a trans woman. You
And
follow me?
she shouldn't want anything to do with the man that dates the
Right,
trans.
right.
Exactly.
Hey, you know what's crazy? See how confusing this thing is when you put those stupid titles in front of it? Cis women. Now I'm confused. I'm like, is cis woman the transgender woman or it's madness, man?
Yeah,
No,
cis.
no, it's that's their term of using a woman who desires to be righteous.
I
Yeah.
know. My point, that's my point. It's like, just call him a woman. It's confusion, man. Sorry, Sister Tiffany. Go ahead.
No, yeah, absolutely. To be now we have to call ourselves cis women to distinguish ourselves from trans women. But I feel if you're going to be a trans woman, call yourself a trans woman. That's enough distinction. You know, you're a trans woman. But yeah, they don't. They believe that the reason that these men are killing them is because they are shamed and they are embarrassed once it's found out that they're dealing with trans women. I'm trying to think of that guy who came out. He was dating. He was dealing with trans women, and he's like, "I'm not gay." He's a celebrity.
Benzino.
Yeah, it was a couple
Okay,
of them.
there's a couple of them, and he's like, "I'm not gay. She's a woman. I'm attracted to women. She looks like a woman, etc." And so they're trying to get men to be proud to be with trans women, and that way they won't be killed or they don't have to hide. And trans women, just to me, can be very, I would say, aggressive. If you ever listen to like an aggressive trans woman, like who feels like she's better, I'm better than y'all, you know, you cis women. I take your man. I'm sleeping with your husband, and he wants me, but he it's just crazy, and they make it to where like we're in competition with them when we don't
Right,
care about y'all. We're not
right.
thinking
Sis. Yeah, they're very violent. Excuse me, sis, real quick.
about.
They are very violent people, right? I remember back in like the '80s. The agenda was they just wanted to, be able to be recognized. This was more about for the homosexuals, right? They didn't want to be judged. They wanted to be who they were, right? And look at where we are now. This is what happens when you give liberty to evil, right? Now they want to control everything, right? They want to suppress the women. They want you to be in competition with them when they're not naturally born a woman, right? And it's not going to end there. That's the crazy thing about them. They're very aggressive physically and in how they push this agenda to get certain laws passed. Okay. They're aggressive in all aspects of it. They want to take control of the whole world. That's it. You
Hey,
understand?
Salaki,
So it's crazy, man. Go ahead, Ak.
Salaki, and I don't want to let this point go out without me addressing it. Men kill transgender women because of deception, not because of women making them feel like they're bad for sleeping with transgender women. Men kill transgender women because of deception. They believe they're falling in love with a woman, and when they find out it's a man, that kind of like destroys their manhood, and they're offended by it. And some men completely snap. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not even saying that there's something to do in this society, but biblically, I can understand why they do it. But some men just snap and be like, "Yo, how the hell you allow me to fall in love with you, and you don't even tell me that you a dude?" You know what I'm saying? So this is why, or you allow me to get sexual with you, and you don't tell me you a dude. It's deception. It's like a woman. It's like a woman. She don't know that this man she's falling in love with has a wife already. Now we we as Israelites, we believe in polygyny, but we don't believe in deception, right? So if a woman is falling in love with a man and he doesn't tell this woman that he already has a wife and children, that woman is going to be offended and probably even go crazy her damn self. So imagine a man falling in love with a woman, but he finds out that woman is a man. That's why they end up murdered. It's not because of anybody making them feel ashamed. It's because of the deception. You understand?
Facts. Yeah. On top of it, they're being murdered, and they're acting as if women, again, cis women, aren't being murdered. Like, you want to be a woman? Welcome to being a woman. You know, being a woman is not easy.
Salakia, I don't think sisters should even use that term. Don't even go with that. To be honest with you, I think y'all should just call
Yeah.
yourself.
Say
Yeah,
real woman. Say
Absolutely.
real. Don't say sis.
yeah. Don't say sis. Stay away from those terms.
Absolutely. And my last point was that, back in the day, being a homosexual or considering yourself homosexual, that was a mental illness. And so, they decided to take it off the books. It's not a mental illness. But as we watch the progression of being gay, and now it's trans, and now it's all these different terms, it is an illness. It still should be classified as an illness because it's just getting worse. And I am my mic.
Khan says great points. The water for you guys coming up to add to the topic and the conversation. If you in the audience, you want to add to the build, raise your hand, come up to the stage, just stay in order. Even if you disagree with the conversation, the title, just stay in order and we'll definitely build with you. This is your kosher breakfast, Crown of Thorns, an affiliate of HOY, House of Israel Congregation. The title of today's room, Trans Community Oppressing Women, right? Is the trans community oppressing women? If you think they not, raise your hand, come up to the stage, and we can definitely build. We're going to continue with the queue just to keep things going. I think it looks like we skipped a couple of people. Hey, Joshua, you there? Did you want to add to the topic in the build? And then Shalom King. Joshua, you there?
Sha- Shalom. Yeah, I'm here. I was letting this talk. Um, yeah, I was gonna speak on the whole school situation because I seen a bunch of videos of these teachers coming out crying and saying, "How am I supposed to teach my students if they come up to me with these specific questions?" It mainly referred to Florida since they passed that bill. It's like then you have no place to even try to parent those kids. Like that belongs to the parent to discuss any of those topics. Like it's solely up to the parent. There's no reason why you should be crying saying that you might as well throw your degree or your certificate away for being a teacher just because you can't talk to kids about the sexual orientation, man. There's a bunch of crazy stuff that's been coming to light these days. And yeah, it is a mental illness. No matter what anybody says, it's a mental illness. It's strongly linked with depression and anxiety that follows with it, and that's usually prior to these people even coming out trying to say that they're trans. It's a mental illness, man. They're just not okay mentally. Period.
Yeah, I wish some teachers here want to talk to my son about sex, man. You know what kind of molestation and all kinds of wicked sex act will happen from that, right? All you need is just a perverted teacher, a teacher that just is just evil, and they get into certain topics. And I mean, even with now that they don't even have that law implemented, you still have these teachers dealing with the students, man. Right? So imagine if it's in there and they sitting in the room alone with that teacher talking about sex and stuff. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just madness, man.
they see, and they take advantage. There's a lot of teachers out there that have groomed little girls to when they were older. Eventually, they would come to that teacher later on in their life. And yeah, I just feel like a lot of this stuff leads to just more pedophiles, more pedophilia acts. Yeah, none of it's okay, man.
Right. All praises to Wally, brother Joshua. After Zuwan, did you Mike? Did you wanted to add something real quick?
Con.
Uh,
If anyone has a keen eye we can see that the Edomites have literally opened up the floodgates to destroy male masculinity. They want to demoralize us with this transgender movement, you know. Then now that they know we see this, we have to gird ourselves to prepare for a more intense attack. They're not gonna stop.
Khan, that's a great point, Ak. Definitely a great point. We're gonna move on to the queue. Amafia. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing your name right. Welcome to the stage. You see the topic. You hear the build. What you got to add to the conversation, King? Shalom. Amafia, you there? Omar. All right, we're gonna we're gonna move on, Sister Bernard. Oh, hold
Slovakia,
on.
Slovakia, Slovakia. I just knew I
Not
was
good.
on Slovakia. Kala Rabina Yaba Shimon Shabakata. Brakata Mashina Shabakata.
Yeah, but she mentioned about that.
Hey, Shalom, brethren. The sister who just came on the short order ago, right? If you really not dissect it, but understand what she just finished saying is not and how she sounded, it's not a really concern, a real concern for sisters. Sisters are not observing to see the fact that they're going to be removed and replaced. When you look at Michael, the mean Wade situation, and when you look at, I have a strong accent from the Bahamas, so excuse me. When you look at the mean Wade, Magic Johnson situation, now they sons became women. That's their job. That's what they're going to do with these sisters. These sisters are going to be replaced, and they have no concern of what's happening. While men on the corners and the highways and the byways, sisters are on Facebook, social media complaining about how to be treated in polygamy. They're not even worrying about how they're going to be replaced. They don't take in consideration
Right,
what Babylon is doing, what America is doing, what the whole world is against them. First they started with the men, they already feminized the men. So now they're going to take away the woman. And our black women, but they still find a way to objectify us or to ridicule us or point their fingers and belittle us and say, and they already don't respect us as being men alone. Not every woman. You know what I mean? I'm not speaking for every sister. But there's a lot. The sisters are ignoring the fact or oblivious to what's happening or what's about to happen to them. What's going to be this transition? What's happening? That same hairstylist who paints your nails and who does your hair, he's going to remove. He's going to replace you. And not me, not us who love women, right? But those effeminate men and those sisters who are going to those stylists and those who take care of themselves, an old child, true boo boo. Those dudes are going to replace you. They're watching you just like another brother just said just now. They're watching this. They're watching the way they twerk. They're watching the way they move. They're watching the way they talk. And they're going to try to do better. You know what I'm saying? Than the average sister. Which in some sick, weak, and feminine brothers is going to fall for it because there's a lot of undercover brothers out here. You know what I'm saying? Salakia. But the agenda and the movement is going to be against them. And they are oblivious. Oblivious. And they accept them. This whole gay movement is really, really, if you think about it, the black woman sits there and engages and likes. They find them funny, hilarious. They don't check them. They don't chastise them. Oh, he's gay. He's nothing. He doesn't want me. He doesn't want nothing to do with me. Yeah, because he's going to replace you. He's going to replace you. And not with us, but who's standing up for righteousness, but for those weak, feminine men and the people who don't care. This movement is going to saturate, eliminate the black woman. And they already did the black, they already trying to do the black man. Thank God for Yahweh Bashimi Asher that that we standing up for righteousness and we trying to keep the law and we trying to warn sisters and brothers them what's happening. But Jake, man, Jake is confounded and lost, man. That's all you gotta say. I'm a fall back and finish this in it.
hey, Amaf, you know what's crazy, man? This is how crafty these devils are, right? Remember, the first agenda was to remove the man out of the house, right? Because the Israelite order is so important, right? They understood that it won't be something that will happen right away. It will take time, right? For them to get to this point of where they are, right? You guys got to understand what you're dealing with, man. The first step what they did, they took the men out. So they took the covering out of the home, right? Now they offer our sisters gifts and tell them that, listen, you can do it by yourself, right? They give them all kinds of promotions and give them gifts, right? And the sisters think that, oh, America loves me, right? Then coming up to time, up to now, then you got primarily a lot of the homes, a lot of the children and these young men were raised by single women. So they knew that taking away the head, now you got just a woman there and the child. Now we can push our agendas in the school and stuff because there's no men to refute that. Because a lot of times when they bring certain things, if let's say your child is in a public school and your teacher is, offering certain things, and the men, we can see right through all that stuff, and we shut all that down. And they know that they can't push those agenda with the men in the house, right? That's how much they weaken our nation. Now, what are we doing now? Now we okay with our sons being sodomized, right? They've got to the point where it's on autopilot now. And like you said, it is really to overthrow the woman. And now they're attacking the women directly now. Now they're not your friends anymore. Now they can care less about you at this point, right? But back in the late 60s, 70s, and 80s, they were loving you, giving you gifts, telling how you could do things on your own, how you don't need your man, how you should, separate from your head, right? They promoted single family homes, and our sisters fell for it. And look at where we are now in these last days, right? So these are things we got to pay attention to. And this is why we got to take things back to the days of old, how things used to be, right? But all praises to the Most High for our sisters that are seeing this. They see right through this, because a lot of our sisters that are in this walk, they see right through the evil that this nation is bringing upon our people. All right. So, but we're gonna keep Shaw Paul, were you gonna say something, King? Slack it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna land me back on what brothers already saying that a lot of our sisters don't understand the severity of the situation, right? Us as men, uh, we see war strategies. You know what I'm saying? Because we deal with battle. A lot of our sisters deal with more emotions than logic, but we see the agenda. Uh, we see the agenda going on. We see the strategy. We seen how they used our own sisters against us. And now, like you said, that movement was all about, you know, let love be love, and the sisters being emotional, they was part of that movement. Like, yeah, just let the homosexual men be, let love be love, and the whole time the agenda was to replace you. You know what I'm saying? It was like that saying Esau got, keep your friends close, your enemies closer. They didn't even realize that their closest enemy was their best friend, the homosexual man, who was copying her every move, getting funded from Esau. Though let's not forget George Soros be funding all these homosexual movements. Amalek, right? They get the funding from Esau. They get the money. They get the opportunities. Now they're getting your jobs, and they're trying to steal your man. All these women on Instagram that's perverting themselves. And let me get one scripture, Daniel. Let me get Revelations 17:5. All these women on Instagram, right? That's twerking and showing off their rear end and just over sexualizing themselves, especially our black women that's over sexualizing themselves. You got to understand that these trannies, they're learning. They're learning how to make their makeup look just like you when you put too much makeup on and eyelashes. They're hoping that you keep on doing that because a tranny don't got no natural beauty. That dude look like a dude. But when you women put over makeup on yourselves, and then you go to the Dominican Republic and get the BBLs, get the Brazilian butt lifts, and then you get the fake booties and the fake breasts, and it's the same thing these trannies are doing now. So now, when a dude is in the club and he has 3 shots of Hennessy in him, it's hard for him to tell with the lights off the difference between a dude and a woman, because this dude then went off and got all the surgeries that you women be getting. He went off and learned how to do the makeup. Now he's doing your makeup too, right? He's doing your makeup and he's doing your hairstyles, and he's making himself look just like you. And his agenda is to replace you. Let me get that Revelations 17:5.
This is Revelations chapter 17 and verse 5. And upon her forehead was a name written, Mystery, Babylon the Great, the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth.
And this is the mother of harlots and abominations of the earth, man. We know that homosexuality and transgenderism, according to the Bible, is an abomination. So this is the home of it. This is the home of turning your women into harlots and turning your boys into harlots too. Turning them into filthy abominations that's gonna eventually oppress your women, right? And like the brother was saying, these effeminate dudes like Malik Yoba, that dude that used to be part of New York Undercover. I used to like see me Malik Yoba in that show New York Undercover, if y'all know what I'm talking about. And I used to
Yeah,
think he was like a pillar of masculinity,
me too, man. Me too, bro. I swear.
right? I used to think he was a pillar of masculinity. He was a aggressive black man. He used to wear the badge and a gun and kept order in the neighborhood. Now on TV, he was playing the you know exemplified male black masculinity, but now he coming out and saying that, oh, he's stepping up by getting a transgender woman. He said that's a step up. You understand? That's what they got him saying on the Breakfast Club, because that Breakfast Club ain't kosher breakfast. But when you're dealing with dudes in the truth, we don't think like that. But these weak, effeminate men in the world, they don't care no more. As long as that thing look like a woman and it got a hole for him to stick his thing in, he don't care no more, y'all. And y'all women got to see the agenda and realize that you are really being attacked, and they're definitely trying to replace y'all. They want to eventually put embryos and ovaries in these dudes so they can have babies somehow, or clone babies. They're trying to actually eliminate y'all, and I'm gonna yield on that.
Con. All praises, all praises. Let's go right back to the queue, keep things moving. Again, if you have anything to add to the topic of the build, raise your hand, come up to the stage, and be part of the conversation. If you have a friend that you think might be opposing to the topic or the actual conversation, just go ahead and ping them to the room, and let's build. All right, Sister Banat, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the build. What do you got to add to it? The floor is yours, sis.
Okay, Shalom family.
Shalom, sis.
Um, Looking to let me back off of what Elder was saying about the deception. I remember when Brother Joel said that that's like rape. You know what I'm saying? For you to believe that you're being with a woman, and in all actuality, especially if you're a spiritual being. You know, you've got me going against my father. Even, some Christians or whatever that may adhere to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? And here it is. The gay men always like to hang around really pretty women. And it's like they're trying to mimic. They want to learn every single way, everything that they do to even pull these men, and they're just copycatting. And like you say, yes, I really honestly believe that they're trying to replace us. When we first came over here, and they say it as a punishment, butt breaking. So they've been like, it's like probably was one of the agendas from the very beginning, because they wanted our men from the very beginning. These these transgenders are very violent towards the women. They stay picking with us, and I would never call myself a cisgender woman. And they get very angry when I be like, I'm a real woman. Well, what's a real woman? What God chose to be a woman. It's like, how can you get offended because I'm proud of who I am and you're not? You know?
Yeah, con, sis, con. That's a fact. That's a fact. Yeah, they really getting really aggressive with it now. This is how I can see the prophecy of Isaiah 4:1 coming to pass. I mean, it's just ridiculous the destruction that they've done to our people, man. Right? Like I said, when I was going through TikTok, I literally it was very hard for me to find a straight guy on there just talking. right? It was either they were either gay, transgender, or they were very effeminized, right? And that's a problem. And our sisters are not seeing this, man, right? Our daughters are not going to have anybody to marry, right? This is why we need to gather together. We need to come together because guess what? If I raise my son in the truth, I have another brother that has a daughter and they grow up. I don't have to worry about my son trying to deal with the women of this world, right? We've built that rapport. I know her father. I know her family, her mother. They know my family. They know how we move, right? It's easier for us to marry our children to each other, right? And we can keep that legacy, that righteousness going. You understand? This is why we have to gather together. We got to come back together as a nation and separate ourselves from this wicked kingdom. There's a lot of evil going on, man, that a lot of our people are not paying attention to. But with that, I'm going to yield. We're going to go right back to the queue. All right. Yawanaton, man, I butchered your name, man. Posalakia, welcome to the stage. Um, Yawanaton, this is your
Brother,
kosher
brother
breakfast. You see the
Yowana,
topic?
son. Brother
Yeah,
Huh?
Jonathan. No,
Yowana,
it's all
son.
good.
Yawanaton, Yawanaton.
It's all good, Ak. It's all good. Shalom, shalom, everyone.
Khan, Shalom. Go ahead, King. You got it.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify what some of the sisters were bringing out in terms of cisgender. And the reason why this is kind of important is because if you're unfamiliar with the term, right? So when you see it, when you come across it, you can understand what it is that they're trying to say. When they say cisgender, they're saying it's CIS, right? It's a prefix, right? Just as transgender is. So it's actually the exact opposite of the two. So, or the two of them are opposites. So they use that to kind of create a term for the natural gender because the goal is to change the perception of what a man and a woman is, right? Because they can't, transgender, they have to say transgender for now, right? But when people think of a man or they think of a woman, they think of male, they think of female, there's a natural understanding of what that is. So their goal is to bend that. They need to stretch that first and have society see it in a different lens. And then now it's no longer just man or woman. It's okay, you're cisgender, you're cis male, you're cis female, right? I'm trans male, I'm trans female, whatever it is. So that way people can accept it a bit easier. They need to ease people into it. And that's where that gender fluidity comes from, right? That's where they try to make people feel like you're not 100% a man at this point. I'm 50% man like today and 50% woman, and then tomorrow I'll kind of be 20% woman, 80% male. You know, it's to make things wishy-washy. You know, it's to make things flexible. It's making things flexible that should be inflexible, right? So that's why it's so adversarial. That's why it's militaristic. That's why it's aggressive because they're attacking very stable, established conventions of people, right? Of social structures and everything that the Most High had created. So they need to attack it in that fashion. So if you ever see it, it's CIS, or sometimes they use Citra, right? It's just it's a Latin prefix which means on the same side of, meaning that what you were born as is your gender. That's what you identify as, right? I'm born a male. I identify as a male, so I would be a cis male. But I agree with the brothers. Don't try to use these terms outside of that conversation because then you're breathing life into um a a
They're
social.
witchcraft. They bring
Yeah,
life into
exactly.
witchcraft. Because the Salakia King, that's all that sounds like to me. It sounds like them trying to use words to reform your reality and shape your reality into something
um,
else, right? So that's a form of witchcraft.
Right.
That's exactly
Sorcery.
what that is. Sorcery. That's sorcery right there. So yeah, y'all don't use them terms. Let's continue using normal men, normal women, real women. Like let's not form into that witchcraft.
exactly, and it's a way to reshape your mind. Exactly. So we need to really be careful about that and understand why language is the way it is, why it's established the way it is. So we can preserve the things that need to be preserved. You know. So but with that, I yield. I thank you, brothers, for letting me talk on the stage. You guys can drop me down after this because I'm just here to listen in on the chaos that'll that'll ensue if anyone shows up. So the water for that, Kings.
I am the bar. Daniel, if you're on stage,
Con,
bring out Sirach chapter 12, verse 10 through 12, and the emphasis being on verse 12. Baruch.
chapter one more time. I said 10.
Sirach chapter 12, verse 10 through 12, and
Con,
the point being on verse 12.
con. This is Sirach chapter 12, verse 10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusteth, so is his wickedness. Though he humble himself and go crouching, yet take good heed and beware of him, and thou shalt be unto him as if thou hadst wiped a looking glass. And thou shalt know that his rust hath not been altogether wiped away. Set him not by thee, lest, when he hath overthrown thee, he stand up in thy place. Neither let him sit at thy right hand, lest he seek to take thy seat, and thou at the last remember my words, and be pricked therewith.
Khan, that's a perfect description of this demoralization agenda the Edomites have been attacking our people with over a brief passage of time. You know, and what have our sisters done? At least the majority of them, about 2/3 of them. You know, they kindly accepted their movement while in the background they were being deceived. First, they took the men out of the house. They feel as though that mission to destroy the household by removing the man has been accomplished. And now they're yanking that carpet of liberty and amenity right from under their feet. But most high willing, the 1/3 of our women are seeing right through this. You know, as was described in Sirach verse 11. Though he humble himself and go crouching, it'll be as though you wipe the looking glass and see that his wickedness has not altogether been wiped away. That's the sisters and brothers who actually see what's going on. We see the agenda. But he also warns us in verse 12 to take good heed, you know, to keep your eyes open and don't get too close to them. As in their term, keep your enemies closer, but we don't want them close to us at all. And with that I yield.
Khan. Salakia. Just want to touch on the point what Shao Paul was bringing up, that this is pure witchcraft, right? This is sorcery at its best, man. But we understand that as long as we're keeping the laws of God, right, we live in a certain type of lifestyle, none of this will come anywhere near us, right? It's just crazy how our people just fall for this stuff so easily. But a lot of it is because, again, we're not keeping any laws. But above your head, you get PTR. I actually put the terminology surrounding the gender identity and expressions. You know, this is just madness, the terms they have. It's ridiculous, right? Just so many terms you got to deal with, and a lot of and just to go back to what the brothers were bringing up earlier, is to cause that confusion of your reality. And yes, that is a form of sorcery and witchcraft, right? But go to let's get a scripture real quick. Let's go to Numbers 23 and 23. I'm going to link it with Wisdom of Solomon real quick. All right.
Uh,
This is an agenda that they're pushing. They want to keep our people destroyed. All right. Numbers 22 and 23. We're going to link it up with a couple of scriptures and we're going to go right back to the queue. All right.
this is
Because we want to make sure we add scriptures as we go. But go ahead, King.
Salakia, my bad. This is Numbers chapter 23, verse 23. Surely there is no enchantment against Jacob, neither is there any divination against Israel. According to this time it shall be said of Jacob and of Israel, what hath God wrought?
Right. It says, surely there is no enchantment against Jacob, right? Neither is there any divination against Israel, right? If you keep in the laws of God, if you're aware of what's going on, right? First Peter 5:8, right? Be sober, be vigilant, right? Because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, walking about seeking who they might devour, right? So they're paying attention to what you're doing, right? So if you're not paying attention to what's going on, they will get you all confused. This is why we brought up, you said, sisters, don't fall into that term, all right? Because once you do that, you're falling into that enchantment and you're encouraging it and adding fuel to that fire, right? We're aware of what the damn devil is doing, right? Go to Second Corinthians real quick, 2:11. Second Corinthians 2:11. Then we're gonna go to Wisdom of Solomon. All right.
Uh,
This is madness, man. All right. We
this
can't
is
fall for the deception. But bring it out.
this is 2 Corinthians chapter 2 and verse 11. Lest Satan should get an advantage of us, for we are not ignorant of his devices.
Right. We're not ignorant of their devices, man. Right. The terms that they're using, that's one of their devices. And brothers are bringing it out is just to cause confusion and to cause us to be okay with that term. Right? This is why they're attacking the sisters now, because what? They're looking at it like you're the only thing that is in their way now for them to turn the whole world to sodomy, man. Right? They want it to be okay that you can date a trans man, sleep with a trans man, leave with a trans man, marry them. All right? Because that's going to be the next law that they pass. Right? They already passed the gay law and all that, that they can get married. Now it's going to be specific to trans women. Right? This is pure wickedness and witchcraft we're dealing with. All right, go to Wisdom of Solomon, the 6th chapter and the 18th verse. All right, after this, we're going to yield and go back to the queue. Israel, make sure you're taking notes. Also, copy the links that we put in above, the articles and all the information that we put up there. And you can review that at a later time. All right, Wisdom of Solomon 6 and 18.
God. This is Wisdom of Solomon chapter 6 and verse 18. And love is the keeping of her laws, and the giving heed unto her laws is the assurance of incorruption.
Is a what?
Is the assurance of incorruption.
Right, is the assurance of incorruption. Right? Again, this is going back to what we're talking about. Keeping ourselves separated, right? Holy, set apart, right? How do we do that? Keeping God's laws, separating ourselves from this wicked society, right? Read on, verse 19.
God. Verse 19. And incorruption maketh us near unto God.
What does he do?
Maketh us near unto God.
Make it us near unto God. That's the end goal, right? We want to be the godly. We want to stick with the Most High God. We don't want to have anything to do with the society, right? 5 months from now, I guarantee you things are going to change. Things are really changing fast. Evil are coming on this world quicker. We can see it. But with that, I'm going to yield. We're going to go right back to the queue. Thank everybody for adding to the conversation. This is a great build. Furious, you're next on the queue. You see the topic. You hear the build. What you got to add? Floor is yours.
Hey, Shalom, family. I love the bill.
Shalom.
So yeah, I want to know where are all the feminists? Cause the feminists always say that they have women's best interests, but when it comes to sports, you got some transgenders that's playing sports now, and they and of course it's unfair because a man's body is built different from a woman's body. So that's my first question. Where are all these feminists at that's supposed to be having women's best interests at heart? Because that's unfair. Some man can put on the wig and then say I'm somebody different, and now I can play track now. or swimming or something. So I want to know, where are the feminists? Where are these women groups at? Because right now, biological women are being oppressed. They suing the Biden administration. They suing some of the athletic departments around America. And like you said, man, this stuff is wicked, man. I got a 9 year old daughter, man, and I gotta tell her about I be telling her about the Most High, and and how he feels about all this alphabet stuff, bro. I keep it 100 with her. You feel me? And I just want to say something. I'm not gonna be long with it. I find it funny that now I'm a cishet person, and a sister would be a cisgender, but a transgender person is now just a transgender man is a woman now. That's what they want us to believe. So how is my rights being impeded now? How is me accepting you now? I'm no longer a biological man. Now I'm a cis het. I'm no longer a man. So they trying to replace us too, not just the woman. And that's all I want to say, man. I appreciate the mic, man. Uh,
I'll
Love the
say
bill.
this, and
Sister Zimmy,
oh,
one second,
sure,
Sister Zimmy.
sure.
We're going through a queue. We'll be right with you, okay? Yeah, you see, Brother Furious, this is why we are needed more than ever in the lives of our families' lives, right? Our children, our daughters, our sons, all right? Because now that we can see that the agenda is heavy, this is why we gotta um, be in haste to change our lives and live a certain type of lifestyle so we can be that righteous head for our family and lead them in righteousness. But great point, great point. Where are they now? Right? You don't hear from them anymore. This is madness. But we're gonna go right back to the queue just to keep things going.
So, Ari,
Cody
I
Rump.
have a meeting at 9:30, so I could come back in an hour, or can I make my comment now since he was asking about
I'll
the
be quick. I'll
feminists?
be quick, sis, because I got to run as well.
Okay.
All right. I wanted to say the feminists, they're part of the problem. One. Two, I want us to take a step back and look at this from the 100-foot view. Uh, the Bible says we wrestle not against flesh and blood. Can somebody read Daniel 11:33 to 37 for me, please?
Uh,
And then two more scriptures, sis, short ones, and then I'll be done.
like you said, Daniel 33.
Daniel 11:33 to 37.
33. So like,
No worries.
this is Daniel chapter 11, verse 33. And they that understand among the people shall instruct many, yet they shall fall by the sword, and by flame, by captivity, and by spoil many days. Now when they shall fall, they shall be hoping with a little help, but many shall cleave to them with flatteries. And some of them of understanding shall fall, to try them, and to purge, and to make them white, even to the time of the end, because it is yet for a time appointed. And the king shall do according to his will, and he shall exalt himself, and magnify himself above every god, and shall speak marvelous things against the God of gods, and shall prosper till the indignation be accomplished. For that is detriment shall be done. Neither shall he regard the God of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor
Pause.
regard.
Pause. Uh, I believe this is alluding to the Antichrist. If you guys want to look deep into this, I believe Daniel was talking about the Antichrist here. He shall not regard the God of his fathers, set himself up like a king, and he shall not desire a woman. Yeah, go ahead.
One second, one second. Um, yeah, 1 second. So do you believe the Antichrist is one man, one person that is going to come and declare himself as that? Cody, you there, King?
Oh, sorry, I had my mic on. I said I believe that, but I could be wrong. But let him keep reading, and we'll expound on it. Just real quick, sis, you're gonna be. I'm gonna be out here in less than a minute and a half.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
gonna leave in like 3 minutes.
yeah, Cody. One second. We're gonna hold up on that. Okay, 1 second. And I'll let you finish expounding. Okay. But yeah, we
Sure.
don't teach it here. Okay, but just 1 second. Um, and we
Well,
can I can we
well,
can get. But yeah,
we don't have to go with that understanding. But let's just finish the read, and then we can let the sister jump in if you don't mind.
all right. Go ahead and finish your point. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay, come. Verse 37. Neither shall he regard the God of his fathers, nor the desire of women, nor regard any God, for he shall magnify himself above all.
And then Revelation 12:9. That's and then Revelation 12:17, and that's it.
This is Revelation chapter 12, verse 9.
Yeah.
And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent, called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him.
Just and then 12:17. Yeah.
And the dragon was wroth with the woman, and went to make war with the remnant of her seed, which keep the commandments of God, and have the testimony of Yahushua Hamashiach.
The only point I was trying to make was that uh, I my belief is that there is the spirit of the Antichrist, and the spirit of the Antichrist is here, and he's not a lover of woman. We read that in Daniel, and he waged war against the whole world, and he waged war against the females, and that might be my limited interpretation, my limited understanding, but that's what I see in the text. So you guys might not agree, but that's all I had to say. You can go ahead, sis. Oh, you go ahead. You got it, boss man, moderator.
Nah, you okay? You good? Okay, Sister Zimmy. Hopefully Choni and Joshua. Hopefully you don't mind. You let the sister go real quick, 'cause she has a meeting to be at. So, Sister Zimmy, go ahead. The floor is yours. What do you got to add?
Yeah, I mean, I came in the room and somebody was asking where the feminists, and so I said, "Well, we're here." And what I wanted to say was, I don't understand why the caring about women and cis women who play sports only selectively happens when trans women start playing a sport. Y'all aren't around whenever the women in the WNBA are asking for more compensation. I mean, we're seeing right now what's happening with Brittany Griner, who is currently incarcerated in Russia because she has to play overseas in order to earn more money because the WNBA players aren't getting paid. They're just due. I don't see anybody out there on the picket fence. You know, when the women's soccer team had to sue to be, paid equitably, I don't recall there being a ton of rooms about it. So it's interesting to me that people who have zero investment in girls and women's sports at any other time in the year or any other day all of a sudden are all up in arms when trans women are playing sports with cis women. So that's one. The second thing is there are a lot of cis women who do not care about whether or not trans women are playing sports. We welcome it, right? Like we live in a society where sports are separated by gender. If you want to have a conversation about whether or not that should be or if sports should happen by ability, that's one thing. But if we're already deciding that we're going to separate sports teams by gender, then of course trans women would be playing sports because they're with women, with cis women because they're women, right? So to me, it's the selective outrage from people who don't care about girls and women's sports at any other point, all of a sudden now acting like you're trying to protect cis women from trans women. We don't need protection from our sisters, right? Like they're in this with us, and obviously they're going to be playing on girls and women's sports teams because they're girls and women. I don't think it's that hard to comprehend.
I find it
Zimmy.
interesting. I find it interesting, Zimmy, that you never addressed. that you never address any solution to the problem that is out here, and there are
That's
a good
crazy.
number. Hold on, hold on. Let me be quick. And there are a good number of biological women who feel very slighted that a transgender boy can play their sport, and ignoring that it or attacking what I might say is not going to uh, make those people disappear. They exist. They exist. Zimmy,
Yeah,
right?
but there's no
So
there's
Would
like,
you
no
agree?
trans boys playing women's girl sports. They're trans and cis girls playing girl
Let me.
sports. And also there's no such thing as a biological
Are
woman.
you into
There's
sports or
cis women
do
and
you
trans women.
Simi,
Sorry?
Do you play sports?
Yeah, I used to play volleyball.
You used to, right? But are you right now playing sports currently?
No, because I'm 33 and I'm not a professional athlete, which is the only
Well,
way I would still be playing sports.
but there are women that are currently playing these sports that are complaining. I mean, I know you probably have your agenda going on, but people that are actually playing these sports or in these line of fields, they are complaining that these men are coming over to their sports. And now you talking about women being slighted and paid, but they're knocking women out of their sport completely. Like
Who?
there are
Name a sport that
there-
women have been knocked, cis women have been knocked out of by trans women. Just
the
name the sport.
weightlifting,
Swimming,
the
swimming,
the weightlifting of this past Olympics. A lot of women didn't make it
right?
because of the
So
trans women.
who won? Who won the weightlifting competition at the Olympics? Was it a cis woman or a trans woman?
I'm talking about the women that couldn't even compete because of
Who came in second place? Was it a cis woman or a trans woman? Right.
you're
Since
not
I mean, it's an
you're not addressing what I'm saying. There's a women that didn't even make the competition because a trans woman took their
what
place.
woman? What woman? I want to read their story. So what woman?
I'll bring it up for you right now.
Okay.
it's a lot.
I actually did a video on this. I actually did a video on on the
Well, anyway, I
transgender
have to go to my meeting. I'll be
hypocrisy.
back in a couple minutes, in about 30 minutes, an hour, but I'll be back.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's
I got some questions for you, being a Nigerian, and I want to see if your family is okay with this. I got a lot of questions for that sister. Hopefully she come back. This is madness and confusion.
that's bad.
Salakia.
I'm ashamed she's from Nigeria, man.
I'm ashamed she's a woman.
I second that.
Salakia. This is crazy. It's not hard to understand that women are missing out on a place in a competition because there is a trans woman, quote unquote, that is taking their spot. So if there's only 5 spots open to join this competition, there's women that could be having that spot but can't because there's trans women in there. It's that simple. It's not that difficult to understand. This is ridiculous, man. It's just them finding excuses to justify the nonsense. This is ridiculous, man. I can't believe this. And then for a feminist, she's a feminist to not stand up for her feminine women, her women over trans women makes no sense.
Slovakia.
Salakia.
So I don't know if y'all missed it, but she did say there is no such thing as a biological woman. She
Right.
said
She
there's
said that.
only cis woman and transgender woman.
She said a
Yeah.
transgender is a woman. That's what she said. That came out of her mouth, right?
As soon
This
as I
is
heard that, it was done.
this is madness, man. Yeah, Leah Thomas, that was the one, the first trans woman to win the NCAA swimming championship, right? Then you got there's a whole bunch of article that we can get into with this, man. That fool just said that a transgender woman is a woman. Madness, man.
Salakia.
There was no logic applied to anything that she said. It was basically an emotional rant. Where was the logic in anything she said?
Go
We
ahead.
gotta stop giving into
One
this
second,
LGBT
Terrence. One
terminology.
second, Terrence. 1 second. Sister Burnett, you had something to add real quick? Go ahead.
Hmm. And she speaks for herself when she says we don't need protection. Because that is so very untrue. I wonder if she was really actually a biological woman because that's nonsense, like it's not how can you not think that there's a problem with cisgender, so-called cisgender women and transgender women competing against one another, even in sports, boxing, for instance. You know what I'm saying? To break a female's jaw, because at the end of the day, no matter how much you want to think as a feminist that you can do whatever a man can do, you're not as strong as a man. At the end of the day, they have certain qualities that we don't, just like we have qualities that they don't. And this should not be, that just irritated me so bad. And I pray that I'm on the stage when she comes back. I yield.
And she said, I have nothing invested, or in general, we have nothing invested. I have a 9-year-old daughter. I have everything invested. I know my daughter gonna be athletic and want to play some sports or something. So if she playing against a transgender, yes, I am going to be affected. My daughter going to be affected because a little boy is going to dust her on the track. Can I comment real quick?
Yeah, Terrence, we got a queue going, okay?
All right.
If you don't mind,
Okay.
we're gonna run through it quick, okay, Terrence? I got you. We do want you to speak.
Appreciate you.
Yeah, I got you. Brother Choni, what's going on? You see the topic, you hear the bill, what you got to add?
All praise to you. How about Shem Shot? I don't know if y'all gonna be able
Okay.
to hear me because I'm in Babylon's kingdom. But what that sister just said, she contradicted herself because she keeps saying they. She never says, you know, transgender or women. She's using them as they. But anyway, my point was to something completely different. To my sisters, pay attention to who they're allowing to actually, make jokes and make fun of the transgender community. It's typically only white people that can make jokes about transgender and not be ridiculed, not be, just really held accountable for it. And if you look at my rib was showing me yesterday, um, that show with Nick Cannon. Can you guys hear me?
Well, while out,
While out, they had the transgender brother up there cracking jokes in the last portion of the show where they do like back and forth freestyle. But he had made some rude comments, but they had a white girl going up against him, and she said things like, "Well, I got a vagina and you don't," and no one went. I mean, they laughed and joked, but it wasn't offensive. But had that been a sister or a brother, you might have been prosecuted. And so I say to my sisters, be careful because they're going to be trying to prosecute y'all. Revelations 2 and 10. Y'all going to be thrown into prisons as well. That wasn't just for men. They're going to be turning the agenda against y'all. And then before you know it, y'all going to be locked up. Just by saying that you're a woman. So I yield because I can't really, I'm losing signal, but I yield to that.
Khan, that's a great point. That's a great point. And hopefully, I see her in the audience. I know she said she's in her meeting. Hopefully, she can come back to the stage, and we can continue that conversation because I do have a couple of questions. But let's keep going to the queue, get things moving. Hey, brother Joshua, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the bill. What you got to add? Shalom. You there, brother Joshua? We can't hear you. You on mic, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, brother Joshua, what's going on? We can't hear you, King. You might want to leave the room and come back.
Yeah, drop off and come back. Okay. We're gonna keep things moving. Hey, Yaakov, welcome to the stage. Shalom. Yabashim Yashabrakatah. You see the topic, you hear the bill. What you got to add to it, King?
Can I be heard now?
Oh, I hear you now. Okay, go ahead, Joshua. Go ahead. You got it.
Con. I just want to say, first off, shalom. But I just want to, I want to say I definitely agree with the topic that trans women, or just that community, do oppress women. I definitely agree with it, especially like when you just go to sports. Just dealing with sports is just plain. Not only that, I would say that the agenda isn't just against women, but it's also against men, and I'm talking about in our communities as well.
because it's like you'll see it. They promote the LGBT so strong, and you get brothers that no longer want women, but now you got them wanting these trans men, or excuse me, whatever they call themselves, men, the cross dressers, right? So you'll get brothers now wanting cross dressers rather than the women, and now you're just weakening the whole community. It was something else I wanted to say, but I kind of lost train of thought I'm trying to drive to, but I guess I'll yield on that.
Shalaki, did y'all see the story of the transgender that was locked up with the women and had got a couple of the inmates pregnant? Did y'all see that in the
Uh,
news not too long
Yeah,
ago?
yeah,
we
yeah,
just we had the
Oh,
article
Khan,
up.
I just came in. I'm sorry, Shalaki, Khan.
yeah. We did actually. We put up an article on that and a video talking about a news video on that. But yeah, that's
Khan.
basically what kind of stemmed the made us create the room. Because of things like that happening and just the agenda that they have in general. But let's go to Brother Terrence just to keep things moving. Hey, Brother Terrence, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the bill. What you got to add to it? Go ahead. The floor is yours. Shalom.
Yeah, to be honest, speaking of what the brother just said, I guess I'm against all trans activity, but that one, if a guy can lie and say he trans and and make his way into an all female prison to mow down everything you see, I can't really argue with that. But uh, it would, for one, this is what I think we have to stop doing, man. We got to stop politically respecting these terms. Like me, naturally, when I started first engaging in these conversations on Clubhouse, I say trans man. You know what I'm saying? Just naturally. All this trans woman, we just catering to these delusions and we using LGBT frame terminology, man, and just over time we gonna really start convincing ourselves. Like I even noticed when some brothers was trying to say trans women, quote unquote, and all that, it just don't fit. You know what I'm saying? So that should just tell you if your mind is having a hard time adjusting to these terms, don't use them. All this cis het and all this crazy. Listen, man, biologically this, non-biologically that. You get what I'm saying? That's the method I choose. But I wonder what Lenny would say if, like, women, like, let's say, I wonder what she would say if let's say a WNBA team, the only way they can win a champion, like if the sports was really blended, and the only way that the women's sports can win a championship is if they had to go against regular, like, heterosexual male or whatever, just men that don't have no transformation, none of that. Just biological men who own up to the bad men. You get what I'm saying? In sports, if a WNBA team, in order to get the championship or to compete with the championship, had to compete against an all male team, you know what I'm saying? Would that be fair? Like, you get what I'm saying? So this whole idea that it's okay for trans men to come into sports and you know do whatever, man. I don't know. It's just weird to me, that she would even say some stuff like that because I don't know. But I would just implore her to think about that. If sports was really blended, I don't think none of these women, and maybe unless it was a thing in game, can just physically compete with male teams. It just don't make sense.
No, that's a fact, yo.
Hold
Because
on,
when
Jonathan. Jonathan, hold on. Terrence, that's a great point. Hold on, real quick. All right. So if you we're gonna come back to your point, Terrence. 1 second. If you in the chat, all right, and you being disrespectful, right? We're going to just block you, all right, and kick you out of the room. If you have something that you want to share with us, if you have an issue with the topic, all right, you need to come up to the stage and bring it out. All right, don't be in the chat harassing people and getting mad and being disrespectful. All right, let's be adults here. All right. So but Jonathan, go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, and like we were saying too about this whole thing, yes, I agree. They are oppressing women because I always tell women, like, yo, they're not your friend. They're actually trying to replace women. That's the whole agenda, is to replace women. just like they did in Greece and Rome back in the day. Because back in like ancient Greece and ancient Rome, they did the same exact thing. Like, for instance, like in Greece, they would kick the women off and send them off to an island called Lesbos, and that's where the women would indulge with each other, and that's where the term lesbian actually comes from the island Lesbos in Greece, because that's the kind of abominations that was happening over there. And also too in Greece, they were also taking little boys and making them into their brides. And the crazy thing is, when we try to have a dialogue with the T community as well, like the other day, like Sister Banath, we were in a room together. We were talking about this stuff where we kick our children out, and like when she was talking about the scriptures and stuff, they were calling her all kinds of names like a pick me and all that stuff. And this is someone who's biologically a dude. Like, come on, yo. Like, and honestly, also too about this whole transgenderism stuff, it's comedy to me at this point. I just laugh at the bullshit now. And as a matter of fact, these people even got my account clipped back in October because I said that transgenderism is a form of mental retardation. And I still stand on that because it's something I don't understand. I don't plan on understanding because to me, it's retarded to me. Like, because when people say stuff like, oh, I was born in the wrong body. I'm like, so you're saying that the Most High God is a retard? Like, come on, and he don't make mistakes.
Con. That's a great point, Jonathan. I mean, this is just straight confusion, man. That's really what it is. But again, we opening the stage to all point of view. All right. So even if you don't agree with the title or the actual topic or the conversation at hand, you can come up and be part of it. Just stay in order. That's all we ask for. All right. If you stay in order, we'll definitely be able to build with you. We're going to continue with the queue. We got quite a bit of people coming onto the stage, which is great. All right. We're going to go to brother. Brother, what's going on? You see the topic. You here to build. What do you got to add to it? And Shalom.
Oh, hey, thank you for allowing me up on the stage, Shalom brothers. I think the
Shalom.
one thing that I will say is this is we have to begin to look at the danger of feminism. Because the one thing about feminism and feminists is that they will always use agendas, they will always use whatever people they need to use to come against men. And so that's the one thing that you have to look and what our black women need to see is that this thing about feminism has never worked for black women. And it will always put the black woman against the black man. And the crazy thing about this whole transgender thing is that you have to begin to look at contact sports. Look up Fallon Fox. She was a transgender UFC fighter, and she cracked a black woman's skull. Cracked her skull. Now, yeah, she did end up getting beat by another woman, but the one thing where I take and draw the line is that you have to begin to look at transgender women in female sports, especially contact sports. And now we talking about weightlifting, and now we talking about, swimming and so forth. Because it wouldn't, I think the thing is that when we talk about women's sports, you also have to take into consideration who is going to see women's sports. I hear what Sister Zimi was saying, but you can't get mad when people don't fill the seats and talk about pay. If nobody wants to see you, you cannot complain about being equal with NBA players. It's people filling them seats. So you got to go wherever that money is. And you can't talk about equality when you don't have the same type of people wanting what you're offering. And so that's the one thing when I say about women's sports. But you need to look at this whole agenda of feminism because not only is it impacting the Christian church, it's affecting communities, it's also affecting even our brothers in the Hebrew Israelite community. So I'm gonna tell you from the door, man, feminists they will use whatever they need to use to weaponize and bring men and women, put them against each other. Because women's spaces will always need protection. And look at what has happened with the transgender woman who got an inmate pregnant in the prison. That alone says something. So I'm gonna land my plane right there, but I'm gonna say thank you.
Hey King, I just threw it up right there. Fallon Fox, transgender MMA fighter who broke the skull of her female opponent. Y'all see it right there. You know what I'm saying? I wonder when we continue on in the queue what our feminists got to say about that. We're moving on in the queue. We got brother. Let me see who's next.
Yeah, Black is next.
All right,
Um,
Black.
yeah. Yeah, just go ahead and mod this, Shalpa.
Con.
Yeah, I just wanted to jump on the stage real quick because I didn't really understand the topic of the room. I don't really understand what the purpose of Hebrew Israelites even bringing this topic up. But ultimately, um, you know, trans lives are important to our community. You know what I'm saying? Trans lives are important to y'all community. Y'all probably got a whole bunch of trans people that y'all don't even know about because y'all are shunning them. You know what
Hey,
I'm
Black,
saying?
one
Like
second. Black,
that's
one
just
second. Black,
it's a thing that's even
Black,
in the Bible. Oh yeah,
Black, one second. All right. I know you're not used to order. I get it. But we don't tolerate anything out of order here. I'll let you speak.
I can't finish.
Yes, hold on. We'll let you speak. Okay. But we don't want you making claims that you cannot prove. All right. Because you just made a statement that there's trends in our community. Can you prove that? Yes or no?
Have you heard of Sodom and Gomorrah?
I just asked you a specific question.
I know, and
Can
I'm
you
asking you in the
prove
Bible,
that
right? Because y'all read the Bible, right?
listen to me. Listen to me very carefully. See, that's one thing. You think you know the Bible, you think you know us. I'm asking you a simple question. Can you prove that there are
Yes.
sodomites and transgender? You can prove that? Okay, go ahead and prove it.
Okay. Can we please open our word? I'll direct you to the scripture.
No, you're not going to use the scripture here because you guys don't believe in the
What,
I
what
Bible.
have the
scripture?
scripture. I
What?
could tell
You,
you.
you don't, you
Go
don't
ahead.
believe in
Let
the
me
Bible.
give you scripture.
What? Let's see what scripture he has. What scripture do
Okay,
you have?
all right, go ahead.
All right, I gotta pull my Bible up. So really quickly, Eric, give me 1 second. Hold on. Trans lives matter. So I didn't know if anybody else wanted to go before I gave Eric the scripture.
I mean, trans lives matter to you, but they don't matter to God, and that's in the Bible. That's in Sodom and Gomorrah because he destroyed the place, right? So,
So you can admit that Sodom and Gomorrah was a real place and that trans people were there, right?
yeah, of course, that's why it was
Okay,
destroyed.
so that means that inevitably y'all got trans people in y'all community. So that's
No,
that right there.
So that's how
Was
you
Sodom
link that
and
logic?
Gomorrah? Hold on. Was Sodom and Gomorrah an Israelite place?
Pow!
Yes, like what are y'all talking about? Are y'all
No, it
serious?
wasn't.
Who was in
No,
Sodom
it
and
wasn't.
Gomorrah? Who went to Sodom and Gomorrah?
Right, it's a Lot is the progenitor of
Who went to Sodom and Gomorrah?
Lot was the progenitor of the Moabites. Lot was in
But
Sodom and Gomorrah.
who
He
went
came
to
out
there?
of
Who
Gomorrah.
went to go get Lot?
Who went to go get Lot? The angels got Lot. You
Okay,
talking
so
about
y'all know
Lot?
that there were Hebrew there were Jews
No,
in Sodom and Gomorrah,
there was
and
no
they
Jews.
were trans. They was doing what they needed to do. They was living their
There was
life. They
no
was having their
Jews.
fun.
There was no Jews in Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot Lot was before the inception of the Jews. Do you know what is a Jew? What is a Jew?
I don't. You tell me. Isn't you a Jew? I don't want to
Listen
declassify
to
you,
this. Listen. See,
misclassify you.
this
Know
is
what I'm
why I
saying?
didn't
I'm
want
not
to
a Jew,
entertain
so I don't want to
Shalpa,
misclassify.
real quick. This is why I didn't want to entertain the conversation because
Area,
these
come on, my
sodomites,
dog. Come on, my brother. Be a brother.
listen to me. These sodomites, they're very quick to run to the Bible and they have no clue what's going on in the scriptures. Right? That's why I didn't want to even entertain that conversation. All
Area,
right.
you know
So
that there are
no,
trans
be
people
quiet,
in
be
Sodom and
quiet.
Gomorrah.
When I'm speaking, you be quiet. You understand me? You're talking to real men now. You understand that? So if you're gonna be on this stage, you gotta stay in order. All right. So go ahead and bring out what you're gonna bring out, and that's it. Then we can get into the conversation or move on. It's that simple.
Yeah, I'm
Don't make a claim you can't prove. All right.
okay. So my point, because I feel like Aries is a bit triggered. I don't know why, because unless you got
Because you're
some
lying
issue
on
with
the
it,
Bible.
I'm confused why Aries is triggered. But my
Because
point
you're
is
lying
very
on the
clear.
Bible.
My point's very clear. There are Jews in Sodom and Gomorrah. Y'all know that.
There was no
And
Jews inside
Sodom
of
and
the Gomorrah.
Gomorrah they
Show
was
me,
doing their
show
thing.
me,
They was
show me,
having their
show
fun,
me,
and
show
there
me
was
the
plenty of
scripture.
trans people there.
What chapter? What chapter is Sodom and Gomorrah in? Genesis chapter what?
I
I
don't
even
have
gave you the
the.
book.
I don't. My Bible is in my phone, and I'm talking to y'all on this
My
app,
my
so I
my
can't do
Bible,
both. You
my
know what I mean?
You can multitask,
you can
okay?
Hey
multitask.
Don't
man,
do
That's
that.
why y'all gotta be like this, man? Let's pull up the scriptures and let's go to it
it's
together.
actually it's actually Genesis chapter 19. Can you show me where there's a Jew in Genesis
Okay,
chapter?
let's go there right now.
Can you show me where there's a Jew in Genesis chapter 19?
Hold on one second. I'm gonna pull it up.
Jacob, the father of the Jews, wasn't even born until Genesis chapter 25.
God.
Fucking idiot.
And how can you say somebody
Crazy.
trans versus being gay, bro? Like,
Con.
Idiots believe in free Again, will. this is what we're dealing with, right? They make claims they can never prove, right? All of it is just to shut you up. That's it. Yeah, with that, he got to fly.
We moving on.
Right. All right. So the next is
The guy,
gorgeous.
the guy, the gorgeous one.
Yeah. Okay. Gorgeous. What's going on? Welcome to the stage. You see the topic. You here to build. What you got to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to send the mods something for the story that you guys are referencing. It's a little misleading. The source that is claiming that her skull was cracked and in the fighter that she was fighting. So I didn't know who I could send that to.
You can send it to me. Send it to me. I'll look at it and I'll put it up. Send it to me. So you have article or something saying that basically that it's misleading, that information was not correct. Is that what you're saying? That
Yes,
didn't happen?
yes, it's actually from PolitiFact. So it's a website known to like measure things that people say and rate whether or not it's true, mostly true, false, etc.
Basically fact checking and stuff. That's what you're saying.
Exactly, exactly.
Okay, go ahead, send it to me. We're very
Oh,
fair
I
here.
already sent it to you, Ari.
Okay, I got you. I'll take a look at it. Was that all you wanted to bring out, or you had something else to add to the topic of the
Yeah,
bill?
the only thing I wanted to say is that there is no agenda, and the second thing I wanted to say is that there are people misgendering uh, cis heterosexual women in the audience. So to me, that would be disrespectful by misgendering people and like
When you say cisgender, you mean natural women, right?
I wouldn't use that terminology, but people who were born,
I
you
mean, I
know.
would. A woman
Wo-
that was born a woman.
women who know they women.
Yeah, that's proper terminology, man. What are you talking about?
But I mean, when you guys be outraged that those women are being misgendered because they're defending the LGBT community,
I mean, of course, like we got people that defend crackheads.
What?
Hey, can
so
I ask you a question real quick?
based on that, LGBT will be in the same lane as a crackhead.
Yeah,
Real quick.
I would
So,
say they have an addiction. I would say they have an addiction that they need to work out with the Most High God.
the only
Okay.
thing you need to specify outside of that, let's just say the term cishet means a woman who thinks she's a woman. Why do that even have to be a thing? The only thing you really need to put a label on is the opposite. It's like, I don't even get it, man. Like
Yeah,
we
it's like
create
saying super
dichotomies.
straight.
Yeah, we create dichotomy. Yeah, I'm just saying, just women that in their mind they know they're women. Actual biologically born female who identifies with being female. You know what I'm saying? Versus that complete opposite trans. I don't know, man. I'm man, I say, but it's just I don't know. I guess what's the opposite? Cis hat, and then you got what? Cis what? I'm
Right.
asking you,
I don't
gorgeous.
think I just you said what now? You said what? I'm
What's the
sorry.
opposite? All right, you got cis hat, and what's the opposite?
It's not really the opposite because I would be a cis gay man, right? I identify with the gender that I was born with, right? But like, it's not like your identity isn't changing because somebody calls you cis. Like
I
this
said it would be
whole
trans
this.
women, right? It's cis het and trans women, right? That's the two distinctions.
No,
Those are
there's
opposites
trans
of each other.
men, there's non-binary people, like it's all kind of people.
That sounds like confusion.
Okay.
I can't lie, brother. That sounds
Con.
like
I mean, I
Let me,
understand.
can I intercede real quick,
We're not
Baba
gonna
Kasha?
agree.
I have something. I have a when this conversation is done, Daniel, if you're still present and you have your sword with you, can you bring out
Con,
Deuteronomy 23 verse 1, Baba Kasha?
con. Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 1. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of Yahweh.
That
I just
clearly
want to
says
elaborate.
that clearly says if you compromise the gender that the Abba has chosen for you, you're not allowed in his congregation. It's that simple. There will be no sex changes. There will be no transgenderism. No form of that. That's what that scripture clearly says.
Can anybody read what Romans 13:9 says though?
let's get that. Let's get Romans 13:9.
All right. Just to let everybody in the queue, we'll be right with you. Please be patient with us. All right. We kind of want to hear everybody out. We want to make sure that we respect that as much as we can. Okay. So be patient with us. We'll be right with you. Okay. We didn't forget the queue. Just want to let you know that. All right. Yeah, Sister Bidami, you're next. But let's go ahead and bring out the scripture and address this point.
This is Romans chapter 13 and verse 9. For this, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not bear false witness, thou shalt not covet. And if there be any other commandment, it is briefly comprehended in this saying, namely, thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself.
All praises to the Most High God, right?
All praise.
Keep reading.
Right.
No, let's address the point, the one scripture you brought out. We're going to keep reading. Okay. But we're not going to do that whole, oh, this doesn't fit me or doesn't work for me, then I'm going to jump to the next one. We're not doing that. You called out this
No.
scripture. Go, just hold on 1 second. Okay. I'm about order. I don't like people going out of order. You called out the scripture. We're going to go ahead and address this point first. Then we can go to the next one. It's not a problem. All right. We got you. All right.
So
Go ahead.
one, right? So this scripture is summarizing the law that's in the Torah. You know that, right?
Yeah, I do.
What is also the law in the Torah when it comes to homosexuality?
Uh, Obviously that it's oh shit. Hold on 1 second, y'all. Be right back.
Oh man. For the edification, let's go to that law that Shaw Paul you take over. Let's take
2013.
over.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm
now
here. I'm
2013.
about to jump in a meeting. My bad, y'all.
That's okay. All right, we're gonna let the law of the Torah come out, and then you could jump to your meeting, and you're welcome to come back, brother. Let's get that law right quick.
This is Leviticus chapter 20 and verse 13. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them.
So that's the law according to the Torah when it comes to homosexuality. And if people don't realize that Christ, he kept the law perfectly. So when he was on earth, that law would have to have been executed when he was around.
May I ask a question?
1 second,
Well,
Reina. 1 second.
we'll get to you. But since the brother is gone, the next in the queue would be, what's the sister?
I'm still here.
Oh, you still here? Oh, I thought you had to go to the meeting.
I am about to go in the meeting.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood.
Yeah, yeah. Just go to your meeting, but come back and be part of the conversation because we want to have this conversation. Okay, that's why we set up this room. Sister Natalia is next on the queue. Sister Natalia, welcome to the stage. You see the
She
topic, you hear
left.
the bill. What do you got to add to it? Oh, she dropped. No, yes, she goes. She's back.
There she go.
Yeah, Sister Natalia, go ahead.
Yeah, interesting conversation. Just to say that woman is not a biological word. Sorry to burst your bubble. Your femalehood is not defined by your reproductive organs. I'm sorry to burst your bubble. So yeah, trans woman is trans woman, cis woman is cis woman, right? They're all socially constructed, has nothing to do with biology. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to burst everyone's bubble. And just to tell you that God is like Santa. He's not real. The Bible is
Just
a book
speak.
of
You're
fairy
not bursting
tales.
nobody's bubble, so just speak.
Right.
Salakia, real quick, Natalia. So, what is a woman called who has ovaries? Salakia, my bad.
Not all
Since she's
women
not
have
a woman,
ovaries.
hold on. A person who is quote unquote born a female or a woman who has ovaries or has the ability to give birth or has the genitalia of a female, what are they called if they're not a
I
woman?
just told you that your womanhood is not defined by your reproductive
Okay,
organs.
so what
There
are they
are
called? Then what are they
people
called? Then
there.
what are they
So
called?
let me finish. Can I
Salakia.
please finish speaking?
Salakia.
Phenotypically,
Hey,
because I'm
Natalia, one
on.
second.
Can I
One
please
second,
finish?
Natalia. Natalia, 1 second.
One
All right.
second. 1 second. 1 second. Because a lot of people they go by nuanced sayings and everything like that, but the etymology of words matter. I studied etymology for a very long time, and what is the word woman? What does it break down to?
I don't need to break down the definition of woman because I'm a scientist. I don't care. I just
Why
told
you on the
you
Because
that
you
stage?
don't know it.
women, I'm trying to explain to you. You asked me a question and I'm answering the question. Your womanhood is not defined by your reproductive organs, right? It
What
is
are
not
you,
a
Natalia?
biological
Natalia, one
word.
second. Natalia, what are you? What are you?
What are you?
I'm a cis heterosexual woman. I'm trying to tell you that biologically it has nothing to do with your reproductive organs. If you allow me to further
By
explain instead of
by
muting me and interrupting me, I can do that.
biology, but sister,
How did you,
this
hey,
is not
Chafua, I want to ask her this. How
Can
did
I
she come up
please,
with that
how am I
definition?
supposed to answer the
Natalia,
word?
hold on. How did you come up with that definition of what you just said you are?
My gosh. Can I please answer your question without you interrupting me?
No, because
First
you're not
off,
making any damn sense,
I
and we're
am
not going to
making
tolerate
sense.
foolishness. How
Biologically,
did you
woman.
listen to
My
me?
God.
Listen to me, woman. Woman, you just called yourself that. How did you come up with that? How did you identify yourself as that?
Didn't I just tell you woman is a socially constructed word? I said I'm cis hetero woman,
Where
right?
you
Those
get
are
that
all
from? That's what he's
socially
asking.
constructed,
Where'd
right?
you get
But
it from? Where did it
Book
come
chapter
from?
biologically,
verse.
oh my God, if you allow me to finish speaking,
hold on, y'all. Give her the next minute to clarify.
Nah,
biologically,
hey,
this is
you get
not
30
all
seconds.
based
Nope.
on
We're going to give you 1
biology.
minute.
This is all.
Hold on. Hold on. We're going to give you 30 seconds to prove your point. All right? Go ahead. 30 seconds.
I need more than 30 seconds to prove my point. You keep muting me. Okay, first off, you asked me many questions about the biology of what will be presented, right? What we present phenotypically as what will be classed as quote unquote women, right? There are quote unquote, as you guys would say, natural women without those reproductive organs that you are naming, right? You and let me break it down to our sex chromosomes, which have different genotypic variations, and how they present is far different. You can have people with the sex chromosomes of XXY with the sex chromosome of XO, and some may present male and some may present female, right? So I'm trying to tell you that woman is not a biological term. It was socially constructed based on social norms, right? Things that are expected of women to do, right? Those are what, that's how that word came about.
Well,
Let me
that's
ask you
and
another
this real
word.
quick if I
Let
can.
me explain to you because I like this is crazy that you even said you're a scientist because this is sounding like pseudoscience, right? Because
pseudo.
yeah, definitely pseudo because it
Oh
definitely
Lord.
the etymology matters in science. It matters a lot,
Oh my
right?
God.
Then we were talking about human. We were talking about human. They call human man because there's a hue in there, right? And the hue that comes in your color tone, your eye color, all those things matter, right? There's a difference between humans, mankind, Neanderthals. They break down into different etymologies. Genitalia, right? When you get into the word genitalia, that genders you, right? That's the etymology of the word. When you go into a woman, right? It's a sort of a man, but with that was born with a womb. The etymology matters when you talk
No,
scientifically.
etymology does
Hold
not
on,
mean anything with science. I don't know
but yes,
where,
it does.
why.
Listen, you try to make sociology part of
I didn't
scientific.
make any
You
sociology a part
you
of
said
it.
this.
Well, it's
You
first
said
off,
gender.
it's all
You said
sociology cannot
gender.
exist without
You said
it.
gender.
All
You said gender
Natalia, stay in
part of a
order,
social.
woman.
You said you said gender was part of a social structure, but it's not. You can't mix biology with sociology, and this is what New Age science does. It confused the hell
new
out of
age
people
science
because it's pseudoscience. It's
is
it's
pseudoscience.
it's definitely it's science
So is
fiction.
male and female socially constructed scientists?
Oh my
Hold on
God.
a second, Knock. Hold on a second, Knock. Right? This is the problem with our people, right? This is the problem with our people. They let pseudoscience and science fiction become their religion, right? Because she said there is no God, but she
Social
definitely made
science? You mean
the
social science?
pseudoscience and science fiction, right? They made that become their God, which is really atheism and Satanism, if you really break it down. Because when you go into what she's talking about, you have to go into the science fiction section of a library.
Science fiction.
When she's talking about men becoming
I
women and women
think
becoming
you're
men,
probably mis.
hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. When she's talking about men becoming women and women becoming men, you have to go into the science fiction section of a library. When you're looking up the Bible, it's on the nonfiction section. If you ever go to a library and visit that day in your life, a lot of y'all is pseudo studying because you have a phone in your hand. You have smartphones, but dumb people. You know what I'm saying? If a woman to not
Sounds like
describe herself
projection.
I mean, this is just facts. If y'all look into the etymology of words,
Etymology.
and she want to cast off etymology like etymology doesn't matter. Etymology is the reason why you have even culture. Culture and language goes hand in hand. Society and language goes hands in hand. The linguistics, we go to linguistics and etymology is what builds up a actual living environment. A living environment is described through science. Science is biology, which is living organisms, and living organisms get named certain things for a reason. But she would have no idea about that because she goes by pseudoscience, y'all.
Yeah. So
Hey, hold
first
on a
off,
second, Natalia.
I
Hold
have to
on.
respond to that.
You know what's crazy about this? You don't even see that the agenda is actually against you and women that
There's
look
no
just like
agenda
you.
against me.
It is against yeah, you're so stupid that you can't see it.
Thank you.
That's the
Yeah.
problem.
You
That
guys
no,
are
that's
projecting.
that's me
She's
being
definitely
honest.
not
I'm
the
not
stupid
projecting
one.
anything. Hold on a
You're
second.
projecting.
Everybody mute up. Mute up. All right. That's what the problem is. You're not even seeing that it's an agenda to take over your position as a woman. You're gonna end up going to jail just for calling yourself a woman, right? It's an agenda,
Well,
and
lock me
top
up.
women don't see it. All right. So this is what we're gonna do. You can stay on the stage. All right. We're gonna come back to you, but we're gonna go on with the queue because we got a lot of people coming to the
Hold on a
stage.
second.
Kayla,
Hold
I
on a
should
second.
be able to respond though.
Hold
Kayla,
on a
can I
second.
respond?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second, Irie. And we're gonna let you respond, Natalia, right? But I'm gonna let you respond, but then you gotta address this article I just posted up. Okay?
Wait, what did you say? You said I can respond?
Hi, Zimmy is
You could
back.
I'm
I
gonna
would like to respond as well because I heard
I'm
people were
gonna give
talking
you
shit
Yeah,
when I left.
one second, Zimi. We'll be right with you.
I'm gonna give you a
Go
minute
ahead
to
and respond to the
respond.
point.
I'm gonna give you a
Okay.
minute to respond, sister Natalia, but then you gotta address this article.
What article?
The
Oh,
article.
I'll go into transgender. Yeah, I have no words.
You
So
have no
that's unfortunate that happened. Um,
unfortunate.
Wow.
yeah,
What you
so
mean?
Wow.
I just want to
Careless.
respond
Hold on,
to the
No,
fact
you
that
got.
hold
you
on,
called. Can I please respond and then you can move on in the queue?
hold on, sister. We do things decently and in order. I said you can respond, but then you got to talk about this article with me. We got to walk hand in hand with this article because the
How am
topic.
I supposed to respond in a minute to an article I've not read? I've briefly seen that story and I have not read about it. So how am I supposed to actually in depth
Read it.
respond to it? No, I think y'all need to stop reading these biblical fairy tales and let me respond.
We're talking about an article, right?
Right.
And
Read the
I don't
article.
know. Hold on. And I don't know what type of a biblical fairy tale you talking about because I could show you through science that Sodom
House
and Gomorrah,
library.
Yeah,
right?
Lolo, mute up. Mute up, Lolo.
Because I could show you through science that Sodom and Gomorrah actually happened. Like,
No, you can't show me through science that
yes,
Sodom
I
and Gomorrah
can.
happened because through science there's a thing called evolution, right? Babies did not fall from the sky. I'm
Natalia,
sorry to
be
tell you
quiet. Be
that.
quiet because you don't know what you're talking about.
You
Yes,
don't
we
tell
can
me to
prove.
be quiet, Ari.
Yes,
I'm
I'll
not
tell
one
you
of.
whatever I want. Be quiet, woman.
You don't get to tell me to be
Be
quiet,
quiet,
Aries.
woman. Be quiet, woman.
Can I respond to the
You know
article?
what? I'm gonna
I
move
have
you
a
to the
response to
audience.
the
See if you want to
article.
run your mouth. Hold on a second. Let me make something clear. If you're coming up here to prove your point, right? We will be more than happy to listen to you, but you
But you have
cannot
no
make
reason to
claims.
say.
Hold on,
You
everybody,
have
mute
no reason
up.
to say at all.
Everybody, mute up. But you're not gonna make claims that you cannot prove. We can
Well,
prove
let her
You
speak.
that
just
Solomon.
did.
Let her speak.
You know what, man? This is ridiculous. If anybody else on mute, I'm just gonna throw you in the audience. Simple as that. I'm not even gonna give you another
That
chance.
that's fair. Con.
All right. So we're gonna do this in order. We want to listen to everybody. We love opposing ideas and views on the topic, but you gotta stay in order. You're not gonna come here and think you're running anything here. All right. If you can't stay in order, drop yourself to the audience. It's that simple. All right. We're gonna go back in order. Sister Zimi, I see that you're back on here, but we've had a queue going. All right. So I'm gonna pick a couple of people just to be a little bit fair. Then I'll come
Yeah,
right
but
back to you.
can I respond to the article though? Because y'all were asking Natalia to
Uh,
respond.
okay. I'll give you a minute to go ahead and respond. Go ahead, Zimi.
Absolutely. So I think the article is interesting. So I just had actually a couple of questions for the mods because it seems like you all are really concerned with the sexual assault of women in prison. I would like to know what percentage of women in prisons are sexually assaulted by
That's
correctional
not
male
responding
correctional
to the
officers.
article, man.
Wow, you're
That's
not a
not,
mod, so I'm gonna go
that's
back
not
to the
responding to the article.
mods.
That's not respond. I was going to say the same thing. That's not responding to the article.
Sure. So you all don't know what percentage of women who are in prisons.
Respond to the article, Zimi.
Oh my
Okay.
God.
So my second point then is what
Semantics.
percentage of
Zimi, listen
trans.
to me very carefully. You guys, listen. You see, you guys think every man on this earth is effeminized. But guess what?
Right.
The Most High left a certain group of men that are not going to fall to your witchcraft. Listen to me very
Con.
carefully. You
My
respond to
question
the.
was
And
Listen
this.
to
how
me,
can you
Zimi.
prove that
Zimi,
you're those men if you
listen.
do that?
Listen to me. Listen to me very carefully.
Why should I
Respond to
listen to a
the.
cultist?
Hey, James. You know what? You go down to the
Hey, move
audience.
his
You don't
ass,
recall
man.
yourself. All right, Zimmy, and anybody else that'll
Yes.
try. Respond to what we ask you. Respond to the article. Don't bring up any other points. If you do, I'm just going to drop you and we'll move on.
Okay,
Simple.
yeah. So my point about the article about transgendered people sexually assaulting people in correctional facilities is that transgendered people are actually, I think, something like 3 to 4 times more likely to be the victims of sexual assault or rape in prisons. So you all highlighting one case which has not been vetted. I didn't have a chance to go through and read the case, but I'm going to grant you all that it's true, right? You all highlighting this one case that has gained notoriety does not change the fact that
It's
when it
not
comes to
just one case.
sexual, I know, but it doesn't change the fact that when it comes to sexual assault and rape, trans folks are actually largely disproportionately at risk of
They
being
deserve it. It's
victims,
judgment. It's
as being,
judgment.
let me finish, that's great, you can think that, but
Yeah.
they are disproportionately likely to be the victims of sexual assault and rape in correctional facilities. So I'm not really clear what you all pointing to this one article does when we know that they are 3 to 4 times more likely to be on the receiving end of a sexual assault or rape. So what does that tell us
That's a
about
lie.
cisgender? What does that tell us about cisgendered people who engage in the sexual assault and rape of trans people in correctional facilities? Do we want to address that epidemic or
Now,
no?
first and foremost, that's a
Nah,
lie.
they're not gonna talk about that.
There's no women that get raped more than the so-called Black and Native American women. There's no woman on earth that
Yes,
gets
by
raped more.
Black and Native American men more
No,
than
no,
women.
that's not even true because you must have forgot the 400 years of slavery, silly. But
Right.
let's not even.
Shalom,
But,
shalom. This
uh,
shalom. This is me. I'm ready. I'm ready now. Go ahead.
where you at, Elder Sarah? What's going
I'm
on?
SM. I'm ready to do battle now. Let's go, brother.
Karen, Karen, I got you.
Yeah, and
All
if you
praise.
click the article too, it says there seems to be confusion around this being consensual sex between
Nah,
inmates, and so
not
they.
the Jersey one, the Demani, right? We gonna get to you.
Wow.
We're gonna get to you, right? So
Hey, Zenny, what you came in the room the other day? You have a problem with Hebrew brothers because
Yeah, I think you all are
you came and did
abusive.
a whole case against us.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you
I
all
know.
are
So
They're
you
not.
abusive.
biased as hell. You biased as hell. You got something against us.
Yeah, but I'm not
That's the
biased
only reason why you're in the
against you.
room.
I'm
want to
honestly
be one.
hold on,
You're
y'all.
not
Hold on,
some
y'all.
crusader for trans. You hate Hebrew men.
yeah, no, that's I don't hate
Hold
them, but
on.
I think you all are abusive.
She hates. Hold on, now. She hates masculine men and she loves the feminine men.
Hey,
Exactly, because she
Did
want
she?
to run the
Hold on.
show.
Hey, gang,
Hold
gang,
on.
feminine men love it.
You know what?
Hold
I do have a question for you, Zimi, right? You from
on.
Nigeria?
Born and raised.
Born and raised. If you were in Nigeria, do you think they would accept the way you're living your life right now?
Probably not, but that country, as a whole, there are many people who struggle with sexism, misogyny, homophobia, transphobia. So it is really hard for people who identify as part of the
What's
LGBTQ plus
phobia mean?
community.
Doesn't it mean you're
It's
afraid of
not
something?
homophobia. It is not
Do we
homophobia.
look like we afraid
Okay,
of
stop
y'all?
this.
Okay, anti-homosexual women
Y'all
get it
don't
in.
No, it's
realize
Well,
not.
you can
Is
say
when
What?
that,
Don't
speaking.
call
Damani.
us
Hold on, let me
phobia.
say something.
Anti.
One second.
God,
When people speak against you, it doesn't mean that they anti anything. It's just
right.
everybody don't have the same view that
Would
you
y'all
have,
tell that to white people?
which is a man sleeping with another man, or a woman
Right.
sleeping with another woman.
I'm sure the
Everybody
whites
don't
think
view
that
that,
about
so
just
it's
in
not
LA.
homophobia. And then you need to stop this. We deal with the scriptures. It's against the
Can I
scriptures,
go
whether you
now?
like it or not.
Where'd Damani go?
Demani has
Is it my turn?
So wait, y'all are too scared to talk to Damani?
Nah, he ain't got no place on the stage, and that's probably why you came back up because you saying you had your little crew with you.
hold on.
He can talk. He can talk. Go ahead, talk.
Hold on. No, we doing things decently and in order. Damani don't get no special privileges over here. He has to wait like everyone else, right? Demon Ani has to wait.
Exactly.
Gone. All right. So we're gonna go back to the queue. All right, Zimmy, I really have a lot of questions for you, but we gotta kind of keep things going, and I don't want to hold the mic. All right, so we're gonna go to the next in queue, which is
Hold
Kayla. No,
on.
it's Kayla. I just PTR'd. Kayla didn't speak yet. Then it's Mike. Then Elodie. All right, Sister Kayla, you there? Go ahead. You see the topic. You hear the bill. What do you got to add to it?
Yeah, yeah. So I hope y'all can hear me. I'm driving, but so I noticed that y'all never posted Gorgeous's link about the PolitiFact about the MMA fighter that y'all were referencing. Yeah, I peeped that you never posted that. Because if you did, you would see that in MMA, cracking someone's eye socket is actually very common. And you would also see that the trans MMA fighter that y'all are referencing, again, was beaten by a cis woman the next round. So you kind of wanted to create a narrative about, like, trans people taking over, like, I guess, women's sports, and you landed flat. So there's that part. But thanks for not posting that so the audience can see.
Nobody landed
Okay,
Can I
flat.
can I
let,
address
let
that?
me address
Can I
that.
address that? Because I did bring that out.
And then
Hold on a second.
okay.
Go ahead, Kayla. Finish out your point, and I'll address that because he sent it to me. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, it would be awesome if you posted it too. So, also, trans women are not, or the trans community as a whole, since that's in the title, is not oppressing women. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Trans women, especially if we're talking about trans black women, have a life expectancy of 35. They are take up the majority, or disproportionately take up the homeless population. LGBT youth in general takes up a large portion of the homeless population.
So
This, yeah, I know that you don't care about anybody, but yeah. So
No, but what's your point? What's your
I just
point?
wanted to point that out. I just wanted to point that out since you think that they hold so much power,
They
and
take
you think that
advantage of the homeless
they're the ones,
population.
and you think that they're the ones like oppressing people. So yeah, I just wanted to point that out, and hopefully, well, not hopefully, I already know. A group of people. Also, I just want to land here. A group of people that think that you should kill someone for infidelity has no credibility in my book, so that's fine.
Oh wait, wait. So I want to
okay.
ask Kayla a question. I want to ask Kayla a question real quick.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Yes, Gorgeous did send me the article. I was going through it. I will put it up. All right. But that does not negate the fact. All right. That, come on, let's use common sense here. Nobody's stupid. All right. Kayla, if me and you got into a boxing ring, who do you think chances are is going to win that fight?
These are
Because
not regular
hold
people.
on a
Do you
second.
understand that?
I
Hold
would
on.
go
Let me
No,
with
finish my
but
point.
Kayla.
this
Kayla,
is a
one
common
second. One
misconception
second,
that y'all.
Kayla. 1 second. Let me finish my point. All right. Me changing into a trans woman, does that negate the fact that I still have the strength that I already have before I did that? Does that change that? Yes or no?
This is no. This is not MMA. You still have a weight class. On top of that, these are trained professionals. You are not an MMA fighter, and even if you were, all of a sudden, like poof, today, you will be put in your weight class with an opposing MMA fighter. So what you're talking about is that you would fight someone who is at your same weight class. So they were at their same weight class. They fought. Someone got their eye socket broken, and then she got her eye socket broken the next round. So what?
Weight class,
So
right?
Women do
listen,
that
hold
all
on.
the
This
time.
is foolishness.
Women do
Hold
that
on.
all the
This is
time.
listen. No,
Y'all
they
never
don't.
fought in
No, they
MMA.
don't. You don't
Y'all,
know what you're talking about. It
I
doesn't
do know
matter.
what I'm talking
No, you
about.
don't know what you're
Kayla,
talking
Post the
about.
Kayla,
Hold
listen, in
on,
the
hold on,
article,
Ari. Let me just ask
post
her a
the
question.
political.
Cause she don't know what she's talking about. It doesn't matter if they're same in the weight class. There's a difference
right?
between a man boxer and a woman boxer. That's why
Right.
in boxing, a
No,
middleweight is listen, whether you want to make this argument that women is just as strong as men, if you want to make that foolish argument, that's up to you. But that's why in boxing, you don't see women boxers in the ring with a male boxer, whether they're a middleweight, a lightweight, or a heavyweight,
Right.
they're still not in the ring. So what you're talking is foolishness. It doesn't make no sense.
y'all
And
don't.
it really doesn't.
Y'all know nothing about biology. Stop
Hey,
it.
ask Kayla
Salakia.
No,
my
we're talking about boxing. We're
can
talking
I
about
ask
weight class.
You're
We're talking about
mentioning.
fighting. It doesn't matter. A middleweight is not
You're
going.
not
A woman
scientists.
middleweight is not going to go in the ring with a male middleweight. A light heavyweight
Super
woman is
gremlins
not going in the
delusional.
ring with a male heavyweight, light heavyweight.
Right.
So
so wait,
what you're talking don't make
I
no
just want to ask Kayla
sense.
my quick question real
You
Can
quick.
I
can't
ask?
accept that.
Can I
It's
ask?
fine.
Wait,
Are
hold on,
y'all scared
Kayla.
of
Wait, hold on,
women?
wait, Kayla.
Are
Let
y'all
me ask
scared of
Kayla this
women? The
question.
mods.
Let,
Hey,
let me ask,
Jimmy, pipe
You
up,
ain't
let me
man.
scared
You
of
hate
no
us.
let me
You
ask
already
Kayla this
declared.
question.
Just
Yo,
shut it
order,
down.
order, order,
Then why
order,
did y'all
all
gentlemen.
move
right,
all the women to the
all
audience
right.
to disagree?
Hey,
You still haven't
if,
posted the PolitiFact. You still
listen
haven't
to me.
posted it.
Order,
Listen. If
We
order,
do what we
anybody else
want in
go
our
out
own
the room,
room.
if
order,
Your own
anybody else
mic.
go, listen to
order.
me very carefully. If anybody else on mute and you're not called upon, I'm just kicking you down the audience. That's what I'm doing now. All right, because all they gotta come to the stage. It's just ridiculous. All right. Nobody needs to unmute if they're not being spoken to. All right. So, Kayla, just to wrap things up with you a little bit, well, your point doesn't make any sense. All right. Like the elder just brought out, it doesn't matter
Okay,
the
let me
weight.
finish.
May,
Hold
may
on.
I ask? May I ask her a question, please?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's this.
Go ahead, my brother.
There's the swimmer that was horrible amongst men. Now he's a champion with women. The white guy, and then we can go to the collegiate track star who was like ranked 300
amongst men, but now he's beating all the women in his division. You're trying to say that we're not built stronger in everything. Like,
So I
that's
can
not
address that
scientifically
too.
proven. That's
Yeah.
not scientifically proven. Like the man said, if that's the case, there will be no need for a women's basketball league. There will be no need for a women's track league. There will be no need for anything dealing with women, dealing with physicalities, if you were equally as strong. The world records
Okay,
couldn't be the same. You
so let me
understand?
address
That's just
the
science. You said
Leah.
biology, so I have to bring up biology because you're incorrect.
I'm not. Thanks. So let me
Yeah.
address the Leah Thompson. So let me address the Leah Thompson because that's who. So am I allowed to respond? I thought y'all talking to me.
Yeah. One second,
You want
Kayla.
to talk to yourself?
1 second, Kayla. Listen, Kayla, you don't run anything. You understand? You can't use your reverse psychology retardation on us. You understand? You
God.
can
What are you talking about? You
listen,
don't
Kayla.
sound smart.
Clearly
Listen. There you
retarded.
go. Move down to the audience with your retarded self. See, you women think you run
Thank
every
you.
man. You think you run every man. You got this thing twisted.
Bring
All
it
right,
out.
Mike,
Hey,
Right.
go ahead.
Salakia.
Go ahead.
Shalom to the room.
Shalom, Salakia, y'all. Salakia, y'all.
Shalom,
I
shalom.
want I wanted to ask Sister Kayla, a question, but she didn't know how to stay in order, so I'm gonna ask Sister Zemi this. Sister Zemi, right? And maybe even the person that wanted to challenge the article of the female, or I could say the natural woman get her skull cracked by the transgender, right? If y'all want to challenge that, right, and say that it doesn't matter men joining women's sports, right? So how comes we don't see the same in the opposite sex? How comes we don't see trans men joining men's sports and dominating like we see trans women joining women's sports and dominating?
Right.
Yeah. Oh, Damani, was that
They
you?
can't keep up.
Oh no. So what I was gonna say was, one, there are trans men who play men's sports.
Name
You,
them
yeah, sure. I'll find an article for you. Hopefully, you can post that one.
And
Um,
show them dominating.
and show them dominating because I haven't seen.
I can't
I
get two
watched.
words in without being
Well,
interrupted.
hold on, because I said dominating too. That's part of what I said,
Yeah,
and
I
I
was
watch
getting there.
ESPN. I
I was
watch
getting there.
ESPN. I don't see them, but go
Yeah,
ahead.
I was getting there. So one, there are trans men who play sports. Two, the question about trans men dominating men's sports is based off this premise that every time a trans woman plays sports with cis women, that they dominate, and that's actually not the case, right? Just like Kayla cited for you all, the very MMA fighter that you all keep going around touting is, breaking someone's eye socket, literally lost in the next round to a cis woman. Last time I
Do that fight.
watched, let me finish. Last time I watched the Olympics, which would have been 20, whatever it was. There were
Last summer.
last summer, great. There were bucket loads of cis women still dominating their sport, right? So when you look at high school sports, last
That
time I
does
checked,
not answer
so
the
let me.
question at
It
all.
literally does. You just
Right.
don't like my
No, it
answer.
doesn't.
So you're not a mod. Let me finish.
Show us the
Let
opposite
me
of what
finish.
we've shown you. I
Why
mean,
Right.
y'all
just
scared
answer
to
the
let me
question.
finish? Why
Jeez.
y'all
Answer
scared to
the
let me finish?
You're
question.
not answering the questions, Emmy. That's
I
why.
am answering
Right.
the
Hold on,
question.
Been around the world.
Hold on,
I am answering the
Zemi.
question.
Understand this, right? Because you're not understanding this, right? We are
I'm
really.
overstanding it.
Hold on. You're not even overstanding, right? Because that's semantics too, right? We are real men, right? I'm sure that you left Nigeria a long time ago, and you haven't come across men that haven't been emasculated by white supremacy.
Right.
I'm talking
And
to some right now. I'm
hold on.
talking to some right now.
Hold on, you're not talking to some right now, and that's your problem.
Please
This is
stop
why you're giddy.
interrupting.
That's why you're giddy right now because you haven't been around men like this since you left Nigeria. We are real men. We are men that we are men that have not been oppressed by white supremacy, and you just can't dance around our topic. We demand that you answer our question directly. So let me rephrase my question again, so you can answer it directly. Right?
Right.
Okay.
Like, cause we could pull up articles and we could show you statistics of men that was low in the male category of the sports, right? Transferred to becoming a transgender, went over to the women's side of the sports and then started excelling. Can you show us the direct opposite of a woman that wasn't doing good in a sport, but then became a trans man, crossed over, and then started excelling? Can you show that?
Yeah, so they're definitely trans men athletes. I don't understand what about this is complicated for you all.
You ain't answering the
No,
question. You
yeah,
understand it,
Yeah,
but it's
Jimmy,
not. It's
Jimmy, you know what you're doing?
not.
You're playing games. He was very, very straight to his question.
Right.
He asked you to show him the opposite of a woman that turns into a man that is excelling in the sports that she went to on the other side with other men. Show that. That's what we want you to show. Don't say nothing else. Prove that point.
Okay, give me 3 minutes.
Okay, give her 3 minutes, right? Because we were.
Well, also, real quick, while y'all are giving me 3 minutes, I do want you all to know that you have been conquered by white supremacy, right?
Not
That's
of
what I
course.
want
Not.
you
Man,
to
this
know.
How,
is
how,
pathetic, man.
Oh
What
man,
she said, we've been conquered.
Girl,
You
hush.
know,
she got
she's
self
one of
hate.
those. Okay, now hold on one
Yeah.
second. Now we get into it. She's one of those women, and a lot of times these are African women that's trying to
Yep.
project to the black woman that her man is so weak and her man has
Right.
been conquered. That is
Right.
their agenda. So now we get into what she's trying to do. She's not going to be able to show us nowhere that men and women are on an equal platform. It's no,
Can we
even in the
move on?
army, they kind of divided and the men and the women. They know that men and women are not on an equal platform. Not in wrestling, not in boxing, no type of way, and not in basketball, no type of way. Like the brother say, that's why you have a women's league and you have a man's league. You know what I mean?
Okay, I
And
found the
hold on.
definition.
Let me finish. Let me finish. Hold on. And it's clearly been obvious, but now we're getting to what's her name, Zima or whatever. Now we're getting to what she's about. She's
Zimmy.
one of these Africans that's here to show the black woman that her man been conquered. Well, we can say the
Right.
same thing about Africa. We can say the same thing about the Chinese conquering Africa. We can say the same thing about the white man conquering your country. So you need to stop
Right.
this agenda that you got trying to put on our women that we've been conquered. Because we can say the same thing about your country.
Yeah, so I didn't say anything about the country. I said the
Bring
specific
that
women
out.
on this stage clearly are
Yes.
showing.
Trying to push
Hey,
The bigger point is
black
that
men have been conquered.
no, it's cool. Let's move on.
I
But
mean
understand that
you
y'all
all
have
are
been
scared
conquered.
of
Hold on,
queer
hold on, hold
people.
on,
You're
hold on.
scared of
Like
black
Ari say, hold
women.
on, there's gonna be some order, man. Everybody can't be speaking out. All right? We move on when we're ready to move on. Go ahead, Ari.
Yeah, listen, I already made that I made that point earlier. If you can't wait, just drop yourself down. Please do not unmute yourself and just blurt out words. Don't do that. Not unless you've already been called on and you're adding. And even with that, you gotta say excuse me and get permission to speak. It's that simple. I know we're not used to order, but there's gonna be order here. All right, so we're gonna move on to the queue.
All right, can you
Zimmy,
put me in there? You skipped over me.
I got you. I got you. Zimmy, you are still welcome to stay on stage. We can still definitely deal with you. Um,
We're
you
not
know,
building anything.
well, where we are building for our people to show the retardation of what your claims are. That's what we're doing. But anyway,
Right.
Not
we're gonna move on.
retardation being
Zimmy,
here.
And
quiet.
find that
Zimmy,
article.
quiet.
Find that man, that woman
Yeah,
man that is
work on
dominating male sport.
right. Work on that and stay muted while you're doing that. All
I
right.
already found it.
Okay, send it to me. I'll put it up right now. Right now. I want you to show me where they accelerated on the other side.
All right, I'm sending it to you. After you put up Ryan Gorgeous's article, I'll send you the article.
No, send me this one or you forget it. You don't tell me how to do anything here. Send me yours. I'll put yours up right now. I'm not dealing with gorgeous right now. His article.
Okay. I'll send
All
it to you
right.
after you put up Gorgeous's article. Thanks.
Okay, we're not doing that. You know what? Go to
Sent
the
it.
audience. Go
Yeah.
go to the audience. That's what I'm talking about. You women, I think you run everything.
Trying to control the narrative, man. Ain't none
Right.
of that over here.
It's a lot. Real quick. That article that he gave you was from Brazilian Jiu Jitsu World, and that is a reputable magazine. That's not one of them fake articles or fake websites. That's an actual magazine for Brazilian Jiu Jitsu.
So like,
What do
and
you say, man?
I did want to add too that Fox did hold 2 years undefeated and only got knocked out once. So, I mean, come on, that dude went in there and dominated women. Let's be real.
Yeah, that's a good point, brother. He dominated for 2 years undefeated.
2 years undefeated, and I myself qualify as MMA. I've been in martial arts my whole life, man, and I know if I go against a woman, and I have sparred with some women. Come on, man, you outclass them easily all the time, hands down. And at least these women that I sparred with are smart enough to actually know this. You
Hey
know, they're
Josh,
not
let me
like
ask you a
these other
question.
women.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
Right.
Hey,
Well, no,
hey,
hold on a
when it
second.
let me.
Hold
Oh,
on.
y'all skipped over me.
Hold on. No, because he was already on the queue. He already spoke. He can always add on. Hold on. All right. All right. So, Mike, you're next. You see the topic. You hear the build. The floor is yours, Mike. Go ahead. Then I'm coming to
All
you.
right, shalom to the room. Can I get a reader so we can
Dang.
clear up something? Can we bring out First Corinthians 11:3? Because I think this is where the problem starts.
First Corinthians chapter 11, verse 3. But I would have you know that the head of every man is Christ, and the head of the woman is the man, and the head of Christ is God.
I brought that out to say that you're in a room full of people who adhere to that. That's the standard of life we live. This is an Israelite room. That's our foundation. We follow under a master creator, most high God and his son. We are not just a random room of people who want to argue about articles. This is a group of people who follow under a certain biblical family bloodline. So I don't really care about anything that you guys are saying about what you think we are. He created man, he created woman. That is our biblical life lens. If you don't understand that and you don't respect that, if you don't believe in God, then this argument is just that, an argument. There will never be anything that we can agree on. He created men and women. That's our lens. That's our foundation. This is not a hate group. We're not here to hate anybody. We just have a biblical lens and understanding that was set upon from our Most High. Yeah, like I just needed to add that because these rooms always tend to become, yeah, like just a worthless room of words. Like it's just no edification or anything. Yeah, like we stand for something that we are not going to let anyone take from us. And that's what this room was created for us, our people, to talk to our people. If you don't believe in what we believe in, then leave. That's how I feel about it. Y'all can move on.
Can I go now real quick?
All
Or
right.
you gonna switch?
Can I
All right.
Let me go
respond to
real quick.
Mike
No,
directly?
hold on, Sheila. You women are so out of order. It's ridiculous, man. You guys come up here and you just run your mouth. Shut up.
Okay.
Okay, Slay, you
No,
next. Go
because
ahead.
I don't think Sheila is a
Let
woman.
me.
I don't think so.
Okay. And it and
Oh
it
Lord. You
and
put
it'll
Elder,
be.
don't say that,
Hold on.
please.
It's
Go
a
ahead.
they.
I'm about to go real quick. Y'all said a few things up here, but I'm gonna make it quick. Women have been shown to actually be more athletic, but we're not gonna touch on that. And then the idea that you
Nigga, what?
are. Hold on,
In
cause
what
I'm gonna
way?
let y'all land. Hey, you can't interrupt me, bro. But
I
look,
got a green bean. I can
please.
interrupt. What
All
are
right.
you
She
I
making
talking
want
about?
some.
statements
I
that's
want.
not facts, brother.
Okay.
But go
Okay. I
ahead.
got you.
That's not a
I will
fact.
send it to you. I will send it to you.
It's
And then
it's
when
not a
She's
we
not
fact.
going to send me
and
nothing
then
that says woman is more
uh,
athletic than
I
men.
will.
You're
I
not going to
will. Let
send
me
me.
land real quick, and then I got y'all. Listen, all right. So when we speaking of conquered, you gotta understand that you're reading a book designed by white people. So we just gonna move on from that too. And then
Prove
also the
that.
Oh
last
Prove it.
one
God.
is
Prove
la-
that.
the last one is
Prove
that
it.
if
No,
Prove
Slam,
if
you're
it.
gonna, you're gonna
You
prove
gotta
it.
Prove
what
your
y'all need,
Listen,
statement.
that got your
Slam.
name,
prove
verse on
that.
it?
Nah,
Yo,
Prove
K,
it.
K, listen to me very
nah,
carefully.
hold on.
Go
This is
ahead.
a listen. Do y'all are y'all illiterate? Y'all don't see that this is a crown of thorns first and foremost, right? And this is a kosher breakfast. That's what the KB stands for. That's the acronym, right? So if you're gonna say anything about the Bible, you got to prove it. Prove that this is a white man's book. Prove it.
Yes, yes. So it is not a book that originates in Africa. That's why most people don't understand that that was
That's a lie.
We don't want to hear you
actually
say
over
it. We
time.
want you to
Listen,
prove it.
listen, listen. Over time,
No, we're not gonna listen to you until you prove it.
Yeah, you
You
got to
just made
prove
a
it.
claim.
And make
I'm
sure,
literally.
G,
It was
Salakia,
G,
it was designed by the
Salakia,
Greeks.
make sure your evidence is irrefutable, man. Make sure your evidence against our heritage is
I dropped
irrefutable.
links. Did you not hear me? I dropped links, and then I
so,
also
Bro,
said that
so
bro.
none of
drop,
y'all
so
can.
drop the
None of
link.
y'all.
Y'all,
Drop the link and tell
See,
us your source,
hey,
man.
I don't
I
want
did
to
drop
talk,
the
bro.
link.
Can
If
I ask
y'all
him a
Hold
looking,
on,
I
question?
hold
dropped.
on, geographically speaking, where's Egypt?
Have any of
North
these
Africa.
men done like DNA ancestry tests?
None of them. None of them.
Man,
They
that
don't
shit
believe in
ain't
Yes.
order,
DNA tests.
man.
Uh,
Yes.
Yeah, there you go. Go to the audience. Chill loud now.
Yeah, I
Go
got
ahead.
you. Actually, it ain't coming back up.
So look,
hold on. Geographically speaking, right? Where is Egypt?
yes, in North Africa.
Where's Babylon? Geographically speaking,
Why are we doing all this? I'm saying, what
because
do you want?
these are places that the Bible originates from, right?
Yeah.
So what you talking about?
Okay, so look, over time, people were already migrating. These people already went up to, they were already going north on conquest. They came back to this after they found out about monotheism.
Who is
The
they? Who
Africans,
is
hold on,
they? Who is they?
most of the people who were Ethiopian, that got their religion from, it's a mix of Canaanite religion that went up north. Most of these people have got these
What's the
things from
name
the
of the
Greeks, and
Canaanite
they were.
religion?
You're not even hearing me, bro.
I am hearing you. What's the name of the Canaanite religion?
I don't know the specific name of the
So,
Canaanite,
nigga,
because
what are you
Canaanite
talking about?
Canaanite
You can't
religions
be
did not have a
specific.
specific name, bro. It was
Hold on,
literally
Right,
hold
you
on,
have
hold
Sumerian
on,
you
hold
historians.
have
on,
a
hold
clear,
on.
Samian
concise
historians
Hold
have
on,
named
hold
it,
on,
bro.
hold on, Akims. Let one person talk. Y'all stop was talking. One person talk. Go
Hold
ahead,
on.
y'all. What's up?
Y'all was stop it with him.
Yeah, no sweat. So, what do you mean the Canaanite religion doesn't have a specific name? Name two deities who were in the Canaanite religion,
You
and
said
and
name.
I'm just telling you two. Name two of them.
Hold on, you can't. Hold on, bro. Because that's not my point. My point and focus is not to
Confounded.
focus on it. But
But
listen, my focus
brother,
is
this
not
is
to
the
focus.
problem.
Listen,
But
this is
brother,
the
no, no, no,
problem.
no,
You're
no, no, no,
focusing
no,
on a
no, no, no,
Canaanite
no, no, no,
religion. I said these are translations. Over
brother,
time,
brother. This is your problem.
no,
You're
you can't
talking
say
about,
my problem.
brother. Shut up and listen.
This nigga
You're
trying to tell me shut up.
I am
Let
telling you
his
to shut
ass
up.
down, man.
And guess what I could do as well? I could I could just click a mute button. You know what I'm saying? So you could shut up. You could talk while I'm on mute. So check it out, brother. This is the issue. You're talking about something. You have no idea what you're even talking about. Like not even a little bit. And that's an issue. You're saying, yeah, well they did this. What do you mean they? Who's the they? Who's the
No, and I
civilization?
actually,
What I'm not done talking.
bro, I
I'm gonna
never
give
finished.
I'm gonna give it right back. I don't care if you'd ever finish. I'm gonna give it right back to you. Trust me, I'm gonna give it right back to you. But if I hear something that is stupid, I'm going to say something. And what you were saying was stupid. So if you can give me a timeline, if you could give me a dynasty, a kingdom, if you could give me the migration patterns, if you could give me the language that they were speaking, the religious ideologies that they were doing, what they were doing in the religious rituals, I would like all of that. All of it. Ready, set, go.
Yeah, so basically these groups consisted of polytheists, right? And they had, Elohim and a few others, right? Many people consider being part of their religion today. What I'm saying that when we take about the Holy Bible, these are texts that actually went through many other translations, right? In the first translation, we would argue that it was, basically Hebrew. Hebrew was actually a language that came from so many other places on the map, right? So many people were actually involved with the Greeks, basically. None of this was prehistoric, pre-colonial Africa at the time, right? None of this
Okay,
was.
so
Uh,
no. You got to stop.
all
So
right, now I got to stop because you
yeah,
said it right.
you got to, yeah,
Yeah, I
because
know.
I'm listening carefully, and you're not saying anything smart or intelligent. You're not. So you said Hebrew was the first translation. Is that what you said?
Hebrew is the language of the Bible, the
Okay,
original
thank you.
language.
Because it's not a translation. A translation is something like putting Hebrew into
Where did
Greek.
Hebrew come from, y'all? Since you want to ask me a question,
Hebrew is the oldest language
where
on
did it come from?
earth.
Languages do not work like that. If you know linguistics and sociology,
Listen. Hebrew originated in the Fertile Crescent, from the Nile River going to the Euphrates. It in what you call secular history, what these linguistic people, they do not call it Hebrew. They call it Proto Canaanite, but it is Hebrew. That's what it is. It is the
oh, this is
oldest
bullshit. This is
language on
bullshit.
earth. It is
This
a
is bullshit. The
pictographic.
languages.
It also has a pictographic script.
Okay. See, what you're saying is actually this is what's funny because
Is
these
what?
languages, and you know, bro, these languages did not derive from anywhere within Western and Central and Sub-Saharan Africa, right? These are languages of people who actually were over time migrating to different locations.
Yo,
So when
how could
hold on,
he? Yeah,
y'all,
that
I'm
was.
trying to finish too,
Hold on,
bro.
hold on a second.
Nah, I'm
Hold on.
just saying, bro, I'm
That
trying to
was.
finish too.
Hold
If
on,
you
hold
if you
on.
are trying to
Show
just
bar.
all right, go
Listen,
ahead, bro.
listen. Like yo, bro, you so slow. I gotta talk to y'all outside for a second, man.
Ain't nothing more slow than
Yeah,
believing a
y'all was
white man
stop.
book.
Yeah, y'all was stop. He's saying the Bible's the white man's book, but he's
Yes.
saying that it comes from Canaanite. Does he even understand that a Canaanite is an African? No,
No,
he doesn't
listen, you're not
understand
getting
that.
what I'm
Like,
saying.
what
I
the
said it's a mix
hell?
of the Canaanite religion. See, y'all niggas don't even listen, bro.
It's
That's that white
it's
man
still the
book for you.
same thing.
Y'all obviously don't know
Hey,
amalgamations of how
Slash.
culture work, bro. Literally, these people are mixing the white man shit with the black man shit over time. That's what I'm
Okay, so
saying.
cool. What stories in the scriptures or the Bible was from the white man? Right.
Okay, so go over the allegory between Adam and Eve, bro.
What about it?
If you actually know, what does Adam and Eve really?
What
Isaiah,
about it?
maybe you up, Ak.
Salaki. No, go ahead, go ahead. That was somebody else that was unmuted. What did you say about Adam and Eve?
Yeah, I said, can you please explain the allegory and the meaning behind Adam and Eve and where that actually took place at?
Well, Adam and Eve was a pre-diluvian, or what you would call a pre-flood, right? When most of the continents were stuck together. That's why you see a lot of the continents that are spread apart, which actually provides proof of the Great Flood. But that's a whole nother conversation. So Adam and Eve, uh, once again, would be where the Fertile Crescent is today, which actually lays on the tectonic plate of Africa. But that's also a whole nother conversation. But your story of Adam and Eve, you're probably thinking about one person and then his rib gets opened up and another person comes out. That's all allegory. That has nothing to do with the topic at hand. So the burden of proof is on you. If the burden of proof is on you, why the hell are you asking me stupid questions? Why?
Yes, because listen, this is what I'm trying to tell you. These concepts did not come from these concepts didn't come into people adapted monotheism. Monotheism actually was originated in the Romans by the Greeks, right? And what I'm
That's
saying is it was
that's
listen,
false.
hold on. Africans were
What?
polytheists.
Hold
They
on.
actually had
Shut the fuck up, yo.
who's
What
saying
is he
shut up?
talking about? Yeah, like, what are you talking about, bro? Like the Romans
Nigga,
and
you
Greeks
believe in the
had
Bible,
many
bro. Shut up. Nigga,
gods.
you shut up. Y'all
Yo,
believe in
the
this damn
Romans and
stupid ass
Greeks
book.
had many gods. Listen, this guy's an idiot. The Romans and Greeks had many gods.
You
They had
believe that
many
your God
gods.
cursed you. Ain't nothing more than an idiot than that
Hold
shit.
on.
You an idiot.
This guy's a walking curse, man. You are a walking curse. Yeah,
Nigga,
like
you
yo, this
show me a DNA test, nigga, that say you're Israelite.
this nigga talking. You don't even know anything
Exactly.
about
You don't know
DNA,
anything
bro.
about your own book, bro.
No, you don't know anything about DNA, bro. Like, you're retarded, man. Yo, this guy's retarded. Yo, how could he say monotheism came from the Romans and Greeks? They had many gods. They used to worship Mars, Venus. Every planet was a Roman and Greek god. That you Saturn. right? Venus, Neptune, Uranus. This nigga wasn't anus talking. This nigga's an idiot, man. Yo, this shit is stupid as hell, man. Yo, like the Greek gods, they say to the gods and to the goddesses. That's what the Greeks and Romans said. Monotheism was outlawed in Rome, right? The first Christians were outlawed in Rome for 300 years. Yo, these niggas is stupid as hell. I don't know what the hell is wrong with niggas, man. Yo, they got their head so far up the white man's ass that they think the white man invented everything. God damn. But Salaki.
Con. Yeah, you good, K.
Well,
We're gonna
that's
do
it,
a quick
Shower Paul.
reset.
Exactly, Shower Paul. I mean, that's what they, and that's what I'm saying. Prove it. You know, you cannot prove that it's a white man book. We go in there and show you that all the people in there, all the major figures was black. You really can't prove that it's a white man's book. You know, and these guys, they try to sound so intelligent, but when you dissect and pick up way they argument, you see that it's just based on foolishness, just based on their own theory. And that's the thing. We got to be wise to listen and watch them because they're gonna cut themselves with their madness, man. I guess we
Con.
can move on,
Con.
Can
bro.
I get in the queue?
All right,
Elder
everybody.
Sarah, they thought they were dealing with Christians.
Uh,
Con. All right. So yeah, we got everybody on the queue. Don't worry, we got the queue going. We just got to let the conversations finish before we go to the next in line. But I'm going to do a very quick reset. This is Crown of Thorns, your kosher breakfast. All right. The title of the room today is Trans Community Oppressing Women. It's Trans Community Oppressing Women. If you haven't, click on the greenhouse above our head. Become a member of the room. That way, when we have rooms like this, you can get notification and be part of the conversation and the build. Also, follow the brothers and sisters that are bringing out the wisdom on understanding on stage. Follow the brothers with the green bean. All right. Also, follow each other in the audience. All right. We appreciate you guys coming to the room and being part of the build. Just stay in order. You got to stay in order. All right. If you're not in order, we're going to kick you right down and not even deal with you anymore. All right. We're going to go right back to the queue to keep things going. We got Sister Ellie B. You're next on the queue. You see the topic, you hear the build. What do you got to add to it? Sister Ellie B, it's you.
Thank you. Is the trans community, I guess it's a question, right? Is the trans community oppressing women? No. Everything that Natea said was facts. I don't know much about the Bible, so I'm not going to argue with y'all on that. But I will say that for people who want to know, non binary means that you don't identify with the gender you were assigned at birth based on your genitalia. There are people, gender is social and sex is biological. So if you're a female, you're a female. That doesn't change when you transition, if you transition. The idea that cisgender women are oppressing trans people is false because, like it was said, most trans people do not have the power to oppress anyone. They are actually the ones being oppressed. Someone said that, like, if you identify with a gender, you'll be jailed. I just found that really laughable. I think that
Ellie, 1 second. So you saying that what's going on, it's not going to lead to that? Is that what you're saying?
that's a slippery slope argument, and there are almost no
Are there
trans people
laws?
with
Hold
power.
on a second. Hold on a second. Are there laws in place right now that if I go against a trans person and say certain words that I can end up getting in prison for it? Are there actual laws in the books right now for that? Yes or no?
No, because we have freedom of speech in the United States. You could threaten to kill someone,
Are
and
you sure about that?
as long as you don't say when and where
Listen to
and
me, Sister
how,
Elodie. Hold
yes,
on a
we have
second.
freedom of speech.
Hold on a second.
Discrimination laws,
Can I ask a question
discrimination
right after
laws
you?
do
You're
not.
not listening to me. Stop running your mouth. That's the problem with these black women. Listen to me very carefully. I asked you a simple questions. There are laws right now in the books that if I call a trans person or homosexual certain words, that I can go to jail in any states in the United States right now. Any state.
So I'm not aware of all laws in all states, but you have freedom of speech, and if there is a law that says that, it's unconstitutional.
Go ahead. Finish out your point. I'm going to put an
Thank
article. Go
you.
ahead.
Shout out to all the people who do not need the Bible to tell them that they're powerful over women and need to dominate women so that they feel better about
What the
themselves.
hell are you talking about?
I think a lot of people
You
in the
sound
room already know
stupid.
what I'm talking
All right,
about.
so
I know
sis,
you
let me
think
ask
I'm
you a question.
retarded or stupid or
No, let me ask
whatever,
you a question.
demeaning things.
You just want to be heard. Let me ask you a question. If I'm at work and somebody wants to be called, this is clearly a man, but they want me to say her or she, but that goes against my beliefs. Do I have to call him, her, or she?
I'm not your employer, so if you want to continue to be high.
Goodbye. We're moving on.
That's what
The
I'm
answer
talking
is
about.
no, though, Yawasop. I
So
just went through
Lucky,
that in a closing.
so Lucky, you know what's really crazy, but was a straight up oxymoron. The individual that was just talking, right, was talking about shout out to all of the people that don't read the Bible, oppresses to oppress women and all of that, right? But you're talking about men who could throw on a wig and go and become a swimmer in a female swimming in a female swim leagues, right? You know what I'm saying? Where they obviously have, you know what I'm saying, the better muscular situation going on, and and they just totally overlook that. That is oppressive to women. You know what I'm saying? It's oppressive to women to even walk around and try to force people to call you a woman, you know what I'm saying, when you're clearly not a woman, but you put laws in place, you know what I'm saying, and things like that that make it feel seem like it's discrimination, or you say it's disrespect if we refer to you as what you was born with. I have a dog here. It's a female dog. If the dog was to have puppies and I was giving puppies away, and I said, "What kind of dog would you like? Which one would you like? Would you like a boy or would you like a girl puppy?" Because both dogs have different temperaments. Girl dogs are a little more aggressive than boy dogs. And vice versa in certain situations, right? You wouldn't look at the dog and say, "Oh, I think this puppy identifies as a female dog," and then take the dog with the balls and the baseball bat. You would take the dog that has the female genitalia. So why is it different for human beings? You know what I'm saying, that it is from every other damn mammal on the face of the earth, and for you to push this agenda and then have the nerve to try to walk around it and talk crazy about, you know what I'm saying, real natural born women, that is oppressive. And you're using the government and the court system and other people who believe in this concept, you know what I'm saying, to push this craziness, right? Um, you say that the trans people don't have any power. If they didn't have any power, they wouldn't be allowed to come into the school system and be in there having trans reading classes with children above, and they wouldn't put all of this stuff in the children's books without the parents' permission. So don't sit there and act like they don't have power, and don't sit there and act like they're not oppressive to women, because they are. You have political power and you have financial power. But let me make one thing clear. The so-called white trans people have power. You so-called black transsexuals, y'all don't have no power because you're still black. I don't care if you put a wig on and you call yourself trans. To the general people who are Caucasian, you still a nigga. You know what I'm saying? So you don't, yeah, you're right. You don't really have no power. And it shows because a lot of times when we come across the so-called black and Hispanic transsexuals, y'all don't try to represent or imitate the classy black women that's about something. All of y'all act like Shanae and Dan Wanda. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just clearly classless and low taste in everything that you do, and you just want attention. You know what I'm saying? And that's why you're so disrespectful and rude, and you can't have a normal, mature, logical, respectful conversation. So yes, you're oppressive. Yes, you do have a political power base that pushes your agenda. With that, I yield.
Can I
So
be
Lucky,
honest?
And
So
one,
one
one
second, one
second.
second. And you know the crazy thing about this now? This is the period and there's somebody that came to this stage and said that just because somebody has a male penis, a woman vagina, that doesn't mean that they're a woman or a male. You see the madness now that's being pushed, and these people claim to be intelligent. These people claim to be educated. These people claim to have degrees. But you can't understand some simple thing that when a man has a penis, he is a male. And when a female has a vagina, she is a female. This is madness at the point of where we at. But this is the white man system, and this is his agenda, and this is what he want to push to confuse the people. That's why the
And
Lord said the wisdom of this world is foolishness with God, because you can't even understand this point right now.
it's
Con,
the
con.
definition of the word Babylon, meaning confusion. Welcome to Babylon. Like I said before, these Edomites have unleashed the floodgates, man, and the majority of our people, 66.6% of them, have embraced this confusion. What didn't the Abba say? He would send them strong delusion. He would choose their delusions. Well, we're eye and ear witness to that right now.
Right, con. And just to, and the crazy thing is, a lot of our women do not see this, and a lot of it is because obviously they don't believe in the Bible. If you listen to a lot of them, they don't believe in the Bible. They hate God, right? They don't like order because that's what the Bible is all about. It's about order, and our women hate order. And guess what, Sister LED? All right, and you all the sisters that come up here and defend this wickedness, it's madness that it's mostly sisters that are defending this thing, right? Maybe it's a handful, a couple of homosexuals that came up here, that gay, that came up here and fight for this agenda. But it's primarily that spirit of Eve is still out here, right? And it's already. Did you know it's prophesied in the Bible that this will happen? That women will be trying to oppress their nation and their men, right? Let's go to it. Daniel, you still there?
God,
Yeah, go to Isaiah 3 and 11. All right, all this is already prophesied to happen, and we're living in those days right now. Right? You women think you can run every man, that every man is already feminized, and you can just run them and control them. All right? But there's certain men on this earth that you cannot budge in any way with your witchcraft and your retardation. Bring that out, Isaiah 3 and 11.
this
Con.
is Isaiah chapter 3 and verse 11. Woe unto the wicked! It shall be ill with him, for the reward of his hands shall be given him.
Right. Woe unto the wicked, right? It shall be ill of him, for the reward of his hand shall be given unto him. So you wicked women, or most of you were up here with women defending this trash that is for your own condemnation and your own destruction, right? There will be a day they will pass laws, I'm telling you, that will go against you calling yourself a damn woman. And when you do that, you will get prosecuted for that, right? Because what? You're justifying the wicked. Read on.
As for my people, children are their oppressors, and women rule over them.
And what?
And women rule over them.
Read on.
O my people, they which lead thee cause thee to err, and destroy the ways of thy paths.
Right. It says, as for my people, the Israelites, all right? It says, children are their oppressors and women rule over them, right? Those days are over with, where you women are running things and trying to tell men what to do, right? It says, oh, my people, they which lead thee, you women, you wicked Eves, right? Cause thee to err. You've caused us to err for so long. The matriarchy community we've been having has been a destruction to our people. That is what has caused a lot of this wickedness to spread and go run rampant in our communities. It says, and destroy the way of thy path. Right? You guys are justifying the wicked. You're justifying evil. And the Most High is going to destroy you for that. You better wake up and come out from your wickedness and start keeping the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God. And get under a righteous man and be led in righteousness. And get away from these folly and madness that you power yourself in this society, man. Now you got to call yourself cis woman. You can't call yourself a woman anymore. This is pure confusion. Sister Ellaby, I see you still here. You better repent, or the Most High is going to kill you in your ways. Stop justifying wickedness. All right, we're going to go right back to the queue. All right, Shalom, Pastor. Welcome to the stage. This is just straight madness.
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord, Pastor.
All right,
All right, go
Praise the
ahead.
Lord.
Hey, Ari, real quick, if I could, just like 30 seconds. I know I just came to the stage, but I have to say this because we cannot allow disinformation to have any oxygen whatsoever. So we're told that by someone that was on the stage earlier that it's a normal thing for somebody to be born with one chromosome instead of having two chromosomes like everybody else. That's normal. No, that's not normal. That's a disease. It's called Turner syndrome. That's what it's called. It's called Turner syndrome. That's what it's called. So when somebody's born with one chromosome, it's supposed to be either XX or XY. When they're born with one chromosome, they call that an XO chromosome, which is abnormal, and it means that you have a disease. So it's not normal. Stop trying to normalize wickedness. That's all I got to say. You can take it back, Ari.
Yeah, and she said she was a scientist. Yeah, a mad scientist, a scientist. Just crazy and madness, man. Um, Sister Tiffany, were you gonna say something real quick? Then I gotta go to the queue. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to say she also mentioned that, I think she said something like gender isn't determined by your genitalia or your reproductive parts. But why do the trans run to get breasts, run to get vaginas? Why don't they just stay as they are? Why do
Bring
the
that up.
Right.
trans men go? Why do trans, they go get penises and cut off their breasts? What is that about? If it's not related, yeah, my mic.
Khan, that's a great point, sis. Right, but there were so many people on stage we couldn't even address. I had a couple of other questions I wanted to ask her, but it was just so much going on. And but yeah, Thwada, Pastor, for bringing that up and addressing that point, and Sister Tiffany for also addressing that point. Because some of these points they keep, this is why we don't allow them to just make claims. This is why we got to stop them right there at their tracks. Because if not, they're just going to put all this disinformation out here, and people start thinking that that's the right thing. Right? That's why we don't like you guys talking any further once you've made a false claim. All right, let's go right back to the queue. Sister Jamila, you're here. I see you. Go ahead, sister. You see the topic. You hear the conversation. What do you got to add to it? Then we'll go to Sister India. Go ahead, sis. Sister Jamila, you there? All right, she might be away from her phone. We're going to go right to the next in the queue. Sister India, you see the topic. You hear the build. What do you got to add to it? Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, you good.
We hear you.
Okay. Sister India, you there? Yeah, they probably stepped away from their phones. All right, Jamal, you're next in the queue. You see the topic. You hear the build. What do you got to add to it?
Yeah, I didn't really come up here to be long. I just came to talk about the trans man to give the information on that, and I was gonna go back to the audience.
Go ahead. Address the topic first. Is trans community oppressing women? Then you can get.
Um, no, I think the demographic is too small. Me personally, so I don't know why people think that they're being oppressed by a minority group, but okay. Um, but in regards to, and then with the article, I read the article, and I'm not sure why people think they're going to go to jail for using the wrong pronouns. At least from what I read, they're talking about people who work in the healthcare field. So, I mean, if you're working in healthcare, then you shouldn't purposely be misgendering people. I mean, that's kind of like that's your job, what you're
Is it?
supposed to
Hold
do.
on, Jamal. Hold on. Isn't that oppression? If I see you as a man, I can see that you're a man. Why should I have to call you something that I see you as? Why is that? Now you're oppressing me because now I gotta basically take off reality and what's actually in front of me and now pretend to be something else just to appease to you. Is that
But
an oppression to me?
but you signed up to work in healthcare, so that's an assumed.
No,
Hold on,
no,
hold on,
Jamal, hold
hold
up,
on,
hold
hold
up,
on a
hold
second.
up. Go ahead, Shaw Paul. You
Hold
got
on
it.
one second, man. Jamal, we talking about health care, right? Can a woman get cancer in her balls?
What?
Can a woman get cancer in her balls?
Testicular cancer.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking about.
I'm not sure what what the line of questioning is.
You're
Right.
confounded.
That's
You're
confusion. That's the point.
confounded. Go ahead, Irie.
Now you're confounded. You see? See how retarded that is? Right? You see how retarded you guys sound with these stupid pronouns? If I see you as a man, I have to call you a man. I can't call you anything otherwise other than that. Now I'm lying to myself.
But
Now you really oppressing me. Don't I
but we're
have right?
talking
Hold on,
about
hold on. Don't I have right also to see reality as it is? Do I have that right? Yes or no?
yeah, you do.
Okay then. If you're a man and I call you a man, why do I have to be prosecuted, right, or ridiculed for doing so?
Wow. Confounded.
Salakia, real quick. Listen, there are teachers who are
Mm.
losing their minds right now and either losing their jobs or leaving schools because they can't keep up with these pronouns with their students who are in elementary school. And if they're not calling them by their pronouns, they're sent to these sensitivity classes. Teachers are having to take sensitivity classes because they're either not calling them by their pronouns or because they can't keep up with it because these kids themselves are changing them like every other week. So is it okay that a person loses their job or has to go through this type of stress just because they got to call somebody by their pronoun? This is brand new. This hasn't been around for 10 years. This is new. It's confusion and they got everybody in a frenzy. And just like Ari said right now, we have the freedom to see reality as it is. No, we can't have the same rights that y'all got for being who y'all want to be. Not you, Jamal, because I'm not sure what you deal with, but just in general. Just wanted to
If I could, real quick, just to show you how retarded and ass backwards this whole thing is. We just saw Sleepy, aka Creepy Joe, right? He just appointed somebody to the Supreme Court. What did he say? He said that he wanted to appoint a black woman to be the first black woman Supreme Court justice, right? Then during the confirmation hearings, when they asked her what is a woman, what did she say? She said, "I don't know." So if she doesn't know what a woman is, then why the hell is she being appointed? Because he was supposed to appoint a black woman. Why is she being appointed as a black woman if she doesn't know what a black woman is? That's how stupid this stuff is. It's just dumb.
Right, right, and also too, this the title of this room, and the article that was with it in the morning, Bible Cartel, to all of the brothers on the platform, um,
Wakatu Balak.
shalom, shalom. Yeah, so but in 2014, I used to work for an all girls detention facility, and worked there for years. I did therapeutic sessions with teenage girls, things of that nature, and there was a male that, and this was new to the entire facility. I mean, they had to do so much paperwork and prep work for this male teenage boy who identified as a female, and they were being moved to our facility because um, he could not be with the male population that was right around the corner, so they put him in the female housing unit. So me working at an all girls detention, it was still a secured facility. um, this male got transported to our facility, which was all girls. So the girls began to um, feel uncomfortable, and I agreed. And the problem with society today is you can't call a banana an apple. It's just that simple, right? The girls began to complain
The girls begin to complain because this person, when they woke up in the morning, um, his members, you know, we're all grown up. His members were exposed through his pets. So the females are saying, I don't feel comfortable being around this person. Is it because this person made a decision to quote unquote change their identity? No, it's you cannot change your identity of what you are. A girl, female, is going to naturally feel threatened. This person is stronger than you. This person is bigger than you, and you still have your members, right? So we could clearly see by the article that was posted today that there's some type of sickness, there's some type of mental illness going on in the world, and the people who are ruling this world, they also have a mental illness for making this thing legal, where now you have parents, right, who have to worry about teenage boys being amongst their daughters, right, who they don't know this person from a hole in the wall, right? This person could have been a part of a molestation case. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? So, naturally, a female is going to feel vulnerable in a situation where there's a transgender amongst them. And I've experienced it hand in hand. And I've,
Salakia,
go ahead, King.
Salakia, I just posted another article of something that happened in Illinois in 2020. So that you could refer to that too. You could read that right there.
And it's ridiculous to try to justify this thing as if the whole world has to be blinded to normality because people want to embrace abnormality. And it just doesn't make any sense. And there's no way you can go around it to justify it. There's no way you can go around it. Period. Like, and it's just absolute madness.
Con. Y'all make sure y'all follow the Crown of Thorns and everybody with a green bean, because these are topics that are relevant amongst our people and topics of discussion we should have amongst our community. Us as so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native American, other nationalities, you know, around the earth. If you're a scattered Israelite around the earth, this regards to you too. But we don't really care about white supremacy or Asian supremacy or Arab supremacy or any of that other stuff. Right? This is about our people. Right? According to the Bible, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, you are the Israelites that the Bible speaks of. This your kosher breakfast. Have the skillet, come and get it. And we sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it. All right. But going back to the queue, who's next?
So we're gonna go back to the queue. But Daniel, give me Matthews 19:4, please. Baruch Kasha. Let's just get something straight. We're going back to the queue, right? But at the end of the day, whether people believe it or not, the scripture's gonna be right. The scripture's correct. That's why the Most High say that every man, would Romans 3:3 says, so what if some do not believe? Should the faith of God be without effect? Let every man be called a liar and God be true. So at the end of the day, the scripture is going to verify and validate what's need to be validated in the end. Now give me Matthews 19:4, 3 and 4, brother.
This is Matthew chapter 19, verse 3. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause?
Read on.
And he answered and said unto them, have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female?
Made them what?
Male,
Made them what?
male and female.
Made them male and female in the beginning. Male and female. The scriptures tell you, man, that the Most High choose right, but men have sought out other inventions. Paraphrasing it. Okay? So you got to understand the Most High made it from the beginning, male and female. So this argument of a man changing himself into a female is totally against the Most High. And this is why these guys have a problem with the scriptures. Because the scriptures are given the right structure. It is. Whether you want to accept it, believe it or not. And everybody gonna have to yield to this word of the Most High. He said from the beginning he made a male and female. Period. So this argument that you're trying to change a man or a man was caught up in a female body is against the scriptures. It's what society has taught you. It's how society has manipulated your mind, whether you believe it or not. In the end, you're gonna be held accountable for it. You're gonna be held accountable. So with that, I yield.
Can I speak, please?
Yeah, are we back on the queue now, right? Yeah, Sister India, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Hey, it's saying I have poor connection, so I'm sorry if anybody can't hear me or if I'm repeating something that's already been said. But one thing I just wanted to come on here and say is that I don't necessarily have the opinion that what you guys are saying is wrong. I do believe that God made man and woman, and that was it. However, I do not believe in intolerance. And I feel like throughout this entire time, as women and as people overall have come up here with differing opinions, you guys have not showed any respect at all. And you've told people to shut up, you told them to be quiet, you've dismissed them from this stage. And I don't think that is a good example of what the Bible teaches. So, in my opinion, overall, and I'm sorry my voice is a little shaky, but overall, we may not agree, we may not support each other's values and opinions, but I think as a community, it's necessary for us to come together and have some type of tolerance. I may not agree in a man changing himself into a woman. However, there are plenty of people out there that I know and that you all most likely know as well that deserve respect because they are a human being created by God. That's all I have to say.
If I could,
Okay,
real quick, sister.
go ahead,
Somebody,
Pastor. You
yeah.
got it.
If I could, real quick, sister. I hear what you're saying, but what you're saying is kind of not the whole picture. Uh, there was several times that people came to the stage and started talking immediately instead of waiting in the queue respectfully, like you're supposed to do in a room. And so that at that point they were asked several times to stay on mute, which they refused, and that's when they were told to shut up because they showed no respect to the host of the room or the stage. Some of those people we have been in their rooms, and when they're moderating, they don't want you unmuting until they call you either. So we would expect the same courtesy when it comes to our room. So that's kind of like a narrow view of what took place. Secondly, there were people that were several times asked specific questions, and the dialogue what was to be had, people were trying to have a dialogue with these people, and instead of these people answering the questions, they would go around it to say what they wanted to say. That's also not the way that you have a conversation. So it wasn't just as simple as you're saying it, where people just were intolerant and disrespectful. That's not exactly the way it took place. We wanted to have the conversation. The floor was given to people several times. When they made statements, they were asked to provide proof of their statements. They could not. And then things progressed from there. That's actually what took place. It wasn't just brothers just being intolerant and insensitive or unsensitive, whatever word you want to use. That's not the full scope of exactly what took place. Anybody that comes to this stage, right? For instance, you have the brother there, Gorgeous, right? He doesn't agree with what we're saying, but at no time did anybody disrespect him because he came respectful. You didn't hear us say anything to him because he was respectful. The only people that got that treatment were the people that came to the stage with disrespect. That's why he's still here. He didn't get kicked off the stage, and he claims to be a gay man. And he's still on the stage. So that's not 100% true what you're saying, sis. I get it, but it's not 100% true. I just wanted to say that to you.
Go ahead, Sister
Yeah.
India.
Also, could I could I
Oh,
could I please ask the sister a question?
well, 1 second, outside. 1 second. Sister India, were you going to just respond real quick? Then Elijah, you take over. Go ahead, Sister India. Respond to that.
It's all good. I'm not interested in responding, but it's all good. Thank you.
Oh my Lord. Now, would you
Because
say that you're not
I
interested
didn't
in
lie.
any of it?
Right, right.
I'm not interested in responding because I'm not interested in arguing. We clearly have differing opinions of what just happened on the
It's
stage,
not. Hold on, Sister
and that's
India.
okay.
Hold
It's
on.
That's
not an
okay.
opinion either. It's
I'm
not
I
still
even
here to
mute up.
listen to what you guys have to
No,
One
say.
one
no,
second.
sis.
It's
You're
not an
not gonna
opinion
get off
either.
that easy. You're not gonna
Yeah,
get off
yeah.
that
It's
easy.
I'm
not an
not.
You
opinion
made.
either. People
I'm
Wait,
not
hold
trying
on,
to get
sis.
off
Hold on.
easy. I'm
No,
just not trying to
you
the
are because
argument.
you
Hey
made
Laurent, Elder
statements
Laurent,
that
one
was
second.
not. Wait, you made
Elder,
statements that was not true. The brother
right. So
clearly tell you there was people that was over talking us.
right,
They was
unmuted and
out of
all that.
I'm
order.
very clear.
That's
Right.
what it is, and you got to understand that. So just admit that you made your statement falsely. That was not the case.
No, I'm not going to admit that because I was here and I was watching and seeing and commenting throughout the time that you guys decided to cut people off when they weren't speaking about something you agreed with.
No, when
Then
they
you
didn't
chose
answer
to
the
ask
question.
questions. Excuse me, I'm still talking.
When
They
they didn't
chose
No,
to
answer.
mute
ask
up. No, no,
questions.
no, no, no. Mute up. You're out of order. You're
Right,
not
because
gonna
she's
tell
not even
me.
now. She's not being truthful. They were interrupted when they did not answer the question. That's what happened.
You chose to ask them questions in the middle of them speaking, just like you interrupted me just now.
That's only for clarification, sister.
And that's
Like
called a
we can't.
dialogue. That's called dialogue. When people are going
Uh,
back and forth and you bounce it back and forth, it's called a conversation. It's called dialogue.
That's fine, but when it's rude and interrupting somebody in the middle of their thought, that's not dialogue. That's not
no,
listening. That's just
sister, that
speaking.
is dialogue because what we was doing was clarifying lies. Like you lied just now too. Like you said, the Bible teaches tolerance for everything. The Bible don't teach that. The Bible is very intolerant when it comes to a lot of things called sin and evil. The Bible is very intolerant.
Right,
So you lied on the Bible too, and that's something I would want to clarify with you. I'm not easily done easily and in order. Our brother Elijah asked you a question.
right. Elijah, go ahead.
Yeah, sister. So when you speak about tolerance, right? Do you believe that a 50-year-old man should be able to deal with a 13-year-old girl?
I absolutely don't.
But should we be tolerant to that? Should we have understanding for a pedophile?
We should have understanding for them to be rehabilitated, but I think it's an
Oh,
issue overall. But
all
are
right.
they not people?
So, are they people? I mean, of course they're people, but they're wicked people. See, there's a difference. You have wicked people, and then you have righteous people in the world, right? And the Bible, when you say that the Bible, like the people that we're talking to on Clubhouse right now, that we're, you know what I'm saying, that we're trying to reason with and trying to dialogue with, you know what I'm saying? If these were biblical times where we were in our own land, you know what I mean, and we really, and everybody was allowed to follow, you know what I'm saying, the regulations in the Bible and to dole out justice according to the Bible, the people that's on the stage that you're talking about we should tolerate will be stoned to death. So your idea or your thought process that the Bible, you know what I'm saying, teaches that, you know, intolerance, no, it doesn't tolerate, you know, men trying to be women. It doesn't tolerate men trying to sleep with little girls. It doesn't tolerate, you know what I'm saying, men sleeping with, you know, men sleeping with the next man's wife. It doesn't tolerate these type of things. And also, you know, when it comes to talking about tolerance and, you know, what the Bible doesn't tolerate, it's amazing to me how, you know what I'm saying, our sisters can even tolerate this, right? Because our sisters always complain about it's not enough good men out here. Oh, you know, it's not a good, no good men out here. They either in jail, they either on the down low, or they're gay. You know what I'm saying? Or they on some type of paperwork, or they just don't want to work, and they deadbeats. They don't take care of their children. So it's not a lot of good men out here. But yet our sisters are the main ones with the pom poms. You know what I'm saying? Out here rocking and rolling with this whole concept of men turning into women.
I never
It's
said I'm not.
crazy to me. I'm not saying you personally, but for you to even talk about tolerance, we should have no toleration for this. None at all.
You know what I'm saying? It shouldn't be nothing that we should have to tolerate. Why do we have to tolerate somebody that was born a man, clearly, you know what I'm saying, trying to be a woman, you know what I'm saying, when there's not enough men, period, for our women?
I
It
can
doesn't make
honestly, we would
sense.
be having this conversation if it was like the perspective of like, why do we have to tolerate Israelites, or like, why do we have to tolerate Christians? Like, this would be a
Well,
totally different conversation. And people, like,
well,
y'all
here's
would
the
be
thing.
fighting for your rights just the same
So
as
hold up.
trans men would.
Here's the thing, though, right? Here's the thing, right? First of all, you know, when you mention Christians and you mention Israelites, right? Now we don't subscribe to Christianity. However, you know what I'm saying? We're not Christians, they actually support this whole concept because they tolerate things. You know what I'm saying? But as far as Israelites, no, we wouldn't be having to worry about fighting for our rights because we stand on the side of right. Right? What can people say about the Israelites except they rebuke the evil that they do? That's the only thing that they can say about us.
That
You
they're
know what I'm saying?
misogynist.
Okay, the Bible in the world is misogynist. It's a man's world. Get over it. What
Con,
culture do you see on what culture on the face of the earth do you see, you know what I'm saying, where women run the world? If there are none. You know what I'm saying? When men go to war, women are the spoil. You're a possession. That's the facts. And we have to stop catering to these women's ideas of, oh, we want to be treated equal. You're not equal. You know how you know you're not equal? Because a man can replace you. So you should really think about that concept before you start talking about, oh, you're misogynist. The whole world is misogynist, and that's the way that it's supposed to be. Con, With
I
that, I
can
real
kick
yield.
it
quick.
down to the
Real
audience,
quick, hold
please.
on, Zaman. 1 second. 1 second, Sister India.
Right.
Again, this is a biblical platform. We do have to address points that have been brought up. And one thing that we've noticed is a lot of our people that are for this agenda, they always want to bring up the Bible, but don't understand that there are things in place that goes against what they're fighting for. Right? Let's get some scriptures. Let's add a little edification to the conversation. All right. Let's go to Proverbs 17 and 15. Daniel, you there?
God,
All right, let's get that. And after that, we'll go to the law on what they're supporting. Go ahead, bring it out. Proverbs 17 and 15.
this is Proverbs chapter 17 and verse 15. He that justifieth the wicked and he that condemneth the just, even they both are abominations to the Lord.
Right. If you're justifying wickedness, which is sin, which are acts that are against the laws of God, which we're gonna go into the law that goes against what you telling us to basically adhere to and be okay with and sit down and have a conversation with, and maybe we can work something out. No, there is no working nothing out here. Because the Bible and the scriptures are clear on how we're supposed to live our life, how we're supposed to govern one another and treat each other. Right? But we got our women, and it's again, I say it again, it's primarily our women that are supporting this movement, right? And if you don't get away from that way of living, a lot of our women are gonna be destroyed in this side. It's sad to say it, but that's what's gonna happen because this is ridiculous. We're not even having the men up here fighting for this. It's primarily women fighting for something that is against your nature, against you, right? Let's go to the law. Leviticus, what do I want? 2013. Let's go to the law. They keep bringing up the law, the scriptures. Well, God would not like how you're treating each other. No, this is how we're supposed to treat each other, right? We're supposed to rebuke each other when we see one going off. If I see you breaking the laws of God, I'm supposed to rebuke you. That's love, not this emotional thing that you guys think is love, hugging and kissing each other. This is love because we don't want you to die in your sins. So we have to rebuke you from that lifestyle. If not, the blood is going to be on our hands. All right? Bring out the law.
God, this is Leviticus chapter 20, verse 13. If a man also lie with mankind, as he lieth with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood shall be upon them.
Right. And their blood shall be upon them. You will be put to death for being a damn homosexual sodomite. All right? There's no place for it when it comes to dealing with the Most High God. There's no middle ground. We're not supposed to entertain it in any way. That's how this works. All right. So you guys need to get it in your skull. We're not going to sit and try to work something out. It's sad that our sisters are the ones pushing this thing.
I'm looking in the back chat, Malak, and it's eminently clear that the words rebuke, reproof, correction, and godly order elude the minds of the majority of these women. And then there's some sisters that's speaking against those sisters that are against the Bible. So clearly there is a war of the spirits going on, even as this room is taking place with this enormously huge topic of discussion.
Right, Ak? This is very spiritual. This is not physical what we're dealing with. This is extremely spiritual, man. It's a battle that we're fighting for, but it's worth fighting for. Right? We Israelite men got to stand up for righteousness, man. This wickedness has to stop. Go ahead, Elder
Salakia.
Salakia.
Yeah, well, Elijah, first, somebody give me First Timothy 2:14. Okay, but what Elijah was saying, yes, Sister Indy, all right, that the Most High has an order, and the man is the order. It's been that from the beginning, and it's a reason why. But that's not to say that our women ain't loved. That's not to say our women haven't done great things. Even in the scriptures, we can go to the scriptures and show you that the woman has played a great role and a great part. But as far as who's supposed to be set up, it's the man. And it's a reason why. Give me that. First Timothy 2:14.
First Timothy 2 and 14. And Adam was not deceived,
And
but the
Adam
woman,
was not deceived. Come on.
but the woman being deceived was
But the
given to.
woman was first deceived. And we see that. A lot of people are going to say, well, the Bible is a male chauvinist book. And of course they would say that. But we see it's our women being deceived a lot of times with this agenda, especially promoting this homosexual agenda. A lot of times it's the women deceived. So the man has to step up and he has to play his role as a man of the Most High. And see, that's why it's hard for people that's not spiritual to understand this. But we understand this clearly. And it was the woman deceived, not the man, because you're being deceived now. You're being deceived by the white man. You're being deceived. You're accepting this homosexuality on a large scale. That's not to say men don't play a part, but women on a large scale, you accept this homosexuality, which is what? Demasculating your men,
Can
turning
I
your
ask you a
men out,
question?
which is what the white man wanted to do from the beginning. That's why you got video shows like butt breaking and all of that to show you that this is the agenda that they had from the beginning to put our men in dresses. And now when we're standing up, like Ari say, a lot of people's not used to real men. But real men coming with the Bible and telling you how the Lord is going to set this up. So it's not oppressing the woman. We just understand that y'all deceived. The scriptures told you y'all would be deceived. And we follow the scriptures.
So do you feel
All
like
right.
it?
Real quick, Sister India, you can respond to that real quick, and Sister Shakar, we can come right to you. Then we're gonna go right to the queue. But go ahead, Sister India.
I just actually had a question. So if y'all want to move on, that's totally fine.
Go ahead.
Okay, we got a couple of people already that been in the chat talking. So we want to kind of move down since they had a lot to say in the chat. I guess they can say it up here.
Okay, Khan. All right. I do want to give Sister India a chance to ask her question real quick. We'll deal with it, and we'll move right on to the queue. Go ahead, Sister India, and ask your
Thank
question.
you. I was just gonna ask, do y'all feel like it's your responsibility in that case to like change the minds of trans people or the LGBT community, like to stop it in some way? Like, do y'all feel responsible for that?
It's not about stopping it. It's just about warning them. Um, Ezekiel 33, Baba Kashaw, Ezekiel 33 and start at verse 1.
You on stage, Daniel?
God, not. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we
Nah,
hear you.
we hear you,
Go ahead,
King.
bring it up.
Ezekiel chapter 33 and verse 1. Again, the word of the Lord came unto me, saying, Son of man, speak to the children of thy people, and say unto them, when I bring the sword upon a land, if the people of the land take a man of their coasts, and set him for their watchman, if when he seeth the sword come upon the land, he blow the trumpet and warn the people.
See, that's what we are. Believe it or not, Sister India and everybody that's in the comments right now scoffing, we are the watchmen. We're paying attention. We peep game, right? That's one thing about us that's grew up around hustlers, drug dealers, shicey individuals. We know when someone is plotting. We know when someone is scheming. We know when someone has an agenda they're pushing. We know when someone is trying to be deceitful. We peep all these things because of the type of environment we grew up around. I know that big pharma's a bunch of damn drug dealers because I've been around them. I know that the gay agenda is an agenda to defeat our people because I've seen strategies play out before my eyes. This is just experience, study, mixed with the spirit of the Most High God. So we see what's going on. So we're watchmen and we're warning our people. Read on.
Then whosoever heareth the sound of the trumpet and taketh not warning, if the sword come and take him away, his blood shall be upon his own head.
Right? If we warn you, which we're doing right now, we're letting you know, especially our women know, because the same way that women that try to defend this agenda, we're warning you that this agenda is mainly to destroy you and eliminate you and oppress you and replace you. So you don't take heed of this warning, then the blood is off our hands. To the transgender men that's of our nation, we let you know that the Most High God is against your lifestyle, and you'll be judged for that. If you don't listen to us, we warn you, the blood is off our hands. But listen to what will happen to us if we don't warn you. Read on out.
Verse 5. He heard the sound of the trumpet and took not warning. His blood shall be upon him, but he that taketh warning shall deliver his soul.
Right? You take warning, if you change your ways, right, you'll deliver your soul. Read on.
But if the watchman see the sword come and blow not the trumpet, and the people be not warned, if the sword come and take any person from among them, Salakia, any person from among them, he is taken away in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at the watchman's hand.
And what verse was that? You just stopped at, King?
Verse 6.
So Ezekiel chapter 33, Sister India, you can read this on your own. Ezekiel chapter 33, verses 1 through 6 will let you understand why we doing what we're doing right now. I hope that answers your question.
And Salakia, real quick. Salakia says, real fast, I need to address this real quick, because somebody in the chat said, why aren't y'all killing these people? That's a retarded ass question, first of all. Now I can see how you could probably get from that the whole scripture talking about they shall surely be put to death. This is what y'all don't understand, man. There's repentance. And that's the reason why these brothers are warning everybody. It's not like they're condemning you to death. They're just warning you that that's what's coming when judgment comes. So don't be up in the chat acting like we over here, trying to put death on people, man. That's not what this is. Know what you're talking about first before you start running your mouths in the chat.
Yeah, go ahead, sis.
Especially,
You got it. Oh, hold on, Ak. Let's let the sister speak. Go ahead, Sister Paris. Go
like,
ahead.
Is it my turn?
No, hold on. Sister, go ahead.
I think Sister Paris was trying to say
Yeah,
something.
that's what I'm saying. Sister Paris, go ahead.
She probably stepped away right quick. Shakalaka, you there?
Con,
One second, Slovakia.
All right. So I guess she's tied up right now, but she'll be probably right back. Sister India, did you just say you wanted to say something? Oh, you back,
Yeah.
sis? Sister Paris, you there? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. Go ahead, sis.
Okay, so the first thing I wanted to say, to let me back off of what Shower Part was saying earlier, you know, it's crazy that, the girl I forgot what her name was, Ziva or something like that. She was like, we are being deceived and that we fell underneath white supremacy. To let me back off of that, it's basically like what they're doing. They're trying to aim at our kids first with this, which I think is unacceptable. Kids don't even know what they want at a young age that they're at right now. And it's kind of like being pushed on our kids. So, one, they're aiming towards our kids, trying to target the kids so they don't make babies. What this goes against is having babies, reproducing, and that's what they want to try to stop. They're trying to depopulate us. I don't know why people don't understand why that's wrong. Like, if you got all these gay people and lesbians wanting to be with each other, the same gender, how are you gonna make more people? How are you gonna make kids? Like, it's going against nature, you know. And then my second thing was I had a precept for what Elder Terah said. It was Ezekiel 3:18 about the blood being on our hands. If brother could read that.
Yeah. Daniel, was that the same one you just brought up?
Nah, it was 33, 1 through 6.
Okay. She wanted a precept real quick. Ezekiel 30 and 18.
3 and 18, I think.
Yeah.
Right? God.
Yeah, Shadow Paul brought that. Yeah.
I'm, I'm gonna start at 17. 3 and 17. Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Israel. Therefore, hear the word at my mouth, and give them warning from me. When I say unto the wicked, thou shalt surely die, and thou givest him not warning, nor speakest to warn the wicked from his wicked way, to save his life, the same wicked man shall die in his iniquity, but his blood will I require at thine hand. Yet if thou warn the wicked, and he turn not from his wickedness, nor from his wicked way, he shall die in his iniquity, but thou hast delivered thy soul.
Khan, all praises. Actually, read the next verse. Read the next verse. Verse 20.
God, again, when a righteous man doth turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, and I lay
Hold
a
that.
stumbling.
So hold that real quick. So that's what the sister is telling us to do. When you tell us to compromise with evil and try to understand evil, right? That's what you want us to do. Turn away from our righteousness to unrighteousness, right? All right, read on.
And I lay a stumbling block before him,
Uh-huh.
he shall die.
He shall what?
He shall die.
So if we commit ourselves to say we want to understand and work with this agenda, guess what the Most High is going to do? He's going to put a stumbling block in our way and cause us to die. Right? Read on.
Because thou hast not given him warning.
Uh-huh.
He shall die in his sin, and his righteousness, which he hath done, shall not be remembered.
Shall not be what?
Not be remembered.
Yeah, so you want me to drop everything that I've known, right? And say, you know what? I'm going to get along with what the agenda is so that way that way we can just be peace and we can just talk about things. That's not how this works. All right? We're not going to do that because the Most High is going to destroy us for justifying that. Right? Finish it out.
But his blood will I require at thine hand.
It's straight to the point. This is why we talk the way we do, and we bring up the scriptures and we address this agenda, right? Because it's bigger than, like the sister just said, it's way bigger than what we're looking at. They're trying to control us so we don't have any more children, right? And it's a lot more to it, obviously, than just that agenda. All right, but we're going to continue with the queue. All right,
And
throughout everybody.
Salakia,
Go ahead.
Ari, yeah, we're gonna continue with the queue because we do want to get other people's perspective. But you know the crazy thing about this, somebody give me Malachi 2:17. This is really crazy, man. This is really confusing, and it's making the Lord. You're kind of like taking away judgment from the Lord, if you understand what I'm saying. Like when you don't bring these things out and give the clear understanding of the Most High, and that the Most High and Yahweh Shai, they want order and structure. They're not for this. This is why it's important to have men. This is why the Lord tells you that He should give you pastors according to my heart, because it's really bringing confusion. And a lot of these people actually think, some of the Sodomite people actually think that God is with them. They pull scriptures and they actually think that God is with them. Give me Malachi 2:17. This is why it's important to have men that's going to teach the word the way it's supposed to be. You even have pastors that's on the down low that's justify this, man. No, we're not going to do that. Give me Malachi 2:17.
God. This is
The
Malachi
book of
chapter 2.
Malachi, chapter 2, verse 17. Ye have wearied Yahweh with your words.
You
Yet
have
ye
wearied
say,
Yahweh with your word. Stop, brother. When you say that the Lord accept this, and you bring out scriptures, you're wearying Yahweh with your words. Come on.
yet ye say, wherein have we wearied him?
Come on.
When ye say, everyone that does evil is good in the sight of
When you
Yahweh.
justify that and you say everyone that does evil is good, whether the people believe it or not, this is evil. To change yourself into a woman is evil in the sight of the Most High. He did not create you to do this, but yet you want to justify this. Read on.
And he delights in them.
And He
Or,
delights in them, meaning He accept this. No, the God don't accept this. Whether you believe it or not, He doesn't accept this lifestyle. Read on.
or, where is the God of judgment?
And then you say, where's the God of judgment? Because when things happen, because you're teaching the scriptures backwards, you're justifying it, then people say, where's the God of judgment? Like it best be okay to live this lifestyle. When no, it's not. The reality is that a lot of homosexuals and stuff, they commit suicide at an alarming rate. And it's not that people is oppressing them. You got to understand your lifestyle is going against God and Christ, what you call God and Christ, whether you believe it, accept it or not. And we as men of Lord is going to stand on that. We're going to stand on that because that's what men of God do, what you call God. And I know a lot of people is going to be offended by this, but it's the truth. All right. So we're going to move down to the queue, because, like I said, there's a lot of people that were speaking in the chat, and I'm sure they came up here for a reason to voice their opinion. And this is what we tell our sister Indy. We don't kick people out as long as they stay in order. We're going to deal with them. We don't say everybody's going to accept it because we know at the end of the day, the truth is going to reign, whether you accept it or not. Okay, but we're just here as messengers to tell the truth. All right, Ari, we can move down, Ari.
Shalakia,
Salakia.
Shalakia. I'm
Go
I
ahead,
looking at
sent
the
sis.
back
something.
chat.
I
Go
sent
ahead,
something to
brother.
Shower Part if he can look at it in his messenger and post it. A couple
All
things,
right,
couple of pictures.
all right, all right, Ari. Go ahead, Ari. Move down to the queue, Ari.
Yeah, Ata Zawan, were you going to say something, King? Go ahead. Ata Zawan, you there, King?
Con, I'm here. Second low, Big Billy O, Beach, D Snowstorm, all your scoffers in the back chat, come up on stage and prove your points.
Hold on.
Come up on stage and
Yeah.
prove your points. Stop sitting in the back chat scoffing and scorning. If you have something to prove, bring it to the stage.
Alright. Right, we're gonna get them up here
Con,
if they want. Alright, Ari, go ahead, Ari.
Con. Hey, Sister Paris, could you mute up for a second, real quick, if you don't mind, sis? All right, let's see who's next. Hotep, you're next. Welcome to the stage. You see the topic. You hear the build. What do you got to add?
Hey, so I just want to ask that like nobody talk over me because I'm a little feeble-minded and I'm gonna lose my train of thought. So I don't really talk to men because I feel like I'm not really qualified. So what I have to say is actually just like directly for the women. So like Sister Lynette, Sister Anika, Ashley, Janice, Naomi, like y'all are strong and capable, and you don't need these dusties leading you.
Hotep, shut the hell up, Hotep. Shut up. You don't run anything here. All right? You're going to address the whole room. And if you're disrespectful again, I'm going to drop your dusty ass down. You hear that? You want to be rude? I'm going to be rude. You got the right one. You
Right,
retarded woman.
Hotep.
All
Right, you
right?
ain't
I'm
gonna
going to give
come
you
up here
another
with your
chance.
agenda. We know about your agenda trying to turn the women against us, and all
Right.
black men is dusty and all that. We know about your foolish agenda.
Right.
You got the right outfit on. You are Aunt Jemima, man. So we're gonna continue going on.
Yo, Salakia, her room set her. She got a room up for today called Hebrew Israelites and Predators.
Yeah, of course she does. These demonic women trying to divide our nation. You're not going to win, you damn devil. All right? Some of our sisters see your wickedness and they're not going to fall for your sorcery. All right? You guys are going to be destroyed in these last days with your wicked thoughts. Talking about trying to separate us right here in the room. You are retard. You don't even know who you're dealing with. Go ahead and speak. I'm going to give you one more chance. If you go off, I'm going to just dump your dust. Well, it's good. You left on your own. All praises. All right, let's see who's next.
Yeah,
You
she
can
definitely
come up
put
here. Go ahead, Shaw Paul.
Salakia King, and she jumped off, but I'm about to kick out, right? Because she definitely put the hoe in Hotep, man. She ain't
God,
messing
God,
about
block her from the room, man, completely. Her demonic ass is gonna
it.
probably try to fight him.
And she was born in Jamaica, yo. I'm gonna tell you this right now. Banman the Titna back chat, right? Sketel, go on yourself. Take away yourself, Sketel. Yeah, move up, forward. Get the hell out of here with that nonsense, man.
Yeah, try to put division. That was the first thing she did. That's an act of a devil. Let me separate the women from the men, right, and show the women how they can be strong, independent black women. That shit hasn't done nothing but brought destruction on our people. Don't come up here and do that, man. If you're gonna bring out your premise, go ahead and do that. We'll deal with it and we move on. It's that simple. All right, we're gonna go into the queue. Let's see who's this. Hold on a second. Saklin, welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the bill. What do you got to add to it?
Thank you, brothers and sisters. Can you guys hear me? Am I audible? First of all, tell me that because it shows bad connection.
We can barely hear you. Are you using like a headpiece,
Just hold
like
on.
a headset? Are you using like a headset? Because we can barely hear you. You got echo.
Yes, let me just disconnect that. Is it better now?
That's better. That's better.
Yeah, it's a lot better. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. So I back-channeled a few moderators in regards to this as well. I come from a Muslim background, and recently we've had a lot of trouble with the woke and basically the transsexual community, not just on this app but offline as well, where we've tried to reason with them that our scriptures say that homosexual relationships or transsexual relationships in a certain way are not permitted in our religion. That does not mean that we want to harm you. But we cannot change our scriptures. We are Muslims for a reason. That's not just us. That's majority of Abrahamic faiths, including yours. And that is something which we believe in. And if you believe in tolerance, yes, we can agree upon coexistence, but we can never accept this. As a result, I was told that you're following a 5th century man who was delusional. Not only delusional, and you have to believe in objective reasoning. I come from a scientific background, yet I happen to be from the Abrahamic faith. And I try to reason with them that even if you look at biology, there is no such thing as a gay gene. If you look, even if you believe in evolution, the purpose of evolution is survival. So how does evolution get helped in sense of when everyone becomes a homosexual? So how is that helpful? When they had no response, they began to target women in our groups. And that's how this topic relates. For about 2.5, 3 weeks, they've been opening rooms. They've gone to our workplaces. They've gone everywhere possible. They've targeted us in a way where they want to prosecute us, and all because what they're basically telling us to do is accept what they're saying. They've basically tried to auction. They've made rooms where they're auctioning these women off who are related to us. They're threatening to get pictures of our families. I don't think, and they haven't targeted a man directly, as they like to refer it to as a cishet male. So I don't understand where the word tolerance comes in. This is like a huge threatening thing which is going on. This is like by force. This is like basically imposing what you want to believe upon people who do not agree with you. So one of the things which I noticed, and I can't emphasize enough upon, is that people are intimidated to speak up against them because the way they target them. And I really appreciate the way this room is being conducted. So congratulations on that to the moderators. On top of that, one by one, they've singled out women on Clubhouse, even in real life, and they're making these rooms about their body parts, sticking their photographs up there, and I've noticed they don't target men; they actually target women. They're abusing them 24 hours a day. There are two rooms going on right now. In fact, what we're doing today in regards to that is at 9 o'clock UK time, we are going to counter them as well, just like you are. So I just came here in solidarity. I've learned a lot. I want to learn a lot more from you. I think exchange of ideas where communities and faiths might be different, but we come in alliance because we are in agreement, we're on the same page. I think it's time to unite in that way. So thank you very much for letting me speak, and I would like to contribute further. If you have any questions in regards to what we faced, you can basically let me know.
Who did he say is abusing women 24/7? He said who?
Transsexual community from India and Pakistan.
And how are they doing that?
Well, they've been creating rooms on Clubhouse. This has been going on for more than a month. Anyone who happens to be a Muslim or a Hindu who doesn't believe in homosexuality, they're making rooms on them. They're abusing them. They're cussing our scriptures. They're basically doing a lot of things like that, and it's going on.
So
And they call that form of violent protest.
what should happen to them according to the Quran?
Well, according to the Quran, it's a sin. So, in according to the Quran, there is repentance. Like just like, for example, I heard from you guys, and if it goes public, then obviously it's the same as any non-married sexual activity. So if it's out of a wedlock and it's a sexual activity, it's generic in the Quran. It's the same punishment.
I, I
And because there is no homosexual relationship allowed, so you get my point, right? You can
well,
never agree to it.
when I read the Quran, I see a commentary on Lot,
Exactly.
but I don't see a law saying you cannot conduct this way. You would have to refer to the Bible.
which Moses.
Exactly.
Moses. Hold
I
on.
agree with you. So
Hold
it's
on
the
one second.
same law, and
Hold,
then
hold on.
we also
Hold
refer
on
to
one
the
second.
hadith.
Hold on one second. So you would have to refer to the Torah, which strictly forbids and outlaws it. Whereas if you read,
Mom, you got some Q-tips?
where you read Quran, you have a commentary on what happened with Lot in Sodom and Gomorrah. I want to read something for the people. Um, this is Surah 29 and 29. It says, "What do ye approach men and stop folks on the highway and approach your assembly sin?" But the answer of this people is only to say, "Bring us God's torment, if thou art those who speak the truth." So you see like a quick sentence saying, "Hey, you approaching men? Is that what you're doing?" But it's referring to the people in Sodom that wanted to take the yo, mute up real quick. Mute up. It's speaking to the people in Sodom who approached the angels. But then there's a bigger problem later, because as you advance in the Quran, uh, later, I think it's Surah 52 and verse 24, it says,
Got
and
blood on your picture. Are you cold?
can you mute up real quick? Surah 52 and 24 says, speaking of the righteous men who make it to heaven, and there shall wait on the good Muslim men young boys of their own, as fair as virgin pearls. Um, it goes on to say, they shall be attended by boys graced with eternal youth. So now that's kind of weird, because if approaching men is the problem, and then homosexuality is not strictly outlawed in the Quran, but later the promise to the righteous men who make it to heaven is a gift of young boys fair as virgins, I'm confused. So I just wanted to ask a question about that.
Well, as far as the boys are concerned, I'm not sure about that. I've never read that before. I'll check into that. But usually, what happens is you're right. We have to refer to the Torah for the law in regards to that, and also we have to follow the Hadith. So when it comes to the Hadith, which are the sayings of Prophet Muhammad, there is no way anyone can condone homosexuality, man.
I can't understand what he said. Did y'all understand what he said? Did
I
Mike
believe he said
go
he
first?
Oh,
first
sorry, I got
people.
disconnected. So there's no way a homosexuality that can be condoned in Islam the way they're basically trying to accept that. But my point was mainly in regards to the way they come after people when they basically are just trying to tell them that we don't mean any harm to you, but we can't agree with you.
Well, I just read that in the Quran's heaven, there's a promise of virgin boys. So that's kind of weird. You know, I'm a little confused about that. I don't see that in Torah or Gospel or Injil, which you would call it. So I mean, are we on the same side here? Like, what's going on?
Well, I've never read that part, but if you forward that, I'll check that in. As far as the youth is concerned, from what I've read in the translations, that's not the case.
I mean, we can read it together uh, if you like, because I don't know if that's the heaven I want to go to. It says that they will circulate among them servant boys, especially for them, as virgin pearls. So I don't. Why are there servant boys given to the men who make it to heaven in the Quran? Like, what is that? What is their job to do? What are they doing?
I have no idea, man. So,
Okay, okay, no, it's cool. You know, it's
Yo,
cool.
that was the most honest Muslim answer that I ever got.
Yeah, yeah. Straight up.
Yeah, but my point over here is that in terms of agreement, in terms of okay, we can have differences in terms of agreement on scripture, but as far as this world is concerned, if we're of an opinion that homosexuality is not allowed in your religion, how can somebody impose that, and how can somebody force you to believe that? And if that is they talk about tolerance, where does that leave tolerance?
Yeah, yeah, I hear you, man. I have some videos on my computer of a school program called Drag Queen Reading Day, where a man dressed as a drag queen, but not dressed even as a businesswoman. He's dressed as like a hooker or some type of stripper. That's what they decided, and all the LGBT parents who adopted children were in attendance, as well as some of the straight parents, if, or cis parents, and there was this man dressed that way with a face full of makeup reading Dr. Seuss to kids, I with his legs up open. So it's like when a gentleman in the audience protested and said, what are we doing? I thought this was going to be something different. What is the purpose of this man being dressed this way, teaching children, and why is he sitting that way?" And the LGBT parents got up and approached the man, got in his face, and began to scream, "Hate! You're full of hate!" But I can't seem to make that make sense. Is anybody on the stage can help me with that?
While
I
while
can.
there,
I can.
uh, Lex, can I also add a question into that? So there's a story of a 55-year-old man, and I
Let's not overwhelm the question, right? Let's just address the part that y'all all says.
Thank you very much, Sean. I come here with respect to all you guys on stage. Um, as someone, I don't want to put myself part of a community, even though I am who I am. I am lesbian, but I don't want to put myself in that category because that community is very toxic. There's a lot of things that they do. It's it could be a bit too much. And sometimes it piss off it piss off society, and especially people that are religious. Because I practice religion and just spirituality overall, I practice it. But to answer your question, right? A lot of people they're overly sensitive. They use that to as an advantage, like towards any little thing. If someone says something, they'll use it. They'll use their sexuality or as if it was an attack towards them. Um, I don't feel that way. I feel like everybody have their own opinion, and everyone is like as long as you're not trying to do anything to hurt me, I don't care because I know as long as when we're talking about God, God is gonna love everyone no matter who you are, as long as you're not doing anything to harm a brother or sister. So care for a neighbor as you would want to be care for yourself. So long story short, that person that reacted the way they did, I have no idea why they let that get to the point. Probably they were in public and they felt like they would probably get the protection or some kind of like victim. They would look like a victim in people's eyes, but I just don't think that's the case. If you're gonna present yourself in public, at least present yourself in public professionally, well enough to at least gain the respect by being who you are. Like that person that you're talking about that opened their legs and reading books to children, that's inappropriate. I think no one would want to justify that in any way, shape, or form. But the makeup, as long as they were appropriate, I don't see them offending anyone unless you have a strong hate towards someone that has no effect on your life whatsoever. You're not going to sleep with them. You're not having any kind of like relationship with them or whatsoever. So I don't think it should be a problem towards you unless it's truly something that's affecting the children and people around you. So that's my take on it.
Now, sister, when you say that God loves everyone no matter what kind of lifestyle they live, does that count for pedophiles?
Not technically lifestyle. I'm referring to who you are. Like it's all about the heart. It's all about your heart.
if you have bad intention, if you have ill intention towards people, God will never like allow that, will never forgive that, will never want that for anyone. But if you have good intention towards people, if someone could be as religious as you want to be, as Christian, preaching the gospel and whatnot, and if you find someone out in the street that's gay or that's the LGBT, just because you have some kind of or just because you are so strong on the words and you let your whatever it is judgment get in the way of treating people as just a child of God, no matter who they are. Not saying pedophile, like, because it's still judgment, but it's all about good intention. If you're a pedophile, God is gonna deal with you no matter what. And I'm not gonna tell anyone to stand up for a pedophile because you're hurting somebody else. The goal is to not hurt anybody else and to always have good intention. Everything else is out of your control. That's all I'm saying.
Now, don't you think that your ancestors that was working on the cotton fields and doing their best to make it in society, don't you think you'll be hurting them by performing as a lesbian and not procreating more life?
I mean, technically, I can still procreate life. It doesn't stop me having a relationship, having an attraction to someone, and a connection towards someone does not mean it's not gonna stop me from wanting to have kids. It's not because matter of fact, I love kids. It's never gonna stop me from having kids. It's never gonna stop me from teaching them from right from wrong, but at the same time, letting God do His thing, because at the end of the day, we all come from God. So God is gonna do what He needs to do. But it's not gonna stop me from wanting to have kids at all. If someone don't want to have kids, that's their choice. But procreating is never gonna stop you from doing that.
How are children born? How are you born?
And through intercourse, through sperm and eggs, and through sexual interaction with a male and a female. I understand that, but the case has kind of like changed, and that does not, and it's not going to stop me just because you have sexual interaction with a male and you have a kid with them does not mean that you have a emotional connection or even a true spiritual connection with someone. That's how I see it. Because I could go out there and go have sex with a guy right now, and I end up getting pregnant. What does that change? Does my emotion towards them change? What if I did it for money? Now God is really gonna see me as a bad person, using someone instead of actually truly having a pure heart, pure intention towards them, and trying to build some true connection towards them. So if you're gonna talk about that, then we might have as well just bring everything to the surface, because within the heterosexual community, there is a lot of things that's going on that is against the Bible. If we want to talk about the Bible, so for me, I'm not trying to go against the Bible. I follow God. I follow spirituality. I'm still young, but I've taken it upon me to study spirit, to study religion, all type of religion, to see what is the core of all this. What is God? Who is God? So for me, so that brings me back to what I just said. So I don't think me having to have sex with a guy and portraying this person I'm not,
Hold on a
and
second, Lex. But
yeah,
we're
go
not
ahead.
talking about all sorts of type of religion, because all sorts of type of religion doesn't give you a perception of God. A lot of religions have many gods, right?
That's true.
You get into Greek mythology, when you go into Buddhism, you're dealing with a whole bunch of different deities, right?
Hmm.
Where we over here at the kosher breakfast, right? Crown of Thorns, we deal with the God of the Bible. And from your understanding, does the God of the Bible tolerate homosexuality?
Does the God I you say the God I pray?
The God of the Bible,
Uh huh.
does he tolerate homosexuality?
From my experience, God seems like He just loves you for who you are, as long as you're not hurting people. Because I've been reading the Bible. I'll tell you, I've been reading the Bible, and I've seen different. Like, I read the Old Testament where there's this perception of like what they talked about with heterosexual. I mean, or the LGBTQ, what you want to call it. What I've read in the Bible is that it was mainly towards pedophiles at first. That's what I've read. now the New Testament, the new version of the Bible is it's more towards the same sex relationship or whatnot, and how God perceives it or whatnot. So that's what this. So I'm still studying. I'm still learning about that part. I'm not gonna lie to you, but I still pray. So through my
Yeah.
prayers and guidance, I've seen different things. I've experienced
One
Salakia,
second, Lex.
Salakia, Salakia,
Hold on,
Salakia,
hold on,
brother.
hold
things
on,
I
hold
took.
on,
See,
hold on. 1 second, Lex. We got to stop you though. Prove to
all
us
right,
where you see it in the Bible. It was just geared to pedophilia, the homosexuality. What
yeah.
scripture we got to prove? You got to prove it.
Book, chapter, and verse.
I do not have my Bible. I don't have my Bible with me right now. I would prove it.
Use your
So
phone, sis. Use your
that's
phone.
1 second. That's actually not a true statement. It wasn't just towards pedophilia. That's a false statement. It was towards the homosexual community. Leviticus 20:13 is saying if a man lies with mankind, it's not talking about actually. Even though you could put that in there, but it's not just to a man lying with a child. It's talking about homosexuality in gender. If a man lies with mankind, any man, whether it's an adult or a child, it's an abomination to the Lord. And that's why I'm saying when you make statements, you just got to prove it. That's all we're saying.
Okay, I respect that. I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, I just want to say, no matter what, I hope most people's heart don't change towards people like me, because not all of us are the same. And I still wake up each and every morning and I pray and I do what I'm supposed to. And my life been changing drastically ever since I've gotten deeper into praying. So just because you see me out in the street and I dress a certain way and I look a certain way, does not mean like if I dress like more like a boy than a woman
Hey,
or
Salakia,
whatnot, does not mean anything.
sister,
Like, don't judge a book by
sister
its cover.
Lex,
That's all I want to
Yo,
say.
you shouldn't even
sister
have to
Lex.
be asking people
Hold
to
on,
feel that way about you.
hold
It's
on, hold on,
unfair
hold
that
on,
you were
hold
put
on,
in a
hold
position
on,
to do
hold
that.
on, hold
No,
on,
I
hold on,
understand.
Darren,
I understand.
It's unfair
I
that your
don't
faith is
have
used that
Darren,
way.
Darren. You wait your
any
turn
chance I'll
before
get
you
to say
talk,
it, I'll
Darren.
say it. But I don't
You
control
wait your
that.
turn before you talk, Darren.
I'll wait, but I would love to
All
engage with
right,
the brother that
but
wanted
listen, listen,
scriptures.
listen,
I got
listen.
the
Be quiet.
scriptures. I'll wait.
Be quiet, Darren. We'll get to you. We'll definitely get to you, Darren. Right? Because you say you got scriptures, and we love scriptures on this side, right?
Awesome.
But let's address the sister Lex, and I know Pastor has something to say, but I just want to say this to Sister Lex, right? Continue reading the scriptures, sister, and I would suggest you read Romans chapter 1. I would suggest you read that, Romans chapter 1, right? Because that addresses that lifestyle. And I would suggest you read Genesis chapter 2 to understand why women were created. Like a young, beautiful woman like yourself, women were created to be a helpmeet unto a man. And I would just
Obviously.
say read the Bible more, right? Read the scriptures more and have the spirit of the Most High God manifest through you, because you are a young, beautiful woman, and I would like to see you be a wife and a beautiful mother one day. That's all I got to say about that. Pastor,
Sounds like sex trafficking to me.
nah, and how is that sex trafficking? You
Because you
trying to
said
take
women were
money
created
for
in
it?
service to the man.
Nah, that's not sex trafficking. That's just the Bible.
Well, I mean, the
All right.
Bible supports rape and endorses it, so it makes sense. I'm not saying you were
So
inconsistent, but the Bible does support rape.
what verse of the Bible endorses rape?
Okay, there's
Yeah.
many verses of the Bible that
Hold
endorse
on. We
rape, but
go.
if you want to
All
use
right. You
one, you
want
go
to
to
deal with him,
Deuteronomy
Sean Paul?
22, 25 to 29, where, oh, am I muted? Oh, wait.
Now, what
Hold
you
on.
can't
Hold
do
on.
And
is
that
wait your turn because I
that
said
goes.
Pastor
Hey,
was next.
No, my bad.
one
Let the
second.
pastor go first.
One second, and that goes to show you that if listen, let me say this to you before I make my statement, Darren. It's okay to come up to the stage and have a differing opinion. That's okay, brothers. Welcome the conversation, but you can't come to the conversation in bad faith. And what
I lost you, brother.
You're in the matrix. You're in the matrix, Daniela. Pastor, you're in the matrix. Yeah, like the brother said, you can't come to the. It's okay. We're gonna have a debate. We're gonna have a dialogue. Go ahead, Pastor. You got it. You was in the
I'm
matrix. You
still,
got
I'm
it?
probably still in the
Yeah, I lost
matrix.
you.
Am I in the
Right.
matrix?
The brother is saying you can't come here with foolishness. Like you just said, sex trafficking. The man is talking about the sister becoming a good wife. And you're starting sex trafficking. So right there, you're starting
I
on a
don't want to talk out
foolish
of turn because
statement.
I actually
Wait a
am
minute.
here
Can
in
I?
good faith. I'll
Hey,
wait.
hey Tara,
But I meant
can
that
I be
sincerely,
heard?
not as a troll.
Yeah,
Yeah,
go ahead. Go
can
ahead,
I be heard?
Pastor.
What I wanted to say to the brother is he accused people of muting him while we heard him saying that, which means he wasn't muted. So I'm saying that he's coming in here looking for a fight instead of a
Wait, no, that
conversation.
wasn't me. I didn't do that, bro.
Somebody just said, "Oh, I'm muted." All right,
No,
whatever.
no, I said I couldn't hear you, bro. I'm not doing that.
Right. So we will have the conversation. We're going to take it one step at a time, one scripture at a time, and we can have the conversation in good faith, even if we disagree, as long as it's in good faith. That's the thing.
Yeah,
What
I
I
was
wanted to
trying to
say,
respectfully disagree, not disrespectfully.
no doubt. Okay, cool. That's all I'm saying. We will
When
have a
you say
conversation,
sex
brother.
trafficking, that's very
That's
disrespectful.
No, I mean, you
it
might felt it
is
that way, but I meant it
is it
sincerely. And
is
I was going to
it
explain
is
why with
it's
scripture.
disrespectful to the text, absolutely, Sean Paul. But let's hear the arguments so that way we can deconstruct it. But what I wanted to say was, and I'm really gonna be in and out because I'm working. But what I wanted to say before was a lot of times where this doctrine is coming from when they say that it was talking about pedophilia in those scriptures is because of the commentaries and the lexicons, not the Bible. The Bible is clear that it's homosexuality. When you start going into the lexicons, they try to change the meaning of the word in modern times to tell you sleeping with mankind is talking about pedophilia and not actually homosexuality. But that is incorrect. If you understand the Hebrew language or the Greek language, which are the languages from which the Bible was translated, you would understand it's literally talking about homosexuality. So that's what I wanted to
Yeah,
say.
because the Bible's not against
So,
pedophilia.
so the Bible is against pedophilia, but we'll get there. We'll get
It's
there.
not.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Okay. So what I'm
Okay.
going to do is I'm going to pass the stage back to Ari or whoever's moderating the stage, and then they're going to.
God, Sean Paul. Yeah, go ahead, Sean Paul. We get there, Darren. You seem like you have a lot to say.
I just feel
We're
like
gonna
there's
get
not a
there.
lot of
Just
people in here that agree with me, but I'll wait.
listen. Just
Like,
hold tight, Darren. We're gonna get to you. We promise we're gonna get to you. All right. Just hold. We going through the queue, but we coming to you because you seem like you have a lot to say. Go
Yeah,
ahead, Sean Paul.
it's crazy. Like it be the people like that that just so anxious, right? But then when you give them all the smoke they want, that's when they start coughing, right? But we're gonna go in order, right? We got
I'm
Nola
ready
that
for
was
the smoke.
next.
I got my matches. Whenever you're ready, bro.
Yeah, but you're gonna need your gas mask, right? Always the talkative ones. Nola, you are next in the queue.
The fight is gonna be on, Sean Paul. They talk the talk, but when they get in the ring, it's a different story. But we gonna get to him.
Nola, are you there? Nola, no. No, Nola. Nola, no. Brother Clyde, you're a regular to the stage. We're gonna get to you in a second, right? We'll get to you in a second. Hold on one second, Clyde. We'll get to you. You're a regular to the stage, King. Um, all right, so we're gonna swing it on over to let me see. We're gonna swing it over to Brother Darren, right?
Oh
So
man,
Brother Darren.
I'll wait. I'll wait. I don't want to be rude.
Now you was already rude when you said sex trafficking. I
Well,
told
I
the
only said that
sister
because I felt,
I
in
told the
fairness,
sister
brother.
that I told the sister that she could be a good wife, and you said sex trafficking.
No, I mean
Like
your words were specifically.
the two in the same is polar opposites.
I mean, I can explain why I see it the way I see it. You can say you disagree, but the way what I heard you tell her was that she should go back to Genesis and read that book because it will
I think that's
explain to
good, Moses.
her
I'm like
that
90%
she
sure y'all
wait. All
skipped me
right,
in the
so go
queue.
ahead. Whoever wants to talk can go right now. I
No,
will do
I
that.
think I'm like 90% sure y'all skipped me in the queue.
Yeah, bro. If you're ahead of me, go ahead.
Well, we probably did skip you. Probably did skip you,
You
brother.
skipped them,
Sounds like
Sean
you don't
Paul.
want the
Yeah.
smoke, bro.
Yeah, yeah. So you wanna touch upon the topic of the conversation?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah,
All
absolutely.
right.
Yeah, I want to go back to whoever was talking about Turner syndrome and chromosomes because I got some questions.
Oh, bro. All right. Can we wait till we do the sex trafficking one? Because I feel like I wasn't even there for that part. The
No,
chromosomes.
no, because that was said a minute ago, and I just want to get that out in the open before we get too far away from it. Somebody was talking about chromosomes and how it relates to sex. So my question is, from the moderator's understanding, what aspect of chromosomal architecture leads to sexual determination?
Oh, it's Dr. Copeland talking. Never mind. You know you can always go before me.
That's a
This
question for the
Who
mod.
was? Wait, hold on, brother. Because did you hear that, Sean Paul? First, I said, who was
oh,
saying that? Are they still here?
so
We
oh,
said gender. We didn't say sexual orientation.
No. Gender is a social construct. Sex is actually the biological part. Male and female is the sexual part, which is the genotypic part. So what I'm asking, and I'll ask it again,
How
is
is
what?
gender a social construct?
No. Because when you're talking about sex, we're talking about genotype only. When you're talking about gender, you're talking about the features and mannerisms and behavior that we attribute to each
nah,
respective sex.
that's new age science, man.
That's
That's
not
not
new age
that's
science.
new age.
It's not even a disagreement with what you're saying. It's just I'm just trying to distinguish these two terms because earlier someone was talking about Turner
That was me.
syndrome.
That was
Okay,
me.
great, wonderful. So
That
I
was
asked
me.
you the question a third
Hold on a
time.
second. Relax. Hey, listen.
Oh, no, I'm
Hold on.
relaxed. I answered the
Yo,
question.
he's relaxed. He's just trying
Hold
to
on a
get you to hear his
second.
question so you can answer it.
No, I heard what he said. Here's the issue. Right now, when I was ready to have the conversation, you weren't here. Now that I'm at work and I'm working, that's why I just told him. I said I'm not really going to be a part of the conversation they're about to have about the Bible because I'm working. Now you want to go and have a long conversation now about something that we spoke about hours
I was
ago.
down in the queue. I couldn't skip the queue. I was in the queue.
You can back chat me and we can have this conversation later or when I'm done. But I'm working right now, bro, so I can't have the
Okay, great.
long.
No, that's okay. The other mods can answer because you weren't the only one to speak
So
on it. That's fine.
they
To any of
can't
the
answer
mods.
something they didn't
To
say.
any of the mods. To any of the
Why?
mods.
Why would they answer something that they didn't say? That doesn't make any sense. So
To
I
to
made a
any.
statement. I'm willing to have the conversation when I'm done doing what I'm doing, but I can't have the conversation with you right at this moment.
I
I'm working.
understand that. I've acknowledged that. So to the rest of the mods, what is the determining factor when we start talking about the Y chromosome? What about the Y chromosome determines sexual differentiation? That's my question. Mighty quiet in here.
Repeat your
No,
question.
it's not quiet. But brother, you didn't listen to what the man said. The
No,
man
I heard
said
what he
he
said.
listen. He said that he addressed. That's his what he's addressing. That's his argument. So you got to deal with him on his argument.
Now
You
here's
see
the
how this
example.
brother Darren just left. And
So,
anyway, what is your point, brother?
My
Honestly,
my
just get
my,
to what
my
your
point.
point is. What are you trying
Sure,
to suggest?
sure.
What is your
My
point?
point.
can
Let's
you
get
My
to that.
point. My point. This is my point.
Sarah,
When,
can you hear me?
when I'm trying to give you my point. He asked me a
Hold
question.
on
I'm
one
trying to
second.
answer it.
Hold on one second. So my statement was made in response to what the young lady came on the stage and said about an X or chromosome. I simply came on the stage and told the audience what they call it, the clinical name that they call it, which is Turner syndrome. That's what they call it. So that's all that I said. I gave it a name and a face. They don't just call it an XO chromosome. It's not what it's called. So I gave it a name and a face for people to go and look it up and research it for themselves. It was really just as simple as that. It wasn't
Okay,
a,
so
a very
sure.
technical. What you want to do right now is you want to have a.
No, you don't know what I want to do. You want to let me talk. You don't know what I want to do.
You
So,
just asked a question
so
about
there are
the
about
Y chromosome and what
300.
it does.
Excuse me. There are about 300 different chromosomal aneuploidies at the sex chromosome pair. Klinefelter, XXX, XXYY, XYY. Your idea about sex being binary on its face is illogical and erroneous. And you need that to be the case to make your argument. Every male in here, and you're not going to want to hear this, not that I care. Every male in here is coming from a woman. We can all agree on that. There is no testosterone in the womb. You produce it yourself on board zygotically. So if you don't produce it, you don't have it. So what does that mean? That means a male that has a Y chromosome can have a dysfunctional SRY gene, which is the portion of the Y chromosome which is responsible for sexual
You
determination.
just said dysfunctional.
Why are you gonna talk over
And
the
that,
point? He was
excuse me,
giving you the
excuse me,
conclusion, yo.
excuse me,
Which is
and
why
that person, excuse
No,
me,
which is
and
why
that person,
syndrome
and
Z
that
correct.
person, and it's not a syndrome. You don't know what you're talking about. And that
You said
person,
women don't have testosterone?
in the womb, in utero, there is zero testosterone in utero, zero. The male produces it on board. That's what SRY is for, right? So you can have a Y chromosome, have a penis, working testicles, and you can have a lack of expression of SRY, and neurologically, you can have the same neurological structure as a female. You don't like that, but that's reality.
That's an abnormality, bro. That's
It's
not
not an
normal.
abnormality.
That's
It's
not
called
normal.
variability.
Come on,
There
bro.
is no phenotype in nature that is binary. Eye color, hair color, height, weight, ethnicity, skin color. There is no binary trait in biology. It does not exist. There is no 0 and 1 in biology. It's not how biology works.
Hey, so doctor, so testosterone doesn't travel through the amniotic fluid
Dan,
during yeah.
when you have testosterone, you start to express testosterone about 4 months in utero yourself. That is something that you do as a male. If you do
No,
not do it, that's embryology. I mean, you got to take that up with 200 years of embryology. That's just what it is. If you don't express that, that's the only thing that differentiates you from a female. The only thing, nothing else. There's
Yeah,
no magical substance
genitalia.
other than testosterone that does that.
Your
So this idea of
genitalia.
this binary sex thing is a pipe dream. It doesn't exist.
What percentage of fetuses don't produce testosterone by the fourth month? What percentage?
You're not hearing what I'm saying. It's not about not
No, did you
producing.
ask? What?
That's
What?
not. You listen. You're
You're
missing
not
the spot.
answering the question. Answer
I'm
the
trying to
question.
answer you. Stop talking over me
Answer the question.
because you can't hear
Answer
me
the
if you're
Answer
talking over
question,
me.
answer the
Doc. Answer
question.
the question, Doc.
Answer the
All right, I'll
question.
wait for y'all to stop talking.
All right. So we're gonna stop talking. Well, Pastor's gonna ask you the question again, and you're gonna answer it. Read that. Go ahead.
What percentage of males do not produce? You said that a male fetus starts producing testosterone in the fourth month. What percentage of male fetuses do not produce this testosterone that you're talking about? What percentage?
Less than 1% don't produce it.
Exactly.
Stop. No,
Exactly.
you said you weren't gonna talk. Listen. Less than 1% don't produce it, but over 30% of them have a variable expression of where they don't produce enough for it to matter. You see, you don't really understand what you're saying.
No, I do, and that's why I
You
know
don't.
bullshit.
You don't.
doctor,
Because
you
you
It's
don't
still.
you
It's
said
understand.
still.
so
It's
you said
still.
after 4 months, right? You
Hold
said
on.
after 4 months, right?
Hold on.
But I from what I know is typically 1 to 3 months. So first trimester, right? First trimester, the
No,
fetus is actually able to develop testosterone.
no,
They have testosterone.
no, no.
Oh, okay,
You,
all
you
right.
need
My
you need
bad.
to read. That's not right. You
No,
don't
yeah,
read.
I do read. I do read.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You said 4 months. You don't know what you're talking about.
Who's muting me? See, look, why are you muting me? Because y'all don't want to get embarrassed because y'all know what you're talking about. Don't mute me. Dispute me. Don't mute me.
Who muted
Look,
him?
nobody listen, Pat.
Who
Listen,
muted
I
him?
just got
doctor.
muted just now. It says
Doctor,
the
stop
moderator
it.
muted
Listen,
you. I'm
stop
talking
it,
about
man.
something.
Stop
I
it.
think your thumb is
Stop
shaking
talking.
too
Wait,
much.
hold. Nobody's afraid of getting embarrassed. We're listening
Then don't
to
mute me.
what you're saying, all right?
Then
Your
don't mute me.
logic,
Excuse
I
me.
want you really to get to the point. What are you really trying to bring out? Get to the
What
point.
I'm explaining is
He
that
actually.
what
He
I'm
actually.
explaining. See, look, as soon as he asked me a
Hold
question,
on,
then somebody
hold
else
on.
spoke.
Let me just say this, right? Through all his ranting, right, and how bad he tried to sound intelligent, he still cut himself. He used words like abnormality. He used words like
That's not what I said.
dysfunction.
That's not what I
Hold
said.
on. You did
That's
say
what
the
you
word
said. You got.
dysfunction. You or did you not say the word dysfunction?
I
You have
said
the replays on.
variable expression. You don't listen very well.
Did you not? Did you or did you not use the word dysfunction?
Somebody muted me again. Replay it.
No.
Play the clip. You don't have to argue about it. Play the clip. You got replays on. Play the clip.
Did you not or did you not say the word dysfunction? Because as soon as you said it, I repeated it. I
No,
remember that. You
no.
said
Replay it.
dysfunction. You
Replay it.
said dysfunctional. You said dysfunctional.
Replay it.
And here you go. The semantics again.
Replay it. I'm telling you to
You did
replay it.
say dysfunctional, doc. But
Replay
listen,
it.
man, go get to the point. Can you get to the point?
I'm trying to. If
So
you
what are
stop
you
talking,
trying
I
to
can get on top of my
justify?
foot if y'all
Get to
start
the
talking.
point, bro.
The
So
point
we can
is,
move on. Go
He's
ahead.
trying to he's trying to justify his
I'm
homosexual
trying to.
arousal.
Until you talking again, I can't get to the point, but you keep talking.
Go get to the point. We're gonna give you a minute.
The point. The point is that
Mhm.
to say that it is incorrect, this and that, and there's a man and a woman, and that's all there is because one of y'all said that, oh, if you have a penis and testicles, that's all that's required. That doesn't make any sense. Because by that logic, if I have a genetic reason why I don't have a penis, which happens all the time, it's another disease called guavidoses. They don't even grow penis until they're 12 years old. Google it.
It's a
right?
disease.
But you're not listening. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. The
That
point
is
is,
the
That is the
point.
point.
no, it's you gonna mute me again. You need to
No,
be
hold on, because what you're
at
saying is
Israel Council.
foolishness, Doc. Listen,
This
what and
fool.
this is what I'm saying. There's a book called The Miseducation of the Black Man by Dr. Card. These brothers come up here with their doctorate degree, and they think people supposed to yield to them with their
You're not
foolish
supposed to
logic.
yield. You're
The
supposed to
point,
you're talking
listen,
about
listen.
open your
The
mouth.
point is, listen. The point is this. The point is this, bro. When you go to the doctor, and when the baby comes out, they do identify the baby, whether it's a male or female, by what they have. You're not gonna come up here and use words to try to twist the
Are you sure about that?
the debate around
You
and
sure
make it
about that?
seem like
Are you sure
we
about
don't know
that?
what we're talking about. Hold
Are
on
you
one
sure about
second,
what you
brother.
said?
Hold on one second. Listen, the fact is that a man is identified as having a penis or vagina. That's
That's
a fact.
incorrect.
Okay,
That's
it
incorrect.
is. It is. Listen,
No, it's not.
according to
When
your
you have a
so-called
baby,
logic,
when you have a
according to
baby, it's
your
a living.
logic, according to your
Stop
logic,
muting.
your education.
Before you
But
have
the
a
fact,
baby
and this is
shower,
what I'm saying, the
when
educational
you have a
system
baby
is
shower
garbage.
and
Give
you
me
get that
First
card in the
Corinthians.
mail, wait, and you get that card in the mail, when you say, "Oh, this is a man, this is a you having a girl or a boy," they send your ass a card in the mail, and the card is not checking to see if they have a vagina or a penis. The card is looking at their chromosomal arrangement as to whether they have an XX or an XY, because that's talking about sex. Even then, you don't know what you're talking about.
Hey,
Wrong
doctor,
again.
No, that's incorrect. That's incorrect. That's
Klinefelter,
incorrect. That's incorrect. You do
Klinefelter.
not
So
gender. You do not gender a child using microscopic technology of their chromosomes. The way
That's
that a
cap.
child has been the way that a child has been gendered since the beginning of childbirth is by that's what the word gender means. It's a verb to determine the sex of the child. You look at their genitals. If a child does not have a penis,
Yes, that's cap. That's
No, it's
not
I
not.
think
true.
we've
It's
all
cap.
agreed to disagree, Doc. I agree with you, but I don't think you're gonna get much headway in this
Oh,
argument.
I
no,
know,
no,
I
no,
know.
Can
no.
I
It's
can I
not a
get back
person's.
to
He
It's not a
won't
verbatim
get
person's.
back to
chapter
you.
and
Just
verse?
It's not
because
a
you agree,
person's
that don't
choice.
mean you're right. The brother
It is not a
Yahweh was
person's
speaking. Go
choice.
ahead.
It is not a
I was up
person's
next. I'm
choice.
just trying to say I was up
Wait,
next.
wait. It is not a person's choice to decide their gender. If nature chooses, which we would call God, if God's choice, you would say nature. If nature chose to give you a penis and a vagina, you are a hermaphrodite. That is a medical condition.
That's not what hermaphrodite is. You're wrong
Stop,
for a fourth time.
stop, stop. That is a
You are wrong.
medical.
You don't know what the hell you're
Stop,
talking
stop,
about. You just running
stop,
your mouth.
stop, stop. I don't know you from nowhere, and I don't care about your feelings. I'm telling you something.
I don't
That
care
is
about
not
your
a
feelings.
choice.
Yo,
That's
he
not
spoke
That
to
is
you
not a
from
choice.
knowledge, not
That
feelings.
is
He was
not.
trying to help
That
you
is not
know.
a. That is not a choice. We're talking about people who make the choice to go against the gender that they actually have. That's what we're talking about right now.
you getting
So all that
emotional.
disrespect,
Why are you getting
Yeah, bro,
all
you're
that
the
dis,
emotional one,
all
Joey.
that, all that disrespect and condescending energy is irrelevant because that's not what we're talking about. That's what brothers have been trying to explain
Okay,
to you
Hey, Yahweh, may I
to
ask
for
him
the
a
last
question? Hold on,
15
hold on,
minutes.
so
hold
to
on, hold
wrap
on,
up,
hold on, hold
you
on,
don't
hold on,
know.
hold
You
on.
don't understand chromosomes.
Hold
You
You're
on,
don't
not
hold,
understand
so
gender,
hold
sex. You
on.
think a
Silent.
hermaphrodite is something
Hold,
that has two
wrap
genders?
up. Not
Because
so to wrap
hermaphrodites
up.
can still
hold
be their own.
on a second, bro.
Staying
Not
what the
so
hell
Hold
to
you talking
wrap
on,
up.
about?
Not
If
so to wrap up. Not so to wrap
hold
up. We don't care
on.
about what you prefer. We don't care talk about. You have to talk about what we're actually discussing. We don't care what you
okay, excuse me, that's
prefer
fine.
to discuss. Yo, this dude is a child. Like, do y'all see
I'm
it?
a child and you're an idiot.
If this
I'm
Go
dude
ahead,
can
and
y'all
answer,
stop. You wanted to say
oh my
and
something?
god.
Yeah,
you're in the
yeah.
audience. And you're
Hold
in
on,
the
let Yahweh
audience.
stop say something for a second. Go ahead, Yahweh stop. We're gonna come back
Hey,
to you, Yahweh, because I know
Doctor
you want to get
left.
to him.
I wanted to ask Doctor if he has children because I'm going on my third, and every time they told my child or told me about my child, whether it was a male or a female, was not by anything microscopic. It was because the child either had a penis or the child had a vagina.
Amen.
So what the, excuse my language, what the fuck is he talking
Bro, when is it my turn?
Yo, brother, you gotta exercise some patience. Seriously. Now
Right,
you had
right.
the floor. You had the floor. Hold on a second. You had the floor, and you chose to yield to the doctor, right? So now you gotta have patience. You did that.
Since y'all are not going anywhere on the sex stuff, you just clearly disagree. You're not listening to him when he gives you facts from like an
He's
educated
No, he
hey,
doesn't
standpoint.
give
Darren,
facts. He's
Darren,
not
what's
giving
a
facts,
fact?
bro.
He didn't
Now,
give
what you got to say? I think he's next
he
anyway,
didn't
because the
give a
doctor,
fact.
he ran
no,
off.
He
The
said
doctor's
for
doctor ran off. So go
he
ahead.
said a fetus doesn't produce testosterone until 4 months. And every site that I go on, every scientific site is saying anywhere from 8 to 10 weeks. That's not 4 months. So he doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. So
Yeah,
yeah,
the
let's move on
Dr.
to you.
Seuss was stupid.
Yeah, he's dumb. Let's
Yeah,
move
So
on.
Dr.
like,
Seuss
yeah,
was definitely stupid.
yeah. So on his profile, it even says geneticist, but it even says before 4 weeks, right? You could actually the fetus actually develops testosterone through the mother because the mother is clearly developing testosterone. Women have testosterone, and it goes through the amniotic fluid to the fetus from conception. So yeah, man, I don't know. I guess this dude went and got a PhD and didn't learn shit. Excuse
Oh
my
my God,
language,
I'm
but
not.
And there's another
Y'all are not helping
college.
yourselves by pretending PhDs don't have to learn a certain number of things to know what they're
Listen,
talking
It
about.
doesn't
Like,
matter.
it
It
I think
doesn't
we
doesn't
should
matter.
all
matter.
just admit when
Just
we don't
because
know
It
you're a
enough.
doesn't
PhD comes
matter.
in,
Yeah,
It doesn't
I'm not
matter.
gonna.
just because
I'm
you're
not
a
here to
PhD
defend
comes
Dr.
in.
Copeland. I just want to make my points.
But hold up a
But
second.
that
Just because
doesn't
So
you're
matter.
why
You
you
have
do?
the smartest people.
Just
You
shut
have the
up until
smartest
we
people
get to
from
you.
Ivy. You have the smartest people from Ivy League schools running our financial system, and our financial system is fucked. It doesn't matter what school you went to. If
right.
people are
All right, so
stupid,
that's
they're
why we should
stupid.
probably make sure we
So,
all
but
agree on the
hey,
same
y'all were
facts
all.
before
So,
we
but hold on, real
continue.
quick.
If
I'm talking
people
to
are
y'all were
stupid,
all.
they're
Hey,
stupid.
y'all were
If people
all.
are biased, they're biased. That's
Hey, y'all were
all.
all.
It's not a
I'm
hard
just
Every
gonna
time,
question.
depend on the mod. Go ahead, mods. I'm just gonna let y'all
yeah,
run this.
the
You don't
one
have
you're
to
talking
say it.
to
You can
is a
say that on
mod, but
mute.
You can
y'all
say
were
that
all
for real. Shut the fuck up till we get to you.
What's
well
going on?
said.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, y'all were all. Is it kind of like they're implying like none of us up here has ever went to school?
Yeah, that of course,
No,
Like,
they're
of
so
saying you're
here we
not
course,
go.
PhDs and
I'm not
geneticists.
talking to you. Shut
of
up.
Oh, that was
course.
rhetorical.
So if I chose to
Oh,
put
it's not
PhD,
rhetorical. I'm asking
if
y'all were all the question.
if I chose to put PhD, because I went to school, completed school, I have a certain number of certifications, but if I chose to put them in my bio, the same person that's scoffing me would be accrediting me, all because of what I wrote in a bio. I don't care that he put PhD in his bio. That's respect the persons. If he's saying something stupid, it's stupid. And that's it. It's not a fight. You don't have to
Right,
argue.
right. And I think that's the issue is the scriptures even talk about this, man. Where
Yeah, let's
they
talk about
think
the
because
scriptures.
shut who is this? Who keeps unmuting?
Listen,
Yeah.
if you any more interruptions to the moderators, I'm gonna put you in the audience. Either you
Daniel,
learn
yeah,
order or get off the
out the wall,
stage.
out the wall, out the wall. Yeah, we got it. Yawasop was saying it's that brother Darren. We gonna get to him though. Go ahead,
Y'all
Yawasop.
was y'all, that brother Darren, he gonna go to some Ron boot camp. He going to the Ron boot camp.
Get out of here. He is not
Listen, am I
leaving.
my brother's
I'm gonna
keeper?
get. I'm gonna give him a HOI flyer. But anyway,
Yeah, man. I don't care about that PhD, Yawasop. He's
yeah, yeah.
saying
So
that
back to the
he's
topic
saying
at
that
hand, right?
geneticists. He's saying that that the doctor's gender, which is a verb, now
Hey,
it could
Barazal,
be a
can you mute?
noun.
You on mute it?
He's saying that doctors gender a baby. He's literally saying doctors gender a baby uh, using microscopic DNA research.
And that makes
No,
no
they
sense. Like,
do
bro, I'm
not.
about to have my third kid. Like, this is crazy. You know how they do it? They that little screen on the computer, and they say, "Oh my God, it's a boy," or "Oh my God, it's a girl." There's never anything microscopic going on because I'm in the room when it happens.
Okay, can I say something? Is there somebody
No,
who's transgender?
you
Is there a
can't.
Wait,
transgender
wait,
person?
wait,
Oh
wait,
my God.
wait, wait, wait,
I'm
wait.
having a conversation with a mod. I'm literally going to finish within 2 minutes. Just wait. I'm talking to y'all all.
So you're giving your life experience of how the sex of your baby was determined while you were there.
Say that again, huh? You broke up.
You're giving your life experience of how the sex of your baby was determined the last 3 times.
Correct. Correct. And it was never anything microscopic. So what he's saying is it's bullshit and it's a lie.
So he's
And
hoping that you are unaware, that we are unaware of these things, and we just believe it because he said it and he typed PhD in his bio.
exactly. And what's crazy is, like you said earlier, is you don't know any, well, most of the people
that are coming and opposing us, and especially are saying, well, he's a PhD and he's a genetic. You have no idea what none of us are up here. You have no idea if we have doctorates or if we went to college or if you don't. And we don't have to brag about it in a bio. You don't know what we've read. You don't know the field of studies that we've attained ourselves in. You have no idea. So before you make a judgment and before you say something that probably you will be bearing false witness with, you just need to listen to the information that's being brought out. Don't put somebody
Amen.
else's information higher than ours because in a bio that anybody can type in, I could go put in my bio right now, I am the president of the United States of America. I could do that right now.
So does that mean that's what you are?
Not at all, y'all all. And I just wanted to say that, So let's let this conversation continue. We could go on with the
And
I,
you conducted
I,
yourself like a doctor.
I
I
think I think
appreciate that.
Darren.
Can
I
I
think
speak?
Darren is.
You're,
Wait, you gotta
Thank you
wait. I
so
think
much.
Darren is next. You gotta wait.
you're
Okay,
a
Darren is next. Go
doctor
ahead,
of the
Darren.
law. You conducted yourself
You've been trying to say
like
something for a while, so now it's
one
on you.
with
Go ahead.
your
Yeah, thank you. I
Yahweh
appreciate it, son. Joe, you gonna go ahead? Go ahead, Joe.
Yahweh
Nah,
I'm
y'all
just trying to
all
get
has
out what I'm
bad
trying
Darren,
to say.
service.
Matrix.
Y'all
Darren,
That's
all
all.
has bad
Darren,
service,
he's
so
in the
it's kind of
matrix, so
like
he
you.
doesn't know. He doesn't know we can't hear him. He's in the matrix.
He's
Okay.
in the Darren.
Well, can y'all mute him because
Da-
he keeps going off when I'm talking, and it's hard for me to get stuff out.
Darren,
Um,
go
I
ahead.
got
You can
you.
speak.
all right, bro. So what I'm saying is, and I'm gonna have to trace back because we had a long conversation. I went nowhere in between, but I believe it was he's gone. Show, but I could be wrong. Was talking to Lex, a LGBTQ, I'm assuming woman who is of faith, and she had expressed the way she feels in terms of her love of God and love of Christianity, in spite of feeling so much judgment and condemnation from people within her own faith. I felt tremendously bad for her because I can't imagine how it feels to feel like who you are as a person is a sinner. But I got to be honest, I also felt confused by her decision to remain being a Christian when all evidence points to the fact that, yes, in fact, Christians will not see her as a human being, not because they're right, because that is their views. Um, a good example of that was after her being very honest about how she has been made to feel by people who claim to love her. A person told her that she should read Genesis because if she did, she would see what God's role is for the woman. And to quote, they said, God made the woman in service to men as a support, as someone to rely on, and to, I'm assuming, to be the neck that turns the head. They didn't say the neck that turns the head, but I used to go to church, so I remember those statements. And before they got to the neck that turns the head shit or the three chords, whatever, I said, that sounds a lot like sex trafficking. And they told me that that was unfair and disingenuous because they weren't speaking in support of sex trafficking. And I think what was misunderstood was I was saying they were speaking in support of sex trafficking because unfortunately they were speaking in support of the Bible's understanding of women and what their usefulness is to society and men. And so the person who has said that they're against sex trafficking, they're for the Bible, I'm actually certain that that individual is not for sex trafficking, but they speak for sex trafficking by using the Bible as a guide by which to determine how men and women should behave. There's a number of scriptures in the Bible that support this. Typically, as an atheist or
Okay,
former
hold on,
believer,
stop.
all right,
No,
wait, go ahead.
no,
I just
stop.
want to. I have a point I was getting to, but go ahead.
Yeah, I want to hear the point. Okay, you said a lot. I'm gonna deal with one thing first. We're not Christians, first of all.
Oh, but someone
So when
said
you
read Genesis. I was just responding to
be
that.
quiet,
Okay.
I'm gonna
A
tell you when
Jewish
you can speak.
person, hold on, like, a Jewish
Yes,
person
sir.
can say Genesis. So to
Ex-
just because a person says Genesis doesn't make them a Christian automatically, right? So like I say, like
That's
Yawasop,
fair.
we're not Christians. But go ahead, Yawasop.
Yeah. So, Darren, what we do up here is you can't just say a whole bunch of things. Like I get it. One was your testimony. That's cool. I mean, I'm pretty sure brothers up here with green beans also have horrific testimonies when it comes to Christian ideologies, right? From Jehovah wickedness to Baptist to so on and so forth.
Sure.
A lot of us up here were in the church and left the church. You understand?
Yeah, I mean,
So
I was kicked out of Jehovah's Witness church, so I
no
understand what you're
problem.
talking about.
And we speak against Christianity every single day. Every day we
Understood.
speak against Christianity. All right.
Understood.
So,
But
but hold on. But another thing we do here, brother, is when people say certain things are in the Bible, we hold them to that point, and we like to
hmm
address each verse. So
that's what I wanted to
what?
get to.
All praises.
Okay.
Before you do that, what version of the Bible are you reading?
Does it? What version of the Bible would you prefer?
We would all up here prefer the King James version. Is that cool?
Okay, the King James version is fine. So,
All
as I
right,
was
cool. So
saying,
what is the first verse?
I can I get to my point before I get to the verse because I really think you're derailing now. I know what you're
I'm
asking for. I
I'm
can
not
do it.
brother. I'm not
I was,
derailing,
brother. You haven't let me get to the part where I cite the verse because you
brother.
haven't even
Brother,
heard what
I'm
I'm
gonna
trying to say
let you
first.
cite the verse, but what you
You
said.
you got to let
Hold
me
on,
finish
hold
We
on.
and then
just we
cite.
just don't want to hear a
No,
sermon.
this is not
It's
fair.
a lot
I'm
of
gonna
people that
let you
want to talk.
finish.
We don't want to
Yeah,
hear a
I'm.
sermon.
Yeah,
Just
Darren, I'm
say it.
gonna
You,
let you
if you
finish.
would let me go 20 seconds, you would have got the verse. You just
Darren, I'm
came in.
going to. I'm
Okay.
going to. But I'm just going to ask you a quick side question. It could be a yes or no. Are you saying that the verses that you're bringing up is going to prove that human sex trafficking is allowed biblically?
Not
There
only
you
that,
go.
I'm going to say that the Bible is, in many ways, not in many ways, literally endorses rape as a viable tactic for sustainability among its people. And if you and if you need a verse for that, I have many, but I can give you a verse.
No
A
problem.
verse
Let's
in
start with
support of
one.
that
All
is
right. He's taking his position. He's
let's
taking his
do
position.
let's do Judges, and
Mm-hmm.
before I get to the verse, I have the verses to clarify so everybody knows my point is. My
Mm-hmm.
point was that the reason the brother spoke towards sex trafficking is because he has a biblical understanding of gender politics, and because he has a biblical understanding of gender
Okay, let's
politics, he
get
was on this
into it.
stage speaking to a woman in a
Listen,
sex
Darren.
trafficker's mentality. And here
Darren.
goes Judges 21,
Thank
verses
you.
10 through 24.
Okay, let's read
Um,
it.
it's 10 through
Nah,
24. So you want to read 14
no,
verses? I can
no,
summate
no,
it
no,
for
no,
you, and then
no.
you can read it.
Tell me the exact verse that you want to go to.
Okay,
We're not reading 14 verses.
okay.
Y'all were
Give me one
also
second. I'm scrolling my Bible.
one second. Y'all were all you a
No,
little bit of the
we're
matrix out.
Salaki,
yeah,
yeah, oh, you going in and out heavy.
So there's a let me check the number. Well, I gave you you can scroll. When I start reading, you'll be able to
No,
find it.
I'm not
When
gonna help you. You're gonna find it.
well, you're not helping me at all because you're interrupting me every time I
read
talk.
Well, find it.
I'm looking at it. I just gave you the verse. You can't look it up.
You didn't give me the
No,
verse. You
see,
gave me
that's
I
not
14
just told
that's
you
verses.
not fair.
Judges 21, 10 through 24.
Okay,
King
which
James
one?
Version.
Which
Bro, I
one?
don't it doesn't have it numbered on the thing I'm looking at, but I'm literally about to read it to you. You can tell me if it's there
Exactly.
or not.
Because you don't know the account.
Yo, bro, you guys
We
just not
know
want to
the
have a
account.
you guys are afraid for me to read. I just
Nah,
gave you. You can
Nobody's
read along with me.
afraid.
All right.
Darren,
Okay,
hold
then.
on.
So why won't you let me finish my
can
point?
you
Darren, I'm letting you
can you be
finish.
less like that and understand what we're saying? The way we reason on scripture is simple. It's easy. We make a point. The Bible teaches sex trafficking. Okay, where? And then we read it. And that's how it's
Okay, so
done. Can
all
you
right,
do
you give
that?
me if you give me 30 seconds, I'll give you the exact numbers so everybody can follow along. There's a moment where they tell men to hide in bushes and take people's daughters because they didn't have enough in the village.
Yes,
And
read the
this
account.
Yeah.
Read
Okay. Give me one moment. No, I have
read
to.
the
No, I
account.
didn't know how the
Read
format
the
was.
account
You
of
didn't
the
do this. You
children of
didn't do this
Benjamin.
when you guys spotted off scriptures. You didn't do this. You didn't
Bro,
read it. But
just
I'll. No. I'll abide by the rules. Give me a second. I have to pull up the verse and number so you guys know exactly where it's coming from. Give me a second. You can
stop
continue.
narrating.
I'll
Just
let you
do
know when I got it.
this.
Yo, this
Stop
is crazy. And
stop narrating. Just do it.
hold on. Yeah, that's what it is. He wants to be a narrator, right? But the problem is when we pull scriptures, we call the scripture, we allow the scripture to be read, and then we break it down. He wants to narrate a situation and just say stuff without any damn order or without any damn proof, man. So, like, call the verse or read the verse and then give yourself a breakdown to the verse. So let's see how that's gonna go.
And Shawpar, he does not know this account or what it's teaching. He Googled this. He
Yeah,
doesn't know this.
he don't know this. and it's dealing with the
Bro, I'm
tribe
a
of.
former minister. I've spoken to thousands of people
Bro, I don't care about
in
any of that.
conventions. I've
You
used no.
that
I'm
you
gonna give you the
discredit
verse now.
yourself.
It's James.
You discredit
I
yourself.
got the verse. You
You
got it.
discredit yourself. You
No, I'm
discredit
gonna give
yourself.
you. Well, you take the word of God, don't you? So I'm gonna read
You
that and see
discredit
what it
you
says.
discredit yourself. You discredit yourself.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me ask you one question, right, Minister? Right? What tribe is this dealing with?
This is, I believe, the tribe of Judah. I think this is Judah.
Wrong.
No, judges. This could be actually Israel. This is Israel. I'm a little bit
Mm,
rusty, but
all of them are
yeah, this is
Israel.
Israel. This is Israel. It's been a while. I've been
What?
the sinner for a
What?
good amount of time, but it's definitely Israel.
Stop. You
Um,
just stop talking.
yo,
Stop.
bro,
Stop.
you gonna take the scripture or not?
Stop. Shh.
You asked me to do something, I did it, and now you're still not letting me do what you told me to do.
Shh. You narrate too much. You're
No,
wrong.
I'm
Be
about to read
corrected.
it. You're just interrupting now.
Shh.
Is verses 20
You're
through 20?
stop.
Can
Stop.
I now
You
read
just
20 through
you were
24?
asked. Stop. Stop. This is crazy. You were asked what tribe is this concerning, and you
Yes, I
said
messed
Judah.
up. I said Judah, and
Stop.
it's Israel.
Stop.
Darren,
Stop.
just
Y'all
one
are
Stop.
second.
cowards.
Just
Y'all are cowards.
Stop.
Yeah,
No, you don't.
y'all are behaving like children.
Yeah, this
Darren, you
is
do
so
not.
womanly.
one
Darren,
I
second.
thought y'all had
Y'all,
Darren,
y'all
masculine energy.
understand what?
Darren, you don't have to be
Yo,
wrong. You
rest in your
discredit
masculinity
yourself.
and wait.
Darren, you discredit yourself. You
Okay, but
said
can I finish
you
discrediting myself?
Darren, learn something before you continue. That's all. You
You're gonna tell
suggested
me
it
it's
was
Israel. We already clarified this.
Judah. Listen, Darren.
Now you
You
said
said
Judah.
Darren, you said Judah, and because you said Judah, Shalpar said wrong. Then you tried to correct yourself and say, well,
You're just dragging
stop,
this out.
stop.
This is so
Then you
childish.
try then you tried to correct yourself by saying, no, the tribe is Israel. No, Darren, it is not Israel, because Israel is the family that is broken into tribes. You're still wrong, Darren. That's all I was trying to tell you. So you can actually learn what tribe this concerns, which would qualify you to speak on it. And I tried to do that for you, Darren. You want to argue with me. Can someone tell him what tribe this is? Not
No,
Israel.
no,
Israel is not a
no, no.
tribe. That's
Let
wrong.
him answer it. We'll bring him back up. Just let him answer what tribe it is. I
He
mean, I
thinks we're
think
trying to
he's
fight him, and we don't want him
right.
to be wrong.
What's
Who
the
are the
verse
people
again?
of Who are the people of Benjamin?
They're of the tribe of Benjamin, bro.
Benjamin, and where and what are those people?
They're
They're
Israelites.
Benjamites.
Okay, so they're
They're
Israelites. Now,
Israelites.
back to Judges 21,
That's
24,
No,
wrong.
24.
no,
That's wrong.
Darren, stop it, bro.
Yo, this is God talking to his chosen people. This is literally the
Bro, this guy's too stupid to understand why he's wrong. I'm going
Yeah,
crazy right now.
nah, that's
You know what it is?
outrageous.
Maybe if you had an actual discussion, that things
No,
would
no,
go.
don't go crazy, Malak. Darren exudes ego, not edification.
That's right. So, Salaki,
So,
real quick.
by cutting off people and not letting them finish, you don't exude any
Hey,
ego.
Why would
Navity,
you allow
mute up.
someone to teach that the sky is turquoise when the sky is blue? Why would you allow someone to teach that the sky is purple when the sky is blue? Why would you allow someone to teach the sky is red when the sky is blue and you're looking at the sky being blue? Would you let him continue?
He's not teaching you about the Bible. He's reading a verse.
Hold
And
on.
he's
But he's
wrong.
teach. He's trying to teach.
That's
Yeah, y'all are only interested in stroking your own egos and then blaming others for ego.
How are we stroking our ego when we're trying to stop someone from living in their ego? What's wrong with you?
Yeah, and what's so crazy is the nigga talked about, oh, I was a minister, oh, I was an ordained minister, and I spoke to thousands of people, blah, 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 blah. Here's the problem. Because of you so-called ministers and so-called pastors, right, learning your own culture from the white man who serially goes around the world and appropriates things and white splains things. Now you're trying to teach something through a white supremacist white splaining manner, that's problematic. So when the brother asks you simply, what tribe is this concerning? And you say Judah, and it's not about Judah, it's about the tribe of Benjamin. And then you correct yourself by saying the tribe of Israel. There's no such thing as the tribe of Israel.
That's all we was trying to say.
That's it. But again, our people, black people, don't like correction.
Khan, I was just about to say that, Malak. They don't want rebuke, reproof, correction, and they hate godly order. They hate that.
especially when they trying to hide behind these motherfucking rainbow ass people, man.
Well, we don't have to, but don't get your account suspended because they get emotional and then they start reporting you. So you got to watch what you say. So when they play the playback, they have nothing to accuse you of. You just got to keep it general because they accuse us of being emotional, but there's nothing more emotional than doing that. But is
Can
Derek
he?
still here? Because
They
he's
can make
gonna
any
say
false accusation they want to, y'all all.
Can
They
he
have
just
to
read
prove it
it? Why
correct.
can't he just
They
read
have to
it?
prove it correct.
Derek is gonna come back. See, this is what we want Derek to do. I can prove that the Bible acknowledges and teaches sex trafficking, but he won't say that. What he's going to do is read an account where people did something and say, see, the Bible recorded that action being done, so your book teaches to do that. But he doesn't want to have the conversation that way. And we knew that was going to happen, but he I think he kind of knew that was
By
about
the
to
way,
happen.
y'all are booting me. Why are you saying I don't want to do these things? I haven't cut y'all off. Y'all are not letting me finish.
Time out, Derek.
One
Time out, Derek.
second.
Listen. Go ahead.
I've
Go
never
ahead.
left the
Yeah,
stage.
let me speak to it. Let me speak to it.
I think he
So
knew that was about
Yo,
to
I've
happen,
never
so he
gotten to
became
speak to
different.
it. Why can't the person that raised the point finish their
one
point,
second,
Mr. Man?
Joel. 1 second, Joel. Darren.
That
So
was Derek
whatever.
talking.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
no,
Darren talking.
I was just more so talking to our side before I talked to his side. That's all it was.
Okay,
Darren. Yeah, yeah.
I'm not talking to
Darren.
any side because y'all not letting me finish anything.
I got you. It's no
You're
problem.
passing the two.
I'm a different mod or whatnot. I'll just move you down and then we can just have a conversation about the text without you. I mean, we can actually all read it and then put it in its proper context without you. But what I'm saying is the brothers was trying to have a back and forth conversation with you about the text because at first you were long winded and you weren't bringing any Bible scriptures. This when I came into the room. That's why Yahweh stepped in to say, hey, let's talk about point for point. You then spoke about sex trafficking and rape, and you said you can prove it. You said a verse, I can do it with a verse. That's what you said at first. And then you said, but I have many verses. So then the first verse or set of verses you called out was Judges 21, and you said from 10 to 24. That is not a verse. That's 14 verses. So what we're trying, the brothers asked you, hey, you said a verse. Can you at least go to the verse in Judges 21 that you want to teach out of? That is 14 verses. We don't even do over 5 or 6 verses on this platform. So you can read the verse and then we can analyze the account as a collective, but read the verse. That's 14 verses. You almost want to read an entire chapter. That was the entire point. Then the brothers just seen when you said, well, I have to find it, let me search. Then the brother said, oh, this probably is something that he Googles. Let me ask him a question. And they asked you, what tribe is this dealing with? You said Judah. They said wrong. Then you said Israel. And Israel is not a tribe. Israel has 12 tribes descending from them. So you're not making any sense. Or descending from him, excuse me. So you weren't making any sense. That's why the brother stopped you to say, hey, do you have a grips on this account that we're about to read in its proper context? That's all the brothers was doing, but it was a fiery back and forth. You were not yielding to the moderator badges on the stage. So yes, this is the Crown of Thorn platforms. Make sure y'all click the little greenhouse, become a member, and nominate others. But you have to yield to the moderators here. If you're going back and forth with a moderator, you have to understand that you don't trump and you are not equal here. Period. If you understand that, you can come up as a guest and have the conversation. But if a moderator is intruding into something that you're saying, loosen up, allow it, and have the back and forth conversation with them. Or don't come to this room at all. There's thousands to hundred thousands to millions of rooms on Clubhouse. You don't have to raise your hand. You don't have to come to the stage. But that's the rules here. A moderator was interrupting you. It wasn't another person that didn't have a green bean. It was Yawasop and Joel. Other than that, Yawasop and Joel, I think Ariala wants to participate in this account as well. They're all moderators. You can speak, but bring up the direct verses you want to speak about, and the brothers will talk to you about the account. So pay attention how it goes here, or don't come here. So if Darren is still in the
Okay,
room, I'll bring him back up.
baby, let me say something. First
No,
thing
No,
first,
you
no,
we just gonna hold you
no.
right quick. You're not gonna say anything. So right now,
I, I
Darren
put I
has the
put
floor.
I put that person in the audience. I'm not kicking them out of the room. If they raise their hand, they can come back up, but they gotta wait until this finishes because interruptions like that derail the entire dialogue. This is biblical discussion now.
Right.
And
Uh,
I temporarily turned off hand raising, so once the dialogue's complete, I can turn hand raising back on.
got you. Just turn it on. Because I know it was too. Let me see. There he goes. I
Yeah,
found him in the audience. I'll
yeah.
bring
Turn
the
it back
brother
on.
back up. I
They can
invited.
raise their hand out, but we just don't gotta let them up.
To save y'all
Right.
time,
So
I've actually included the scriptures in the comment section. I've tried to keep it down to one or two
just
verses just to keep it easy for everybody.
okay, no problem. No problem. Appreciate it, Darren. So, everybody on the stage, I know Ariala, Darren, y'all was up might touch on this topic. Just kind of let them. Of course, this is Shower Par's room, but kind of let that happen, and then don't bring up anyone else on the stage. Who's bring Shower Par? Who's bringing up people on the stage? Who do you want to do that? I'm gonna step away in a second.
Well, me and brother Irie, we can bring people on stage, and I also got Matatua and um Asazayawan patrolling the chats, and this is the scoffers. Invite them up, and if the scoffers don't want to come up, just kick them out.
Okay, cool.
I've been sending out invites. I don't want.
Okay.
And if
I'll keep an eye out for the scoffers.
if you are a scoffer or somebody who just simply disagrees with our position, don't do it, out of order. If you come up, it's not like the comment box where you can just throw a comment in when you want to. When you come up, just do things decently in order and have a conversation after the person before you. Darren, you said it's in the chat.
Salakia. He's talking about Deuteronomy, and I'd like to address that with
In
the verse that
Zechariah
you gave.
14, 1 and 2, I've put
Shut
out a
up.
few
Hold on,
things.
Darren.
All
Darren,
right.
hold on.
Well, so let him, because I don't want him to go away saying he didn't get a chance to speak or not. Just let him bring out his point, and then we're gonna debunk it. All right. So let him speak.
Okay,
All
so
right.
one example, I picked the shortest one first since y'all didn't like more than 4 or 5. Zechariah chapter 14, verses 1 through 2. Lo, a day shall come for the Lord when the spoil shall be divided in your midst. This is
What
talking about.
translation are you reading?
This is King. This is NAB actually, but if you want
Okay,
to go
what?
King James,
Yeah, let's go to King James
yeah.
because
So
the
I'll look up the King
NAB
James scripture. We'll
is
read that
not
verse.
good. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
give me 1 second. No, now I have to make sure I read the right translation.
Just stop narrating.
Yo,
Like
I
if
was
you
just
gotta go
reading, and
do
you
something,
interrupted me while I was reading to ask me what version it is.
so don't
My nigga,
narrate it.
just read
Just
it, my
go
nigga.
get it. Like
I
okay,
tell what,
King James.
I
Okay.
tell what. Just let him say what he got to say, man. Then we're gonna debunk it. Just let him say what he
All
got to
right.
say.
If
All
you're
right.
saying this Bible doesn't count, then I don't know what to tell you. But it says, "And I will gather all the nations against Jerusalem for battle. The city shall be taken, houses plundered, women ravished. Half the city shall go into exile, but the rest of the people shall not be removed from the city." That's one example. There's many.
Wait. Let's
There's
talk about that. Wait.
okay.
Let's
Go. No,
discuss
no,
that.
I'm listening. I'll be quiet. Go ahead.
Is that God saying bad things are about to happen to Jerusalem?
No, he's saying the women should be ravished, and
Is that
Jerusalem is in
God
their.
saying? Is that God saying bad things are about to happen to Jerusalem?
It is God endorsing rape as a valid
No,
punishment for
it
one
Oh
sin.
my
says.
gosh! Read
If
it
you, hey,
again. Wait,
Read it
wait,
again.
wait,
is this
wait.
talking about the? It's
I
talking
got it.
about the fall of
You're
Jerusalem.
ready to. Oh, so in the fall of Israel, people going to come and do this to the Israelites?
My point was the Bible endorses rape as a valid punishment.
No,
I see.
no.
See, we asked one question. You can't answer that.
Well, there's other verses where God
Okay,
chastises his
you
Hold
people, and
picked
he
on.
it.
said, no, there's
Hold
other
on.
verses where if you're talking about
You
the raping
picked
of the
this
Damon.
Midianites,
verse.
no,
Damon.
You picked this verse.
because I have
Yahweh,
So
many
I'm
verses, and
asking.
you made me pick
I,
one or two. You made me pick the
Yahweh, I
shortest
got you real
one.
quick. I
There's
got you real
many.
quick.
oh,
You made
Darren,
me
yo,
pick the.
Damon,
I pick.
Damon,
I said it's because it's short.
Damon.
Let's
yo.
yeah.
Why
I
does it
said
have
Darren,
to
because it's
be
a
this
short
way?
verse.
Hold on
There's a
real quick.
Why
longer,
does it
better
have
Yahweh,
to be
verse to
this way?
use.
Darren,
Yahweh,
just
real
stop.
quick.
Why does it
Just
have
stop
to
for a
be this
second.
way?
Because
Yahweh, real
you
quick. I
you
got
gave
you.
me the rules by which to move. You
Darren, no,
Darren,
but
just
Darren,
stop
this is the
for a
point.
have
second.
to know that. Yeah,
Just stop for a second. Just stop for a
yeah,
second.
I
You
got
read
you.
the verse. You just, stop for a second means stop touching the mute button and speaking. So don't. Everybody's on mute. Don't have to do it again. The verses was read. Now it's challenged. Listen to us. We're not saying pick the shortest verses. What we were saying was if Judges 21 is your strongest position, out of 10 to 24, maybe the point you needed was verses 17 and 18 or verses
No, it was
21 and
20 through. No,
22.
it was 20 through
Darren,
24.
Stop,
Darren,
you don't have
stop.
to speak. I got it, guys. Darren, you don't have to speak. You don't have to. That's not what we're saying. Whatever verses you would like to go to, we're not making you go to a verse. We're not making you. We're just saying go to an area and get straight to it. Be getting to it. So just read a point. Now, right now, you chose this particular two verses. So we're going to hold you to these two verses until we move to another area. So we're at Zechariah 14, verse 1 and 2. We're reading it in the KJV. So, y'all all, would you like for me to read it again so you can kind of give your sense to this?
Yes, and then of course, everyone can follow up. But the question that he was asked was an easy question, and it was, "Is this verse teaching that bad things are about to happen to the nation of Israel?" He could have just said yes, but I think he's smarter than we're giving him credit.
No, I did
So
say
he's
yes.
no. You want to narrate by saying yes. You concede that this is not teaching people to go and rape women. It's God saying this is about to happen to you.
No, I'm
You
saying it's God
responded,
endorsing it as a valid punishment for
yo,
sin.
Darren,
yeah,
Darren,
you seek to justify it by suggesting that God is teaching to do this to people. But
No,
God is
I'm saying
saying,
God endorses it
yo,
as a valid punishment.
I
I'm
really
a,
want you to
I'm a,
stop
I got
interrupting
you.
and listen
Joel,
to what I'm
Joel,
saying to you.
I fixed it. I'm gonna allow you to give the sense, and we'll bring Darren back up to give the sense since he can't hold his moderation. He does not yield to scriptures in the Bible like 1 Corinthians 14 and 40 that tells you to do things decently in order. So we're gonna allow you to speak and give the sense to these scriptures, and then we're gonna bring him back up and he can respond to it.
All right, we're talking about the Bible. The Bible is not a Dr. Seuss book. The Bible is verses inside chapters inside a doctrine. So you got to understand that when you discuss particular passages. So to say that God is teaching that this is okay to happen is wrong. In the book of Zechariah, people are being warned, stop disobeying God. I am who protects you. Stop disobeying me. I am who protects you. But now you are determined to disobey me. So now Jerusalem is going to fall. Your houses are going to be pillaged. And guess what? Your women are going to be ravished before your eyes. That's not God choosing rape as punishment for sin. That's God standing aside and allowing the Israelites to have the fruit of their own way. This is the doctrine of the Bible. You don't want to serve me? I'll stop protecting you. You don't want to listen to me? I'll stop protecting you. But guess who did the raping and pillaging? The people of the other nations. It wasn't Israelites doing that to each other. It was the other nations who always wanted to do that, which is the doctrine of the Bible, being able to do it with free course. And why can they do that? Because God stopped protecting the Israelites. That is what is being taught right there. It's not teaching that rape is justifiable because you sinned against God. It's just the breaks that happen when God stops protecting.
I think I kind of can get that. Hey, Ariella, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I wanted to bring this out real quick because in the same chapter, to Joel's point, right? Let's read Zechariah chapter 1 and verse 15, right? Because again, this goes beautifully with what Yahweh all is explaining, right? So Zechariah 1 and 15, it says, "And I am very sore displeased with the heathen or the other nations, right, that are at ease. For I was but a little displeased, and they helped forward the affliction." So it's not God physically afflicting the Israelites. He's removing his hedge of protection which he told the Israelites he would do if they don't listen to him, right? We were set in our ways to not listen to God, and this is why bad things happen to us. The bad things are happening to us due to our sin, and it's the other nations that are committing these things against us. This is what people do, right? When you look at history, right, when nations go against other nations, right, in war and try to take their resources, who's the spoils of war? The women. This is just a part of human nature. So the other nations help forward the affliction because we sinned against our God.
Okay, I think I cleanly get that point. So Joel, can I ask you a question?
Say it again.
I was just trying to see if I can ask you a question.
Yes, you can ask me anything you want.
So you're saying the God of the Bible is the God of Israel, not the other nations. He's only the God of Israel, and the other nations consistently do wickedness, but he's not the God of them. He's the God of Israel, and he teaches Israel to do righteous things. But when Israel goes off and do wicked things instead of righteous things, he withdraws his protection from them and allow them to receive the fruit of their ways. So while they're out there doing wickedness, wicked things will happen to them. Is that
Yes,
simply put?
God God teaches that the He is the God of the Israelites and none else, and He is the only God that exists. He teaches that the other nations have gods, but they are idols, and He teaches that His love and protection and the border of His people
Uh,
revolves around the nation of Israel. The reason Israel needs protection is because God has given them not only the beauty of the whole world, which is Jerusalem. This is the Bible's doctrine that He's given them the most beautiful settlement. He's also given them some of the most beautiful women on the planet. This is the Bible's doctrine, and the other nations know this. And because of that, God requires the children of Israel to follow His laws so that He can protect them. And when they cease to follow His laws, God withdraws His protection. He doesn't go into the other nations and activate them to make them come and rape your women when they pillage your city, because none of us are stupid here. We know how the world was conquered through war. And the first people that get taken are the women. We know that. Every war is fought the same way. Unless God is protecting the Israelites, who are not a numerous people, the other nations will come, siege them, and take their land. That's the doctrine of the Bible. A part of your land being taken is, guess what? Your women are going to be taken as spoil of war. This is a warning from Zechariah to motivate the Israelites to keep the commandments. I hope you understand.
all right, good deal. So maybe we can bring up Darren to respond. One of the brothers can bring Darren back up. I believe his hand is raised in the queue. And hopefully he can have a decent conversation and just respond, stop at a period and then allow the brothers to respond back. Darren, did you want to analyze this text with the brother Joel?
Yeah, if you want to give me a time limit, I'll know, and then I can just stop talking. If it's 30 seconds, if it's a minute, just let me know.
60 seconds.
Okay. And so to be clear, my position is that the Bible endorses in many ways rape as a viable punishment for those that fall short of God, which is to say that the Bible, if it is God's inspired word, endorses rape as a method to punishment. Now, one of those scriptures was the one I cited, where yes, it was talking about the fall of Jerusalem and their punishment would be their women getting raped. But also, if you look at Numbers 31, verse 17 and 18, it instructs rape as a method by which to conquer others. In fact, it gives specific commands by how to treat your enemy after you conquer them. It's to kill the men and women who have
15
lost their
seconds.
virginity, and to take the other women for yourselves. There's even verses where it treats women who have been raped as if they've been seduced. But Judges 31, 17 and 18. That's my end of my 60 seconds. You guys can let me know why that's not an endorsement of rape.
Got you.
Oh, can
So
we
hold
acknowledge?
on, hold on. I'm gonna bounce it to you. So Darren, you brought up firstly Zechariah 14, 1 and 2. and you kind of utilize your time to speak on two additional scriptures. So after Joel gave the sense of Zechariah chapter 14, verse 1 and 2, do you have a response for Zechariah
Oh, I thought I
14,
gave it.
verse
I
1
thought I
and
gave it to him. I
no,
specifically said that I didn't mention Zachariah because that is an instance of God saying that you should go rape someone. I used Zachariah because I was scrambling to find a quick verse I could read quickly. That
okay,
was
okay.
hold on. Let
So
me give you the answer.
no,
That's not the
that
full
was me.
answer. You're not letting me give the full answer right now.
You don't have to be so emotional. It's fine.
No, because you do it. It's rude, bro. It's just rude. Remember.
All right, so I'll speak now.
These guys make it
So
so hard to not hate them. They
yeah,
make it hard. They just make it hard to not listen. Our people are sick in the goddamn head. The Bible literally tells you that if you rape a woman, is as if you are murdering her, and you
Right.
need to be put to death. That's something you should not do. The Israelites go through punishments because they didn't uphold things like that, right? We could look in the Bible where an individual named Amnon raped his sister, right? And guess what? He got judged for that. So nowhere does the Bible endorse, right? Let's look at the word endorse. Endorse. It says to declare one's public approval or support of. Nowhere in the Bible does God approve of his people sinning. Nowhere in the Bible does God approve of having to punish his children for what they do. Right? Nowhere in the Bible is there a declaration or approval or support of rape. The Bible literally prohibits you from raping. And that wisdom was given to the Israelites. The other nations who don't know the God of the Bible, they don't have that wisdom, and they therefore just naturally do these things. But that is not God endorsing them or approving them to do those things, because guess what? He is not their God. He does not know them. He does not deal with them. So nowhere, again, I repeat, nowhere does the God of the Bible or the law of God declare public approval or support of rape. Stop saying that. That is just not true. You don't know the Bible, all right? You claim to be a so-called minister of the Bible, but again, you're showing that you don't know anything about it. With that, I yield.
Salakia. You know what's crazy? He's claiming to be a minister of the Bible, but trying to show God to be a liar.
No,
Ain't that
no.
something?
Hey, brethren, no, no. He said that he used to be a minister. He said he's an atheist now. He's an atheist.
Oh, he's an atheist. Oh, that takes care of that. All right, I
Hey,
hear you.
hey,
Madness.
gentlemen. Hi, gentlemen. This is Entrepreneur. Can I chime in real quick? Is there a queue?
Yeah. Let me see. Corey, you got it, King?
no, no. I was just gonna say. I mean, if the brother's on the phone, then that's kind of dead right now. So I mean,
So
maybe we
yes,
can
yeah,
let the brother chime in. Go ahead, brother.
yeah,
What you got to
yeah.
say?
So Salakia, man. Yeah. See, that's the issue. People use these misinterpretations of scripture to try to say that, oh well, they might as well be gay or transgender. Like they try to use these misunderstandings to then verify or approve of why they live their life the way they live it. But the problem is they never understood the scriptures to begin with. You know what I'm saying? Then they try to push that false understanding off on other people. They hate the Bible, they hate God, they don't want to follow God, they don't want to follow any rules, and then they want to try to pass that stuff off on other people. So that's why we're here to chop this down, because that's really what's going on. When people start screaming they're atheists and they this and that, really what's going on is they don't really want to follow God's rules, God's laws, statutes, and commandments, and they don't even know the interpretations of the scriptures that they're trying to use to validate their stance. And then when we bring it out, it's like, oh, they want to null and void and jump to something else. That's why we hold them to each point, point by point. But I guarantee you, the guy's gonna be cut on this, and he's just gonna jump to something else, which he has no understanding of either. And then they base They base these type of things on their lifestyle, the reasons why they live their lives this way, and it's just all false. And everybody that's falling into this is going to fall into the lake of fire right with them. But with that, I yield.
Con, that's a heavy point. Was it somebody else? One of the mods going to say something else?
Yes, it's Ron Entrepreneur. He wanted to say something, and then we'll let Othniel, if I'm saying your name correct. I think Connie wanted to say something as well. I seen them on mute. Entrepreneur.
Hey man, how's everybody doing? I just wanted to say, like when we're talking about the Bible, there's a difference between reading what people do versus reading what God said. You see the difference there? Like when you see Moses, right? Moses had killed somebody. Did God call for Moses to kill someone? No, but somebody saw him kill someone and they actually brought it up to his attention a little bit later on. You get what I'm saying? So we have to make sure that when we're reading any type of material, no matter what it is, we have to make sure that we understand what context is, because when you start looking at things and you just take it literally, that's where conflation, misconstruction, misunderstanding, and quote unquote false teaching can come into play. You gentlemen get what I'm saying with that?
Yes, yes, I get what you're saying.
I get it. I get it to a point, brother. But I get it
Hey,
to a
before
point.
you, Aaron,
Hold on, brother. Hold on. I'm just saying. I see what you're saying, right? But I think you need to use a better example with Moses because, yeah, God didn't call him, but God wasn't against it, obviously. You understand what I'm saying? That's all I'm
yeah,
saying. But I
Yeah, that
got
I
you.
was
got
that was that was self defense. That wasn't part of, like, even if you're talking about like modern day when you're moving around. If you're seeing somebody like being hurt, like you can actually, Georgia laws is you can actually go and get that person off of that person physically with anything up to, cocking a weapon back and releasing it. You know what I mean? So you can actually defend someone who's being hurt. So when you look into the Bible, the Most High God was always with the Hebrews, and in that situation, you seen an Egyptian beating on a Hebrew, so he went and got rid of that nigga. And then there's another account right after that in the same chapter where two Hebrews was fighting, and then he went and separated those two from fighting and tried to consult with them. So you don't see the Most High God standing against either one of those situations. You can't, in the law, in Leviticus 19, I believe it tells us not to stand against the blood of our own people. So you see the Egyptian beating on a Hebrew is his job to go and get that Egyptian off of his people. So that's actually, he kept the law by actually doing that. So God supports it. Nola, we can't hear you. You talking extremely low.
Hebrew Israelites are predators.
That's that same lady that was here earlier. Salakia. May I say something?
So you come to the stage just to say that, huh?
I removed her from the room.
Salakia.
Absolutely,
Yeah, I don't
shot.
even
She do
know.
come to the stage just to get her rocks off by saying that foolishness.
You know what they say
And
about
where have we? And how come you can make that statement without proof? Like, how come you can just accuse someone of being a sex criminal and you have no proof that they've ever behaved like that? These are family men, people that love their wives, protect their wives with their life. But you say that because you want to live a lifestyle that is ulterior to nature, like that. And we haven't even come at y'all like that. It's wild. The aggressive people are y'all, and I would
I
Joel,
say that
mean,
you guys are the dangerous people.
they do the same thing. They do the same thing that those fake Jews do by saying that we're this or we're that, when all we're doing is attacking the BS, which attacking the falsehood. You know what I'm saying? All they do,
but
they learn from their daddy. To be honest, you know what I'm saying? The scriptures say, "Ye are of your father the devil." They learn from their father, and that's all. That's all. That's the tactic. Oh, they're bringing out truth on us, so let's make up a lie about them. This is elementary. This is elementary school stuff, and we got grown ass people doing it and pushing it. but they think they're
Salakia.
smarter than us. And the other people who believe it think they're smarter than us too. But really, they're just base men, base level people.
That's why when ad hominems come in other words, insults, then you know they lost the argument. They can't win the argument on the facts. So now we have to be predators. That's about the only thing that they can think of.
Yeah, that never throws me off. I was really looking for the person, whoever said it. I mean, Ariala removed the person so damn fast. I mean, the brother is on it, but I was really wanting to have the conversation because I mean, making statements is cool, but those they don't bother me. I like for you to actually explain it and give context to what you mean because you will first have to understand what Hebrew Israelites are. Just people who descend from a man. Doesn't mean that they're repentant. It doesn't mean that they're unrepentant. It just means that they descend from a man. So you're just telling me a so-called race of people are predators? I don't know who goes around and says, Hawaiians are predators or Canadians are predators. I don't know who says that. And then from that point, you then have to tell me what predator means. So of course, it's easy to take it in a sexual way. So then you would have to present that. How are Hebrew Israelites predators? We have to talk about it. So I wanted to take that person down that road because, yeah, usually when you make those statements, people just say that to get a rile out of the people on the stage so everybody can lash out. But no, I want you to educate us on it, and then hopefully you can learn something from the build that you're having with us. I think somebody else wanted to say something.
Can I ask something, or are we waiting for Simon?
Salakia.
Yes,
Simon?
yes.
All right, please. I'm driving, so could someone read Romans, brother teacher, prophets, Romans 1:25 to 32? I think that is very, very important for the people that it appears to me as I'm listening that there seemingly is like a subliminal challenge, and that comes from a Christian point of view, not from an Israelite point of view. Because each day, as I'm listening, I just hear the word coming out. I hear the applications from the word. In fact, a few minutes ago, the sister, and I apologize, sister, if I say this, but it sounded like there was like a Spanish accent. And you said you read Old Testament, but everything has changed. But check out Malachi 3:6. He said he changed not. And then earlier, another sister had called and said that the prophets were dealing in ridicule, but Isaiah 51, cry loud, spare not. So, brother prophets, could you read Romans 1:25 to 32, please? And I think that should, if you pay attention and read and study it, and through repentance, that can help you out.
Is that okay with the moderators?
Yeah, I don't know if somebody gonna read 7 verses, but
Alright,
what
I got
point
you.
out of the 7 verses? What point out of the 7 verses you want?
Okay, 25. I think it's 25. Romans 1:25.